With a flourish, Zhang Yicheng set out elegant teacups, then produced a crystal-clear teapot, pouring fragrant 8-treasure tea for everyone. He wasn't done yet. He pulled out 6 small plates of specialty dried fruits from Wucheng: almonds, cranberries, raisins, dates stuffed with walnuts, roasted cashews, and more. The aroma of fruit filled the air. Zhang Lang and Four Eyes both swallowed hard. Old Zhou, keeping his composure, picked up a teacup, swirled the tea with the lid, and took a sip. The honeyed aroma of longan, the rich taste of goji berries and red dates, and the sweetness of rock sugar exploded in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Good tea," Old Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. Thinking back to his usual bland goji tea, he suddenly felt like he'd been drinking swill. Zhang Yicheng retreated to the back. Old Zhou asked, "So, little girl, what's your angle? Trying to bribe this old man?" If it were before, Old Zhou might have scoffed and righteously declared, "Would I, Zhou Cheng, be that kind of person?" But now, he narrowed his eyes. If the bribe was this good, maybe it wasn't so bad. Jing Shu blew on her tea, took a small sip, and thought to herself that her tea stash might really come in handy. She said, "Oh, you don't need bribing, sir. I just wanted to show that I always come well prepared when I travel." Old Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How well prepared? Enough for your whole fleet for 2 months? I can tell you don't skimp on food, and your crew all looks strong and healthy." Black Shadow nodded. Other teams' crews were all skinny, but Jing Shu's were built like tanks. No wonder with all those extra meals. Yang Yang coughed and said to Old Zhou, "From what I know of Jing Shu, the supplies she brought could probably support the whole fleet for 2 months. "What? Seriously? You mean enough for all 200-plus ships?" Codename Qi and Black Shadow, who'd been silent, were both shocked, staring at Yang Yang and then at the calm Jing Shu. New members Long Menjian and Four Eyes swallowed hard. Wow, just how powerful was their captain? Zhang Yicheng rolled his eyes. These people were underestimating the boss. 2 months for the whole fleet? That was nothing. Old Zhou coughed, looking odd. "With that much stuff, how are you going to carry cargo back from the Middle East?" Jing Shu smiled. "Naturally, I'll sell some in the Middle East and bring back better goods. If there's too much, I'll store it in my space, have Xiao Wei's bug team transport it openly, and the mud mermaids move it secretly. And if things got tough, she could always sell to her own people." Of course, she didn't say that last part. She didn't want to get beaten up. Jing Shu asked, "Since the main fleet's target is NSQD, you must know the situation there. Are you sure you have enough supplies?" At this, Yang Yang sighed. "We originally planned to go to the Middle East first. There's a special energy there that can crack NSQD, and we'd have plenty of supplies for the return trip, so we weren't afraid of getting trapped. But something went wrong, and we got sucked into this mirror domain first. Clearly, the mirror domain is expanding day by day, and it's urgent to solve this." "Oh, so the fleet's supplies really aren't enough?" Yang Yang nodded. "That's right, but luckily we have you. Jing Shu, what's your bottom line? How long can your water supply last for the whole fleet?" Jing Shu crunched an almond and invited everyone to help themselves, then grinned slyly. "Don't worry about that. When the time comes and water runs out, people can trade contribution points for it. 1 point for a kilo of water, or 2 kilos for official fleet members. Sound fair?" Contribution points were valuable. Killing a pirate only earned a few, and they could be exchanged for anything in the national warehouse, not just the local one. Old Zhou said, "That's fine. Let those kids learn a lesson about not bringing enough supplies." Jing Shu continued, "Since this is one of your goals, you must have done your homework. Is there really no other way?" Yang Yang coughed. "For now, we'll just take it one step at a time and follow everyone's suggestions." He clearly wasn't going to say more. He even winked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu understood. There was definitely more going on, or something he couldn't say. Black Shadow said earnestly, "Jing Shu, you'd better perform well this time. There shouldn't be any danger before we land on the island." Jing Shu was a bit confused, but before Black Shadow could finish, the ship suddenly lurched violently with a loud bang. A shrill alarm sounded. Fierce winds and waves battered the ship, tossing it around as if it had crashed into something. Jingshu cursed inwardly. Weren't they just saying there wouldn't be any danger? This looked like big trouble, because her mud mermaids had already checked. There was nothing under the sea. Everything around was perfectly safe. But the ship was still being tossed around, so what the hell had they hit? Even the usually fearless, slow-reacting mud mermaids had curled up into balls on the seafloor. Something was definitely happening. At that moment, old Joe, who always seemed like just an old man, reacted faster than anyone. With a blur, his hands became a whirlwind, packing up the teapot and fruit plates in an instant, then calmly picked up the box with one hand and sipped his tea with the other. What kind of godlike speed was that? At that moment, everyone else was just trying to protect their own cup of 8 treasure tea. No one had managed to save everything like old Joe did. If it weren't for the situation, Zhang Yicheng would have jumped up and shouted, 6666, Old Joe, I'm your fan. After all, there was plenty of 8 treasure tea from Boss Jing, but such a showy teapot was rare. Wait, Zhang Yicheng suddenly reflected. Wasn't this just another sign of how well-stocked and powerful Boss Jing was? Next time, he'd have to casually mention it to help her show off. A good lackey secretary should always find ways to highlight the boss's style and strength. Old Joe, seeing everyone staring at him in amazement, coughed awkwardly. Didn't want tea spilled everywhere, someone would have to clean it up. Jingshu gave him a thumbs up. Old Joe really was quick, still strong and full of hidden skills. In Team 3 and each Team 5, come with me to check things out. Codename Chi nodded to Yang Yang, downed the rest of his tea, not even leaving the ingredients, left a message in the elite group, and got up to see what was happening outside. If the main ship was shaking this badly, the smaller boats must be even worse, tossed all over the place. And as reports came in, one ship had already been hit by something unknown and sunk. Reporting in, this is Team 14's ship. We've suffered heavy losses. The bow was hit by something and is taking on water. Requesting help to repair the bow. Reporting, Team 8's ship generator is broken. We're dead in the water, requesting a tow chain. Every team's ship had suffered some damage, and as more reports came in, the mood grew heavier. But the worst news was that the official flagship had lost a water tank, over 10 tons of water gone. Old Joe's face turned as black as thunder, and the other elite teams looked as if they'd lost their fathers. It's over. The flagship's big water tank is gone. We were hoping to last 25 days. Now we'll be lucky to survive 10. This place is cursed. What's going on? Any answers yet? I swam around the ship. Nothing. Everything looks normal. Old Joe's expression grew serious. He and Black Shadow turned to leave, clearly with urgent business. But after a few steps, Old Joe turned back to Jingshu. Girl, is the water on your ship still okay? The water on Jingshu's ship was their last trump card. It couldn't be lost. Jingshu waved her phone. Reporting, water resources are all normal, and other losses are within acceptable limits. Hearing that Jingshu had suffered losses, Yang Yang hurried over. Was it the food? Old Joe even glanced at Jingshu's private group chat on her phone and was left speechless. Black Shadow, curious, looked too, and was also stunned. Yang Yang's mouth twitched. On Jingshu's phone, the group chat read, Boss Jing, the Blue Moon is fine. Even after a huge impact, thanks to your foresight in securing all supplies and surrounding them with foam, nothing was lost. Boss, the Big Treasure's water tank is fine. When we got hit, your earlier precautions kept it from breaking or spilling. Report, Second Treasure suffered major losses, lost 100 plates and bowls. Black Shadow stared for a long time, then muttered, Jingshu, your major loss is 100 plates? That's it? Everyone looked at Jingshu. She nodded sheepishly. We only brought so many bowls. If they're all broken, we'll have nothing to eat soup or rice with. These people, so careless. If they lose all the dishes, we'll have to eat with our hands. She even sent that message to the group. Seriously, can you believe this? Even old Joe thought it was a bit much. His flagship had lost so much water and countless other resources, and he hadn't complained. but Jingshu's 3 big ships only lost some dishes and she called it a major loss? Still, old Joe was curious. He asked, Jingshu, did you really secure everything on your ship before setting out? I saw you made a lot of preparations. Jingshu nodded, a bit embarrassed. Yeah, back when we traveled by RV during an earthquake, everything would fall and break. If the plates shattered, you couldn't buy new ones. My grandpa made sure everything was fixed in place and added all sorts of precautions. So now, whenever I go out, I always use foam and other stuff to keep things safe. Old Joe gave her a thumbs up. We should learn from your travel habits. Let's talk more later. Though really, he just wanted more 8 treasure tea and nuts. As he was about to leave, Jingshu signaled to Zhang Yicheng, who quickly packed up the tea and leftover nuts in a black plastic bag. Jingshu insisted, and old Joe couldn't refuse. He'd hurt her feelings if he did. So he reluctantly accepted, scolding her not to do it again, and left, walking away with a spring in his step. Jingshu's expression grew serious. The ships were still bumping into something from time to time, but as they slowed down, the impacts weren't as bad. Codenamed Chi and 2 elite teams searched everywhere but found nothing. Gurgle! Four Eyes' stomach rumbled. Jingshu snapped out of her thoughts, having just checked in with her mud mermaids. Four Eyes coughed. Captain, mind if I go eat first? There was no real meal, but he had some fried rice to tide him over. Jingshu waved him off, and Zhang Yicheng brought over a few boxed meals from the Blue Moon, handing them out. Hurry up and eat something. No need to run around. Tonight, don't expect to rest. Stay alert. We might have to gather for another meeting soon, Jingshu said, opening her own meal. Today's boxed meal was pretty simple. Egg-fried rice with some diced ham, thumb-sized shrimp, and fresh green scallions. But as Four Eyes took his first bite, tears streamed down his face. At this moment, in the Jing family villa in the South China Sea, Grandma Jing brought out a plate of non-wrapped meat from the kitchen and set it on the dining table, which was already covered with 7 or 8 dishes. The family was having a get-together today. Third Aunt and Ui were coming, so she'd made a simple but plentiful spread. Setting down the dish, Grandma Jing called anxiously toward the inner room. Old man, has the girl replied yet? In the room, Grandpa Jing frowned, clutching his phone and constantly refreshing something, shaking his head as he replied, No. Sai, I told you, it's just bad signal. Think about it, it's been days. She must be out of the country by now. You think everywhere is like our country, always working to restore and rebuild everything? Don't worry. The girl will be fine. Though he said this, his hands kept nervously scrolling on his phone, his movements a bit clumsy but his worry obvious. Soon, Jingshu's dad, mom, third aunt, and Ui all arrived. Grandma Jing brought out the last dish, coconut chicken soup. Soup first, soup first. This is Wenchang chicken stewed in coconut water. It's a local specialty. First time I've made it, try it. Jingshu's dad ladled soup for Grandpa Jing, examining the ingredients. Wow, Mom, the chicken's from our own coop, and we have coconut water, but these fresh green calamansi limes must be local, right? Those aren't easy to get. Grandpa Jing took the bowl proudly. Heh heh, you've all been busy, haven't had time to look. Out in the back garden, in the new patch I fixed up, I've planted all sorts of things. Not just calamansi, but jackfruit, mango, longan, all kinds of stuff. I even planted Thai lemongrass. When it's ready, your mom can make you lemongrass shrimp. Jingshu's dad was surprised. Wow, I haven't even seen it yet. But Dad, where'd you get all those saplings? Grandpa Jing, sipping his soup, held up a finger. Traded for a pack of cigarettes. 20 sticks, 20 saplings. Your mom says it's the best pack I ever smoked. Heh heh. Trading cigarettes for goods might be rare for others, but for the Jing family, it was business as usual. Now that the post-apocalyptic order was stabilizing and the country was rebuilding, people's needs were rising and cigarettes had become a hard currency. Oh, that's nothing. A pack of cigarettes is no big deal for us. Then, as if remembering something, Jingshu's dad turned to third aunt Jing Lai. By the way, about those chilies you wanted, I first tried to get some from Sichuan and Yunnan, planning to trade tobacco, but the chilies there either won't grow or have no heat. Then I thought, the best place for chilies is Jiangxi. Sure enough, I got word back this morning. They're all about spicy over there. I've already ordered 30 tons for you to try. If it works out, it'll be a good business line. I calculated it. Those 30 tons, including shipping and labor, only cost a single carton of cigarettes. Third aunt nodded. With so many people moving here, now that everyone's fed, they want more flavor. Lots of people love spicy food, but it's humid by the sea and there's no sun. Demand for chilies is huge, and at this price we can triple it and still sell out. If this batch from Jiangxi is good, our family will have another income stream. Hey bro, how much is a carton of cigarettes? I should pay you. Jingshu's dad waved her off. Come on. Even if all my money goes to your sister-in-law, she'd never let you pay for something like this. We'll settle up later, right, honey? After his generous words, he quickly turned to Jingshu's mom for approval. Jingshu's mom, who'd been silent at the table, finally spoke. Everyone noticed she'd been frowning the whole time. Sigh. Money isn't the issue. I've been messaging Jingshu since yesterday, but she hasn't replied. I know the signal's probably bad abroad, or there are other reasons. But I just can't shake this feeling. She unconsciously pressed her hand to her chest. Her words made the whole family fall silent. It turned out none of them had been able to reach Jingshu. It had only been 2 days, but it felt like forever. Jingshu's dad quickly hugged her, comforting her. She'll be fine. It's not her first time representing the country. She's weathered so many storms and always come back safe. Besides, I heard this time the country sent all the top experts. She won't be in danger. I'll ask around and see what's going on. Let's eat. Don't worry too much. Jingshu will be fine. Though he was worried too, he could only try to change the subject so the family wouldn't get too anxious. Oh, did you hear? The Clear Skies project the country's been preparing will launch next month. Dozens of satellites are ready to slowly absorb and clear the haze from the atmosphere. Soon we'll have sunshine again. Third Aunt Jing Lai chimed in. I heard, but the Americans are making a fuss, saying our project threatens their security. They want to use their satellites to stop us, such troublemakers. Makes me so mad I want to turn their old consulate here into a pigsty. Great idea, everyone agreed. Only Wu Yui quietly finished eating and went to the sofa, absent-mindedly scrolling her phone. She'd seen the news that the fleet sent to the Middle East was temporarily missing, and had messaged Jingshu too, but got no reply. Her WeChat chat with Jingshu still showed the last message from a late-night conversation. Jingshu had written, Everything's fine here, don't worry. If I really don't make it back this time, I'll just be somewhere else. The supplies I left for the family are limited, but I'm glad we've all become so resilient over the years. I believe the clouds will part, the sky will clear, and the sun will rise again. Wu Yui gripped her phone tightly. No, she'll be fine. Anyone else might have trouble, but not her. She has to come back safe. On the other side, what kind of heavenly meal was this? The rich aroma could only come from shrimp oil stir-fried with shrimp heads and salted egg yolk, then tossed with day-old rice and fresh eggs, with tender shrimp added at the end for that perfect flavor. Delicious. Absolutely mouth-watering. Jingshu remembered that Long Menzhen was from Sichuan and liked spicy food, so she tossed him a small bottle of chili sauce. Just then, all units, attention! All ships, drop anchor and hold position. All units, attention! All ships, drop anchor and hold position. The loudspeakers on every ship blared with orders from the flagship. Out at sea, there were no monsters, no pirates, no reefs, not even a breeze. The water was eerily calm. On the fleet's side, aside from some ships scrambling to repair collision damage, most people were just staring at each other, wondering what on earth was going on. The Green Tea Girl's ship seemed to have taken the worst hit. It was a pretty little cruise ship, all dolled up with a fancy high nose on the bow, now smashed into a garlic bulb shape. The hull was dented, but luckily not leaking badly, and the crew was patching it up. But what really broke her heart wasn't the ship. It was her makeup case, which had scattered everywhere in the crash. Her simps managed to pick up most of it, but some things were still broken, especially her favorite coral grass lipstick now snapped in two. Oh no! This was curry-flavored. She was furious, clutching her broken lipstick, and remembered seeing someone in the comments say they didn't like her voice. She was so mad she hadn't touched up her makeup in 7 minutes. No, I won't allow anyone to dislike me. I'm angry now." As she said this, her whole demeanor changed. Her simps exchanged terrified glances. Oh no, she's about to transform. They quickly slipped out. Simping was a job, but staying alive was more important. They knew how scary she got when she transformed. Once they were gone, she changed completely. Her long, straight black hair turned into a wild perm, muscles bulged, and her slender legs in a cheongsam now looked like they were wrapped in strips of cloth like Zangief. If you don't know who Zangief is, you're too young. Most terrifying of all, her eyes were full of murderous intent. So what the hell? Hit my ship? She grabbed a long-handled weapon from the wall, a legendary tool called the trench-digging, land-turning, pit-digging, moonlight treasure shovel. With a clang, she leapt out of the cabin, rushed to the bow, and reached out. The bow was clearly jammed into something invisible. Thinking of the haters and her broken lipstick, she exploded with rage, swinging her weapon at the unseen obstacle. No wonder her simps ran for their lives. She was terrifying when she went wild. The moonlight treasure shovel had even been modified with a propeller, and sparks flew as she attacked. But no matter how hard she hit, nothing seemed to give. People on nearby ships gathered to watch. Old Joe, sipping his freshly brewed 8-treasure tea, commented, "Should we help? Might as well test things out and use up some of our extra weapons. Free up space for more loot later." Codename Chi nodded. "Good idea, I'll arrange it." Truthfully, Codename Chi had been itching for action. Stuck here with nothing to do, watching a girl go berserk with a shovel was getting old. He clapped his hands, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and said, "All right, boys, let's get moving." Yang Yang asked, "Should I send more people with you?" Codename Chi finally smiled for the first time since arriving. "No need. I don't want any unnecessary casualties." With that, he left. To keep the flagship safe, Codename Chi took a few hand-picked men and piloted a small boat in a zigzag pattern toward the distant sea. Soon, everyone on the fleet saw a flash of light in the distance, then felt the whole sea shake. A massive shockwave rolled in from Codename Chi's direction, and a huge mushroom cloud rose on the horizon. Whoa! Did someone just set off a nuke? Doesn't look like a nuke. Must be some kind of massive energy release. What the hell is going on here? Ah, my makeup case flipped again. As everyone chattered, Codename Chi's tired voice came over the radio. "Something's not right. It's some kind of air wall, you can't see it, but it's definitely there. No pattern, no shape, completely immovable." Everyone was even more confused. Air wall? What the heck was that? Jing Shu was just as puzzled, and a little annoyed. She didn't know what the air wall was either, and she was mad that no one warned her before blasting such a huge attack. Her mud mermaids on that side had all been blown to bits. Luckily, Codename Chi had gone far out, and Jing Shu's mud mermaids were spread out in a radial pattern, with fewer the farther out they went, so the losses weren't too bad. In fact, before being blown up, the mud mermaids managed to send back some info about Codename Chi's abilities, so it wasn't a total loss. As for the air wall, Jing Shu had actually sensed something similar right away. Her mud mermaids under the sea had been split into scattered groups by something invisible. They hadn't sensed any threat, just some kind of barrier. It had to be these air walls. But what exactly were these air walls? How could they be broken? Jing Shu had no clue. After the huge wave from Codename Chi's explosion, the ships gradually steadied. Jing Shu walked to the bow, deep in thought about what these air walls could be. Just then, Zhang Yicheng came over with her phone. Earlier, Jing Shu had muted the Middle East procurement group chat to focus on the meeting, and now, her phone, left in the cabin, was buzzing non-stop with work messages. Seeing his boss at the bow, lost in thought, Zhang Yicheng hurried over with the phone so she wouldn't miss anything important. Under the hazy sky, on the bow of the massive ship, Jing Shu stood with her hands behind her back, lost in thought. Zhang Yicheng, watching his endlessly admirable boss, suddenly felt poetic. Sister sits at the bow, brother walks along the shore. What is it? Jing Shu, hearing footsteps and the constant pinging of her phone, turned around and interrupted Zhang Yicheng's daydream. Boss, you have a message." Jingshu took the phone, impatiently about to mute the noisy work group, when she suddenly noticed that the unread messages in her family group chat had gone from 9 to 8. She froze. "I get it." Jingshu glanced back at Zhang Yicheng. A good lackey has to be able to read the boss's mind with just a look. Clearly there was something important on her phone she wanted to reply to privately. Zhang Yicheng nodded, bowed, and quietly backed out, closing the cabin door behind him and leaving Jingshu alone on the bow. Making sure she was alone, Jingshu summoned her Rubik's Cube space. "Old friend? Long time no see?" But this time, the space didn't open as smoothly as usual. No lights, no sound effects. It felt sluggish, like an old, rusty machine creaking into motion. Jingshu sighed inwardly. As expected. After a long struggle, like someone with constipation finally managing a result, the space finally opened. But everything inside seemed to be moving in slow motion. The plants didn't look much different since they rarely moved anyway. But the cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. All the animals were either sleeping or moving sluggishly. Even the spiritual spring, which usually dripped steadily, was now just a suspended bead, dripping painfully slowly. For the first time, Jingshu felt a little panicked. Even the space I rely on to survive in the apocalypse is being affected. She checked her phone again. Inside the space, the unread messages in her family group chat went from 8 back to 9. The work group, which she'd just muted, was now sending notifications again. Annoyed, Jingshu deleted the work group. "I think I get it now," she muttered to herself. After entering the mirror world, time here was running counter to the real world. Messages received in the real world would rewind as time passed in the mirror world, while events in the mirror world played out normally. That's why before opening the space, her family group's unread messages had decreased, while the work groups kept increasing. But once inside the space, her phone returned to the real world's timeline, so the family group's messages advanced normally, and the work group's notifications, which she'd muted outside, were now back in the reverse timeline. Judging by the state of the space, maybe the spiritual spring was still maintaining a connection to real-world time, but it was clearly being dragged down by the mirror world's energy. Everything's vitality was way down. So, Boss Shen's coma was also related to the mirror world's time. They could return from the mirror world, but stayed comatose, meaning the two worlds' timelines are either intersecting or in conflict. Some kind of energy is affecting them, so they stay asleep. Here, the spiritual spring's energy keeps the space in forward time, but the mirror world's energy is so strong that even the animals are sluggish. Yes, that must be it. Jingshu finally understood the problem, but she didn't dare relax. This space was her lifeline, her family's lifeline, and now it was withering. She opened the family group chat. After all, she'd been missing for 2 days now, and her family must be getting worried. Even though she was now in the space, back in the forward timeline, the entry point no longer matched her original real-world timeline. After thinking it over, she opened her chat with Wu Yui and wrote, "Everything's fine here, don't worry. If I really don't make it back this time, I'll just be somewhere else. The supplies I left for the family are limited, but I'm glad we've all become so resilient over the years. I believe the clouds will part, the sky will clear, and the sun will rise again." Readers, this is the message Wu Yui received in the previous chapter. At the time, Jingshu hadn't gone missing yet, so Wu Yui just thought it was her talking to herself. But now, inside the space, Jingshu was truly anxious. The spiritual spring was nearly frozen, production was minimal, and every day she was losing a lot of its water. Her heart ached. All other energies were completely frozen. What did this mean? It meant this place was a high-level dimensional space, but even so, it couldn't override the spiritual spring's space, though its dimensional power was higher than other spaces. Thankfully, the hot pot, barbecue, big plate chicken, steak, chocolate, wine, and snacks in the space were all still safe. But who knew how long that would last? No, I have to find a solution. Jingshu resolutely closed the Rubik's Cube space, stood at the bow, and forced herself to calm down and think. Boss Shen started to recover after eating things grown with the spiritual spring, which shows the spring's energy is higher level. But I can't rely on the space. I have to solve the root problem. The whole sea below is full of air walls, and the closer to the island, the stronger the dimensional power, the more time will freeze. Jingshu narrowed her eyes, recalling the research she'd read. 7-dimensional space. A 7-dimensional Euclidean space is a space equipped with a Euclidean distance, defined by the dot product. If the universe is 11-dimensional, made up of vibrating planes, then in Einstein's view, the universe is only 4-dimensional. 3 spatial, 1 temporal. But modern physics suggests there are 7 more dimensions we can't see. They're curled up, called compactified dimensions. Our spacetime has 4 dimensions, 3 space, 1 time. So naturally we can't see the 7-dimensional air walls. So, Jingshu's eyes began to shine. If my guess is right, there are 2 ways to break through these air walls. The first is brute force, but this isn't physical strength. It's the power of the spiritual spring, which can break through the 7-dimensional energy of the air wall. The second is decomposition, unraveling the curled-up dimensional energy and presenting it in a form visible in Jingshu's 4-dimensional world. In other words, it's like translation, turning English into Chinese, or converting 7-dimensional energy into something visible in 4 dimensions. Jingshu acted as soon as she thought of it. She put on a wetsuit, dove underwater, and approached a smaller section of the air wall. She placed her hand on it, calmed herself, and carefully sensed the energy within, then infused a trace of spiritual spring. Instantly, the spiritual spring spread out like a drop of black ink in clear water, slicing through the air wall like a blade. Jingshu was stunned. She felt her hand loosen, and suddenly, a chunk of the air wall appeared in her grasp. This broken-off air wall had no weight, yet it was as real as air, an actual, tangible barrier, a mass of chaotic space. Jingshu held up the chunk of air wall and had a mud mermaid try to bite it. The mud mermaid, with jaws bigger than a crocodile's, chomped down hard. Crack! The mud mermaid's teeth shattered, but the air wall in Jingshu's hand was completely unharmed. Who would have thought this thing would make such a good shield? No weight, and it blocks damage. Jingshu was just thinking this when Tank's shout startled her from above. "Captain! Captain! Emergency meeting upstairs! Hurry up!" Startled, Jingshu instinctively tossed the air wall into her space. Then she realized. Her expression turned odd. What? The air wall can actually be stored in the space? Even though the Rubik's Cube space was sluggish and couldn't even open its third form, the chunk of air wall she'd cut off could still be stored inside? Answering as she went, Jingshu climbed back onto the ship, didn't even bother changing, just threw on a big coat and, still dripping wet, led her people into the flagship's meeting room. The atmosphere inside was tense. Everyone's faces were grim. Someone even let out a loud fart, but no one laughed. You could tell how heavy the mood was. Four Eyes whispered to Tank. "I saw it. It was Big Yellow Teeth again. He must have eaten too much." Tank nodded. If it was him, it made sense. He was the only one here who never lacked food. Old Joe strode in and got straight to the point. "If it were before, I wouldn't mind if you all wanted to stay and study the air wall. But now—" He paused, scanning the room, then took a deep breath and said, "Now, I suggest we don't linger here. We need to find a way to move forward." Jingshu looked at Old Joe in surprise. Before, he'd always been calm, letting everyone decide what to do. If people wanted to stay and investigate, they stayed. So what had changed to make this usually hands-off elder take charge? Sure enough, Big Yellow Teeth, the corpse driver, burped and stood up. "My zombies don't need to breathe, so they've been digging under the air wall for 10 meters. I figured the air wall couldn't go all the way underground, right? We're about to get results. Why leave now?" Everyone looked at him with envy. The corpse driver really had it good. He ate enough for dozens, but his zombies didn't need food or air, so they could dig under the sea all day. Old Joe whipped out a report. "We thought we had half a month left, but now I'm afraid we don't. Look, Energy refracted in this mirror sea is already affecting all of us. Haven't you noticed your appetites have increased? You're drinking more water too? Everyone thought back and nodded. Yeah, my appetite's doubled lately, but I thought it was just from diving for corpse-eating bugs and trying to figure out the air wall. I'm always hungry and thirsty now. I drink a liter of water a day, when before 2 bottles was a lot. Me too. Big Yellow Teeth frowned. Now that you mention it, my appetite's up 3 or 4 times. My zombies don't eat, but if I keep eating like this, even a rich man would go broke. Burp Jingshu frowned. Had her appetite changed? But she always ate enough for 7 or 8 people, snacking whenever she was hungry, eating steak, hot pot, ice cream, yogurt whenever she wanted. She hadn't noticed any change. Maybe she should start keeping track. Tank, holding his fat chicken, nodded at Jingshu. Captain, I don't know about everyone else, but fat chicken's eating a lot more. And laying more eggs, too. Seeing everyone nod, old Joe sighed. We're all being affected. We can't stay here any longer. We have only a week left. Time to go all out. Before, with backup plans, everyone had options and could hesitate. Now, with everyone's appetite and water needs skyrocketing, supplies would run out fast. The only choice was to head straight for the island. Looks like things are serious, Jingshu thought. If old Joe was pushing to leave even knowing about Zhonglang's food supply and her own water reserves, something else must be going on. I don't want to eat cockroaches, so let's get moving. Yeah, let's go. Eating cockroaches is fine, but running out of water would be worse. The whole fleet, after a quick rest, started moving again. Even with air walls ahead, they had no choice but to push forward. This time, old Joe sat down to listen as everyone discussed how to speed up despite the air walls. Meanwhile, Jingshu, looking attentive, was already lost in thought, back in her sluggish space, checking on the chunk of air wall she'd just tossed inside. Jingshu's expression was very strange. After searching for the air wall for over 10 minutes, she really wanted to punch a wall and curse, "Where the hell is my air wall? Where did that huge chunk go?" Because it was a special kind of energy, Jingshu had no idea what kind of reaction the air wall might have with her space. She was even worried it might blow up her space, so when she put it in, she'd placed it in a separate 1 cubic meter compartment. But after searching every independent compartment, she still couldn't find the air wall. Logically, even if you couldn't see it, you could feel it. So as soon as her consciousness entered the space, she scanned hundreds of compartments one by one. She should have been able to sense anything solid, but nothing. She searched back and forth 4 or 5 times, even checked the other compartments with stuff in them, and even ran her awareness over the vegetable patch. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, as if it had vanished. Weird. Where could the air wall have gone? Why can't I find it no matter what? Jingshu propped her chin, completely baffled. She was so lost in thought that even old Joe up above couldn't help but notice. At such a critical moment, what was this girl doing? Sleepwalking? Old Joe coughed. The ideas you all just shared are useful. Jingshu, the other teams have all given their suggestions. What about yours? Hao Yunlai nudged Jingshu. Jingshu snapped back to reality and whispered, "What am I supposed to say?" Hao Yunlai quietly repeated the question. There was a low murmur in the room. No one could figure out what Jingshu was doing at such an important time. Especially Nanan, who rolled her eyes in her heart but put on a worried face and said in a soft, not-too-quiet voice to those nearby, "Oh dear, she's so distracted she didn't even hear. How could she possibly come up with a solution? This is life and death and she's daydreaming. I mean, Jingshu is pretty capable, but honestly, her luck's just been good so far. Besides, Team 1 and the other teams already came up with great ideas. What could she possibly add? Is she going to just make the air walls disappear?" Old Joe's brow furrowed ever so slightly. There was more whispering. "I think there might be a way, but making the air walls disappear is just too much." "Exactly. You know how strong Codename Chi is, right? one of the top experts in the country, and even he couldn't budge the air wall. I heard even small missiles can't do anything to it, so making it disappear is impossible. Other ideas, maybe? But Jingshu, hearing Nanan's words, didn't get angry. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up. Jingshu thought, "Thank you, you little white lotus. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have realized. Maybe the air wall disappeared in my space because my space actually absorbed its energy." The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In the past, her space had always been able to absorb dimensional energy, even using it as a catalyst to upgrade. If that's the case, oh my God, are all these endless air walls under the sea just pure dimensional energy? If she could absorb them all, would her space level up? Of course, this was just a theory. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe it was real. She just needed to test it. Jingshu was itching to jump back into the sea and toss another air wall into her space to see what would happen, but with everyone watching, Jingshu deliberately hesitated before saying, "Actually, I might have a way to make part of the air wall disappear and speed up the fleet, but I need to test my idea first." "What? You really have a way? Seriously?" Big Yellow Teeth sent zombies to dig under the air wall and still hasn't gotten through. You really have a way? Seeing everyone's hopeful and shocked faces, Nanan finally dropped her White Lotus act and sneered. "Ridiculous. The air wall is right under the ship. Everyone's tried everything and nothing's worked. That air wall is harder than the world's toughest diamond. They tried drilling with high-speed diamond bits and the bits broke, but the air wall was fine. You think you can make part of it disappear?" Jingshu narrowed her eyes and smiled coolly. "If I really make part of the air wall disappear, what then? Are you going to give me a reward? Offer me contribution points? If you can't give me anything and can't contribute, then shut up. I don't argue with freeloading White Lotuses. You... Nanan was so angry she nearly fainted. To be called out like that in public, how humiliating. She hadn't planned to go this far, but now, provoked, she sneered, her voice trembling with anger. "If you really do it, I'll give you all the contribution points I earn on this trip to the Middle East. I'm the only special medic on the fleet. My contribution will be at least 50,000. And if you can't make the air wall disappear and speed up the fleet, what about you? Do you dare?" She'd wanted to make some outrageous demand since she thought it was impossible, but now she hesitated, because she saw old Joe giving her a very unfriendly look. The White Lotus quickly calmed down, smiled sweetly, and said, "Then I'll be generous. If you fail, you have to apologize to me in front of everyone and never argue with me again." Jingshu was a little disappointed. This White Lotus was still a bit too cautious. Otherwise, she could have played the victim and let old Joe see who was really out of line. Still, Jingshu nodded generously. "Of course. Give me half an hour." She was already burning to test whether the air wall would really disappear if she put it in her space, and now she had the perfect excuse. She immediately took a few people and left the emergency meeting to prepare. The rest of the meeting room watched eagerly. Some hoped Jingshu was telling the truth and could speed up the fleet. Others hoped she'd fail, because if she really pulled this off, it would be a game changer. The whole fleet had racked their brains for days and come up with nothing. If she could do it, that would be seriously impressive. Of course, the whole fleet wasn't just sitting around waiting for Jingshu's experiment. While she was underwater, everyone else was already busy. Time was life, and food. So the first priority for the elite teams and all crew members was to map and measure the number and height of nearby air walls. In no time, the sea was swarming with bodyguards like dumplings in a pot. Only a small group remained in the meeting room. Nanan, as the medic, didn't need to go underwater. She watched the incoming data from each team mapping the sea, secretly cursing Jingshu thousands of times in her heart. Old Joe tapped the table. "How's it going? Have you tallied up the number and height of air walls nearby? What's the best route?" Nanan was about to answer when Yang had already shared a fairly complete air wall distribution map on the big screen, laser pointer in hand. "This is the distribution of air walls within 2 kilometers. I've marked their area and height. Please take a look." The remaining members and Old Joe looked up to see a map of the sea with obstacles scattered everywhere, some densely packed, some like a maze. The air walls varied in size, some only half a meter wide, others as tall as mountains, distributed chaotically with no pattern. If the fleet of 100 ships wanted to get through, they'd have to zigzag like in a labyrinth. After all, even the smallest air wall could stop a ship. 2 ships had already been lost today by hitting tiny air walls that sliced them in half. Yang continued. Based on the current data, we can weave through these air walls along this maze-like route. If someone scouts ahead and gives orders, the fleet can reach a top speed of 20 km/h. But because of all the detours, the journey will be about 40% longer, and fuel consumption will go up accordingly. Old Joe nodded gravely. That's the best plan we have for now. If we can't deal with the air walls, we'll just have to go around. Let's go check out the markers they've set up. Nanan followed the group out to the flagship's deck, silently counting down the time. Jing Shu's half-hour bet was almost up. She clenched her fist. Still no news? This meant Jing Shu had nothing. Everyone else has to take the long way and she thinks she can just make the air walls disappear? On deck they saw colorful markers floating in the air and on the sea, ribbons tied to invisible obstacles, each marking the shape and position of an air wall. That was the plan. Since you couldn't see the air walls, tie something to them so everyone could spot them. Old Joe nodded. Not bad. This way we can avoid hitting air walls, but the ships are deep in the water. There are air walls below, too. We'll need to mark those as well, or we'll still run into trouble. Everyone kept refining the system, with new air wall data coming in over the radio and Yang updating the map. When no one spoke, Nanan coughed and said in a fake concerned tone, "It's almost been half an hour and there's still no word from Jing Shu's team. The task is important, but I'm worried something might have happened to them." Old Joe grunted. He didn't really expect Jing Shu to make the air walls disappear. He figured she just needed a way to save face. So he told Yang, "Contact Jing Shu's team. If it's not working, forget it. Just have them keep watch on the perimeter in case of other dangers." Nanan rolled her eyes. In this mirror sea, there was nothing but endless water and corpse-eating bugs. What danger? So biased. Yang nodded and radioed Hao Yunlai. "How's the experiment?" "Old Joe says don't waste time. Just keep watch on the perimeter if it's not working." Hao Yunlai's voice came back. "Yeah, the experiment didn't go so well. We can't make the air walls disappear directly. Captain Jing Shu wants to know if the latest air wall map is ready." No one was surprised by this. If even codename Qi couldn't do it, how could an ordinary person like Jing Shu? But Yang caught the key point and replied, "It's ready." Nanan was secretly delighted, and everyone else turned their attention back to the incoming data. A few minutes later, Jing Shu came up on deck, still dripping wet, and asked Yang for the latest air wall map, holding a strange red-black stone in her hand. As soon as she appeared, Old Joe and the others didn't mention the bet, but Nanan was anxious. She stepped in front of Jing Shu and Yang, coughed, and said, "I'm not going to make a big deal about our bet, but a person should keep their word. Since you lost, you'll have to apologize to me in front of everyone at dinner." She looked up, her voice soft and sweet, acting all magnanimous. No one said a word. Old Joe just watched Jing Shu. If she lost the bet, she should show it. Even if he favored her, he'd just given her a way out. But she insisted on coming back. But Jing Shu just brushed Nanan aside as if she hadn't heard and took the map. Nanan was furious. "You—" Jing Shu studied the map, completely ignoring Nanan, then said to Yang and Old Joe, "The experiment didn't work on the big air walls, but I can handle all the small ones under 3 meters. She marked a bunch of XXs on the map and said calmly, "We'll clear out these small air walls. Yang, look, if we follow this line, we can plot a straight course. Your previous route was way too roundabout." Everyone stared at her in disbelief. Yang's lips curled in a knowing, confident smile. Old Joe dug in his ear, incredulous. "Jing Shu, what did you say? Say it again? You can make all the small air walls under 3 meters disappear?" Hiss. Did we hear that right? Or is there something wrong with my ears? Did Captain Jingshu just say she can make the air walls disappear? The ones under 3 meters? Holy crap. Even Codename Chi can't do anything about the 3-meter ones. He can't even handle the ones just a few centimeters thick. She really has a way? Hearing this, not just old Joe, but everyone who hadn't gone underwater stared in disbelief. It was like something you'd never question, like believing diamonds are unbreakable, and then someone just snaps one in half. Is that even possible? Is that something a human can do? Big Yellow Teeth dropped his cup, shattering it on the floor, and the sound silenced the room's doubts for a moment. Nanan rushed over, about to say a bunch of things, but Jingshu brushed her aside without emotion and pointed at a not-too-big, just 3 meters tall airwall cylinder in front of them. Everyone looked over, and right before their eyes, the cloth strip marking the cylinder suddenly collapsed, falling into the water. The airwall blocking their way was gone. Completely, truly gone. Nothing is more convincing than cold, hard facts. Everyone was stunned. As the reality of the vanished air wall sank in, Jingshu quietly clenched her fist, a little anxious. She needed to finish up here quickly and go harvest more energy. The mud mermaids were too conspicuous, so Jingshu sent out some small snakes to mark the air wall positions in the sea. Of everyone present, only Yang Yang remained calm. After working with Jingshu so many times, he knew her capabilities well. Seeing everyone else so shocked just made him feel even better. Yang Yang coughed, bringing everyone back to their senses. I suppose Jingshu found something that can cut the air walls. Is it that red-black stone in your hand? Everyone's eyes followed his gaze. Old Joe finally relaxed, the heavy pressure and tension of the past days quietly lifting. He said, "Good, good, good," 3 times in a row, looking at Jingshu with admiration. "Did you find a method? Why not share it? Even diamond drills can't do anything to the air walls. How did you manage it?" Jingshu had already planned for this. She wouldn't have been so bold otherwise. She held up the strange stone, pinched and pulled it until it became a rope-like strip of mud. She rolled it out into a 3-meter-long cord, then handed one end to Yang Yang and kept the other herself. "Just like this. Slice it across the air wall." "That's it?" "That's it." "This mud rope?" "Are you kidding us?" "It's pretty with all those colors, but still—" Everyone was incredulous. The air wall was harder than diamond, and she was saying this mud rope could cut it? Yang Yang tried not to laugh, putting on a serious face. "Jingshu, explain the principle to everyone." Jingshu cleared her throat. "This isn't an ordinary mud rope." "What kind of mud rope is it, then?" "No matter what kind, it can't be a saw, right?" Jingshu emphasized. "It's made from 4 types of post-apocalyptic dark energy stones mixed into a mud rope. There's dark energy inside, and when it meets the air wall's energy, it reacts and can cut through." Of course, it wasn't really that simple. She'd tried all 4 dark energies, and only by combining them and using force could she affect the air wall, and it was still a lot of work. And the mud wasn't ordinary mud, but black soil from her space, which, when mixed with various energies, became something magical. But the real secret was the addition of spiritual spring water. That was the true key to breaking the air wall. Her experiments had made it clear. The other colored energies were all low-dimensional, with little effect on the 7-dimensional air wall, but the spiritual spring water was higher than 7-dimensional energy, so just a little could easily cut through. She wasn't worried about anyone copying her method. No one else had all 4 types of post-apocalyptic dark energy stones to experiment with. Even so, everyone stared, wide-eyed, and sucked in a breath. Big Yellow Teeth gasped, "Isn't that stuff usually liquid? And it's worth thousands per drop. Yours is a solid, a stone? How much is that worth?" Old Joe nodded stiffly. No wonder no one else could find a solution. This girl was a real tycoon. Most people had 1 or 2 types, and that was impressive. She had all 4. Nanan's face twisted with jealousy, her mask slipping. She couldn't even pretend to be sweet anymore and blurted out the key issue. "Even if you have this rope and can cut the air walls, so what? It's not a scalable solution. Are we supposed to wait for you to cut them all, one by one? That'd be slower than just going around. The others realized this too. Yeah, it's a good method, but the energy is too precious. Even if there's one below and one in her hand, that's only 2 ropes. Opening a path would be way too slow. If there are only 2, it's a bit slow. The earlier excitement faded. Old Joe frowned, about to ask something, when Jingshu said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm the boss of the South Sea cigarette factory." Nanan, who'd been about to laugh, froze. What does that have to do with anything? The others were confused too, but Old Joe coughed and explained, "The cigarettes that are all the rage nationwide now are made with special 6-dimensional energy. I forgot to mention, Jingshu is also a shareholder in Sichuan's post-apocalyptic new energy development." So that means she has a ton of post-apocalyptic new energy? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jingshu nodded. That's right. I only have a tiny bit of this 4-in-1 energy, barely enough for 2 teams to go underwater and cut air walls to open a path. A tiny bit? Barely enough? Nanan was grinding her teeth, not wanting to hear any more of this humble brag. She wanted to strangle Jingshu. But everyone else's faces lit up again. Problem solved. But just then, at this moment, Jingshu poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's excitement. She calmly said, "However, every time I use this energy crystal, it gets used up, so I'm not offering it for free. I have conditions." Conditions? What kind of conditions? You mean the mud rope isn't free? There are strings attached? Are you stupid? Big Yellowteeth already said it. The mud rope is made from energy crystals, and every drop is worth a fortune in virtual currency. If it's an energy reaction, it's basically burning money. Big Yellowteeth took another sip of goji berry water, spraying the freeloaders who thought they could use Jingshu's energy for free. My God, at a time like this, when we're all about to die if we don't find a way out, some people still want a free ride? If you don't want to pay, go find your own way out. I, for one, don't want to die of thirst or hunger. He couldn't stand the thought of not having enough water or food. If he couldn't drink more and produce more bodily fluids, his whole zombie team would turn to stone. And then what would he do? Old Joe coughed, quieting everyone, and turned to Jingshu. "Jing girl, whatever your conditions are, just say them. We can't let you shoulder all the cost alone." Jingshu saw the setup was just right. Everyone expected her to make a huge demand, and were bracing themselves for it. She smiled, letting everyone's hearts sink. "I'm paying such a big price, so I was thinking of asking for everyone's contribution points." A lot of the bodyguards tensed up. If she really wanted everyone's points, wouldn't they be working for nothing? But if they didn't agree, they'd all die here. Nanan's face showed a hint of schadenfreude. What an outrageous demand. Jingshu was finished. But then Jingshu continued. "Or maybe I should just ask for all the post-apocalyptic new energy found in this sea." She paused again. This time, even Old Joe's breath caught. Did this girl know what she was saying? How could she dare to ask for something so outrageous? But then Jingshu said, "Of course I'm not that unreasonable. From my past experience, whether it's 6-dimensional space or whatever, the new energy produced is always massive, and it takes a huge team to mine it. But this mirror sea is so strange. Once you come in, you might not be able to get out, and who knows if the military can send more people in later. So this might be a one-time opportunity. So, if we really do find new energy here and it's so much that no one can finish mining it, can I have the right to mine freely? As long as my team can carry it away, it's mine. After all, I'm investing a lot of 4-in-1 energy to open the way. Of course, if there isn't enough for the country to mine, I won't take any. After all, the country is in a tough spot, and I don't want to take resources from everyone." "That's it? That's it? That's all?" Old Joe, the one in charge, thought this condition was so mild it barely even counted as a condition. Even Nanan was stunned. Was that really all Jingshu wanted? That didn't sound like her at all. The other bodyguards quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't take their contribution points, she could have whatever she wanted. After all, even if they found energy, as hired hands, they had no mining rights anyway. Some even felt guilty. Captain Jing, you're paying so much you can't take a loss. You're basically saving our lives. Why not take some of our contribution points? Yeah, really? Jingshu quickly refused. No, I just want the mining rights. Old Joe nodded with satisfaction. He knew Jingshu was sensible. We can't let you take a loss. If there's a lot of new energy and we can't take it all, whatever you can mine is yours. If there's not much, I'll make sure you get 50% of the mining rights. Nanan lowered her head, hiding her envy and jealousy. If Jingshu got mining rights, just think how much energy she could haul away with her ships. How much would that be worth? She was going crazy with jealousy. What Nanan didn't know was that Jingshu didn't just have a few ships. She had thousands of mud mermaids, and could even use white energy to breed more as free transport. That's why she was so bold about only asking for mining rights. Everyone else nodded in agreement. If they didn't have to pay, they were happy to go along. Of course, if Jingshu had asked for this right away, some people might have felt it was unfair. Why should only she get mining rights? But by first making it sound like she'd ask for something huge, then settling for mining rights, everyone felt like they'd gotten off easy. It's like asking your parents for a new iPhone 15, and when they say no, you settle for a barbecue dinner in Zibo. They'll probably agree, maybe even throw in a trip to the amusement park. Yang Yang lowered his head, hiding a smile. Jingshu had mastered this trick. He figured she'd wanted mining rights from the start, and so the matter was settled. Jingshu grinned, full of energy and motivation. Now, whatever she found in the mirror sea, she could stash in her mud mermaids' bellies. This way, she'd paved the way for harvesting 7-dimensional energy. When she brought out something good later, it wouldn't seem abrupt. The teams continued marking air wall positions, and 2 teams started clearing a path ahead. With a few speedboats smashing through air walls, progress was much faster. The fleet, which had been expected to move at a max of 20 nautical miles per hour, was now almost back to normal speed thanks to efficient teamwork. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even on the flagship, the mood was much lighter. Old Joe sipped the red date and goji berry tea Jingshu had given him, only to realize her team had disappeared again. Meanwhile, Jingshu was exhausted. No, beyond exhausted. But for the sake of upgrading her Rubik's Cube space, she, New Hulu Straw Hat, Luffy Yili Baisha Baishi Jingshu, was giving it her all. The 2 squads above were harvesting the air walls, so she had to follow right behind them without a moment's rest, collecting the pieces of air wall they cut down and storing them in her space. The people above were ruthless too, making sure the path was cleared around the clock, 24 hours a day, without interruption. Naturally, she couldn't stop either. After all, every few hours, the mud strips would shrink a little. This would actually consume her spiritual spring, so she couldn't afford to waste any of it. Not to mention, after Jingshu spent an entire day following behind and collecting air walls, the energy in her cube space finally loosened up, and the flow inside became normal again. Now, she was even more determined not to stop. Jingshu could feel that these air walls really could fill her space with energy, and bit by bit, they were upgrading and changing it. The opportunity for her magic space to level up was right here. Even if she had to go 3 days and nights without sleep, she would follow behind them and collect every single air wall without missing one. Otherwise, who would be her free labor next time, cutting air walls for her? As the massive fleet hurried along, everyone's nerves were on edge. The problem of the air wall blocking their way was solved. But after traveling for so long, there was still no sign of any islands. Had the people who returned from the islands 2 years ago remembered wrong? At the routine evening gathering, everyone was slumped over the table, eating with their heads down, panting for breath. A few days ago, everyone's appetite had visibly increased, but in the last 2 days, everyone was eating like starving ghosts, not only eating more, but getting hungry faster. They all wished they could just stay by the food barrel and eat non-stop. If before, one person ate enough for 2, now everyone's food intake had increased at least 7 or 8 times. Someone like Codename 7 was eating a terrifying 10 times more. But the scary thing was, not only did no one get stuffed or gain weight, everyone actually got much thinner. What was going on? How could they eat more and more, yet get thinner and thinner? What the hell is this terrifying place? I've lost 5 pounds already. You think that's bad? I've lost 10. You know that fat chef next door, right? The 200-pound guy who gains 2 pounds just drinking water? Guess how much he's lost? How much? A lot of people perked up their ears, curious. It's a sin. He lost 40 pounds. I almost didn't recognize him with all that loose skin hanging off him. It's scary. Seems like the only person in the whole fleet who hasn't lost weight is Old Joe? All the bodyguards looked up at him with admiration. Old Joe really was something. Old Joe coughed awkwardly. Jingshu's squad instinctively hunched even lower over their food, focusing on eating. Actually, they hadn't lost much weight either, but in this situation, it was best to keep a low profile. Only Jingshu was full of question marks. Why was everyone else getting thinner the more they ate, but she was actually gaining weight? She touched the little bit of fat on her belly, feeling very troubled. When everyone said they were getting thinner the more they ate, she was secretly delighted. Wasn't this what she'd always dreamed of? So whether she was resting or collecting air walls underwater, she ate as much as she wanted. Before, she could at least feel full, but in this weird place, no matter how much she ate, she never felt full. So she just kept eating. Who would have thought? Let's talk about what we've discovered, Old Joe said, starting to eat a bowl of compressed biscuits soaked in water. He had no choice. This place was so strange that if you didn't eat, you'd feel unbearably hungry. Even his appetite had grown alarmingly. If you didn't eat, the consequences were serious. 2 young men who worked through the night forgot to eat and starved to death in their sleep. When they were found, they were just skin and bones, their flesh sunken in. This scared everyone into eating more, and often. Now everyone was eating 8 meals a day, even during meetings. Big Yellowteeth was the first to raise his chopsticks. Even though we're all eating like crazy, the more ordinary you are, the faster you lose weight. The stronger your abilities, the slower you lose weight. Big Yellowteeth was an ordinary person. If he hadn't been eating 13 meals a day, he'd be skin and bones by now. Even so, he'd lost 10 pounds. That's true. Codename 7 from the main squad has only lost a pound or 2. The squad leaders and B and A level elites have only lost 3 to 5 pounds. Someone else was puzzled. Didn't the South Sea Islands make people sleep all the time? I thought we'd just sleep through it, but instead we're starving to death. And we haven't even reached the island yet. Who knows what'll happen when we do? Some people were starting to have second thoughts. We'd better figure something out. We're running out of food. At this, everyone's faces darkened. The sudden increase in appetite had wiped out their food stores. Even Old Joe was eating compressed biscuits soaked in water. Next meal, everyone might have to eat cockroach meat. Even though cockroach protein was filling, it was still hard to stomach. We've got cockroaches to eat, so food isn't the problem. The real issue is water. We're running out. We might die of thirst before we even find the island. Yang Yang, with dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, presented the data he'd collected. At this rate, we've got 2 or 3 days left. Hang in there, everyone. As for water, the higher-ups have already bought 500 cubic meters from Jingshu's squad, guaranteeing everyone at least 10 liters a day. If you want more, you'll have to trade with Captain Jingshu. As soon as he said this, everyone in the conference room turned to look at the 5-person group eating with their heads down. What? Captain Jingshu actually brought that much water? Captain Jingshu, how much water do you have left? Can you spare some for our squad? Yeah, 10 liters a day isn't enough. With our increased appetites, I need at least 12 liters a day. Captain Jingshu, be honest. How much water do you have left? Yeah, share some with us. When we get to the Middle East, we'll pay you back tenfold. By the way, aren't you curious? Why is it that when everyone else is out of water, Captain Jingshu not only sold 500 tons to the higher-ups, but still seems to have plenty left? Where did she get so much water? Can she get more? Then no one would have to worry about water. For a while, everyone was talking at once, some out of curiosity, some hoping to get a deal. Jingshu coughed to quiet everyone down, then said, "To be honest, don't laugh at me." As for the water, Jingshu said, I brought it with me when we set out from the South Sea. I figured water is scarce and expensive in the Middle East, and since the ship was empty anyway, why not bring some water along? It wouldn't be any trouble. I even thought I could add some coloring and sweetener and sell it as a drink when we got there. But I never expected we'd run into trouble here and be so short on water. Jingshu smiled slightly. Did you hear that? This water was meant to be sold as a beverage, not given away for free. Everyone's expressions turned strange. What? Did I hear that right? So Jingshu brought all this water to sell in the Middle East? Seriously? With the cost of fuel for an empty ship, bringing tons of water would only increase fuel costs. Even if water is scarce in the Middle East, could she really make enough selling it to cover the extra fuel? But regardless of what Jingshu was thinking, right now, in this water shortage, this water was worth its weight in gold. After Jingshu said this, those who had been thinking about paying her back with water once they reached the Middle East blushed with embarrassment. Jingshu sighed again. And honestly, I don't have much water left. We lost some when we hit the air wall earlier, so if I give it away, it's hard to decide who gets more or less, and talking money hurts feelings. Why don't we do it like the higher-ups did? Trade 1 contribution point for 1 liter of water. Everyone else. Thanks, but I'd rather you just sell it for money. Contribution points are so hard to earn. And you can trade them for anything. Can you do that with virtual currency? Jingshu's meaning was clear. Same price as the higher-ups. If it were any cheaper, what? You think you deserve more than them? The higher-ups are trading 1 contribution point for 1 liter, and you want it for free? But selling water at 1,000 contribution points per cubic meter? Why not just rob us? Even in the apocalypse, water only costs a few dozen virtual coins per cubic meter. This is tens of thousands of times more expensive. Many people grumbled inwardly, but what came out of their mouths was, Fine, that's reasonable. Thank you, Captain Jingshu. If you ask me, 1 contribution point per liter is cheap. In this hellhole, even 100 points wouldn't be too much. At least we have water to drink now. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die of thirst. Big Yellow Teeth was the first to stand up. Girl, give me 500 liters. 500 liters? Big Yellow Teeth, leave some for the rest of us. Ah, we want 500 liters too. Me, I want 500 liters too. Jingshu smiled sweetly. Okay, Tank, go get the water barrels from the ship and put them on the main vessel so everyone can get water easily. Zhang Yicheng, you keep track of the records. How big could those barrels be? Would there be enough for everyone? I'll get in line first. Me too. First come, first served. Everyone hurried to line up, afraid there wouldn't be enough, but they were clearly overthinking it. When the giant barrel, almost as big as a small boat, was placed on the main ship's deck, everyone was stunned. They wanted to ask Jingshu, "Is this what you meant by a water barrel?" But their curiosity about Jingshu only grew. Who brings such a massive barrel of water on a supply run? Nanan clenched her hands, thinking Jingshu must be crazy to bring so much heavy water on board, but even so, she still got in line to buy water. She carefully examined the giant barrel, sneering to herself. Tonight I'll have someone steal all the water. Let's see you show off then. After everyone bought their water and ate and drank their fill, it was back to work. Jingshu also had to keep following behind to collect energy. It was incredibly satisfying. She could already feel her space brimming with energy. She just didn't know how much more she needed to collect before it would upgrade. Time flew by, and soon it was the middle of the night. Everyone rested for a few hours. Some people eyed the giant water barrel, but when they saw a bed set up right in front of the spigot, with Zhang Yicheng sleeping there as a guard, they could only give up. But there were always a few who weren't afraid of death and tried to sneak some water. One of them was Nanan's number 2 sycophant. Nanan barely slept all night, wondering if he'd succeeded, but was woken by a commotion. When she left her cabin, she found Yang Yang announcing the punishment for the water thief. All contribution points confiscated. Expelled from the elite ranks. No one objected. In fact, everyone was united in anger. A few elite bodyguards even volunteered to sleep on deck to guard the water. Nanan's legs went weak. She quietly stepped forward, and when she heard that the number 2 sycophant hadn't ratted her out, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she'd have to find another way to deal with Jingshu next time. When are we finally going to reach the island? I've been eating cockroach meat for 3 days straight. Fried cockroach and roasted cockroach are okay, but eating 10 kilos a meal 10 times a day, I'm sick of it. Me too, I can't take it anymore. Is there really no other food? I can't eat any more cockroach meat. I'm so constipated from it these past 2 days. Ugh, I'm so jealous of Jingshu's squad. They brought a dozen chickens and ducks and get to eat eggs every day. Don't even mention it. I saw Four Eyes eating a peach the other day and was stunned. I asked where it came from and it turns out they brought a peach tree with them? Can you even keep a peach tree on a ship? Damn. It's one thing to bring water and chickens and ducks, but a peach tree? Is there anything they didn't bring? What else do they have? Just then, an emergency announcement came over the loudspeaker. All squads, attention! The team's cutting the air wall. Move forward at full speed. All other squad members, emergency meeting. The island is now within scouting range. We are about to discuss the landing plan. With a bang, everyone perked up. They all rushed to the main ship. They could see the island. They were finally going to land. It was like seeing hope at last. Jingshu, too, was full of energy as she boarded the main ship. Now it was time to go full speed ahead. The 2 squads would be working like crazy to cut the way, and she couldn't miss out on collecting that energy. So she came up with a good idea. She sent out hundreds of little snakes with thin strings into the sea. As long as the snakes touched the air wall energy, she could instantly collect it into her space. This was much easier than diving in herself. The island is right ahead. We expect to land in 2 hours. Now let's make 3 plans. A bold plan, a conservative plan, and an escape plan. Unlike before, when everyone discussed together, this time there was no room for debate. Yang presented the 3 plans and started assigning tasks. Everyone was serious. This was no joke. The island was truly dangerous. The sea was eerily calm, as still as dead water, but waves on the shore kept washing piles of rotting creatures onto the beach. The fleet rushed forward for 4 hours, cutting through air walls almost every moment. The closer they got to the shore, the more it felt like they were caught in a giant net. After breaking through the final massive barrier, all the air walls suddenly vanished. From a distance, they could already see the island, but the fleet's speed didn't increase. In fact, it almost stopped moving. Call back all the air wall cutting teams. Implement the second path clearing plan. Have the assault team go into the water to open the way. Damn, who would have thought? We thought the air walls were our biggest obstacle, but now... Everyone stood on the deck, their expressions complicated. Ugh! A retching sound broke the heavy silence, followed by several more. Besides the blocked sea route ahead, the overwhelming stench of rot was suffocating. The air was thick with a green, smoky stench, and the entire sea was a green-black fermenting mess. This wasn't a sea, it was a massive field of decaying corpses. Who could have imagined that what's blocking us now is a sea covered in rotting corpse bugs, already decomposed and fermenting? How many corpse bugs would it take to fill the sea like this, making it so thick we can't even move? Here, put on your gas masks. While everyone else was nearly overwhelmed by the stench, Jingshu calmly handed out gas masks to her team and even gave a spare to Yang. Big Yellow Teeth coughed and rubbed his hands. Captain Jing, could I get one too? Of course I'll pay for it with contribution points. Jingshu had been waiting for this. Big Yellow Teeth was sharp. Oh, it's nothing. We're all on the same fleet. It's just a gas mask. But Big Yellow Teeth got annoyed. What do you mean, just a gas mask? This could save a life. You have to charge me. If you don't, I won't take it. If you don't charge, you're looking down on me. All right then, 5 contribution points each. I'll put it on your tab. Jingshu handed it over, and when she saw Big Yellow Teeth wink, she gave him a discreet thumbs up. Big Yellow Teeth was a real one. People around looked on with regret. If Big Yellow Teeth was paying, how could they ask for one for free? So, one by one, they all bought gas masks from Jingshu. At the same time, everyone was even more curious. What on earth did Captain Jing bring on this trip? She even had plenty of gas masks. Just as everyone finished putting on their masks, there was a loud boom. The sea, clogged with mud and rotting bug corpses, suddenly opened up with a huge gap. Gotta say, Codename 7's ability is really something. And Four Eyes' strength is no joke either. Honestly, B rank might be too low for that kind of destructive power. The mud and rot were cleared, opening a huge path for the fleet. Green, black, stinking slime clung to the ships as they finally reached the shore. After wasting 3 or 4 hours, people were getting impatient. Someone asked, "There's only a mile or 2 left. We could just walk it in half an hour. Why waste all this time?" Yang Yang explained. First, we don't know what dangers might be in this rotting seawater. Second, it's too risky for everyone to land without the ships. Finally, spending a few hours clearing the way now means we can retreat faster if there's danger later. Everyone nodded in agreement. The fleet finally docked. According to the plan, the elite squad stayed behind with Codename 7 and Old Joe to handle logistics. The other 2 squads paired up and set out in different directions to explore, reporting back every half hour. Drones would patrol the island, and further instructions would be given as needed. Jingshu's squad was paired with Big Yellow Teeth's squad, but Jingshu didn't go ashore immediately. She was organizing her people. Big Yellow Teeth, meanwhile, lounged comfortably in a huge coffin carried by zombie men, grinning as he came over. "Captain Jing, the ground's rough. Why not ride in my little coffin? I've got everything in here, beds, food, you name it, it's great." Big Yellow Teeth had reason to be proud. Only a few squads had vehicles for this exploration, and his was definitely the most economical, comfortable, and safe, 10 kilometers on just a single P-brake, all human-powered. "Thanks, but we're good." Jingshu shook her head. Once she saw the other squads had mostly set out, she had Xiao Wei bring down the bugs. "Come on, Boss Jing, don't be shy." Big Yellow Teeth started, but then saw something huge being unloaded from the ferry. It looked like a tank, but even bigger, with treads on all 4 sides so it could move over any terrain. But what really shocked Big Yellow Teeth was that instead of being motorized, it was pulled by more than 20 giant bugs. What was this thing? And what was with all those bugs? Jingshu hesitated, then politely offered, "Would you like to ride in mine for a bit? This is my vehicle called Little Ball." After all, Big Yellow Teeth had invited her. But to her surprise, Big Yellow Teeth immediately said, Sure. Jingshu added, "There's nothing special, but I do have a new human friend inside who's a bit unique." "Ha! What's so special about that? Are they any weirder than my zombie new humans? I've seen it all." He gave Jingshu a look as if she was making a fuss over nothing. Well, since they were assigned to the same team, there was no hiding Xiao Wei's situation. Luckily, when Big Yellow Teeth entered the palace that Wen Jun had specially modified for Xiao Wei, he didn't see the countless giant bugs following behind. Otherwise, he really might have been scared out of his wits. The mud mermaids couldn't come ashore, so Jingshu brought more bugs instead. Whether they were exposed or not didn't matter. Survival was the priority. Inside the little ball, it was lively. Big Yellow Teeth had barely entered when he saw a huge creature with a human torso and insect abdomen and legs. He almost lost his composure, but being an old hand, he pinched his fingers, closed his eyes, muttered a bit, then opened his eyes and declared that Xiao Wei was destined for greatness, would have help from powerful people, and would one day be queen of some race, blah blah blah, making Xiao Wei blush with happiness. At that moment, Pothead put down his wolf hammer, Wen Jun set aside her gun, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Old Taoist Big Yellow Teeth let out a sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. He glanced at Jingshu, who had boarded her vehicle, Little Ball, with an indescribable expression as if to say, "Is this the new human friend you mentioned? The kind that could eat people at any moment? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd have been eaten in the next second, right?" Jingshu smiled, showing 8 neat teeth. "Everyone's getting along pretty well, so I'm relieved." Xiao Wei also let out a small breath. Thankfully, her first time going out and meeting more people had gone smoothly. There really were a lot of kind people in this world. Only Wenjun squinted slightly. Silly girl. It's not that there are more kind people in the world, but that your strength is enough to crush everything. When you're that strong, everyone around you seems friendly and kind. Jing Shu led her bug team ashore in a mighty, dense procession. Of course, she kept some cards up her sleeve. Her ferries were all docked far from the main fleet. If anyone got curious about what was on her ferries, well, the consequences. "Aren't you curious what Jing Shu's ferries are carrying?" Old Joe asked with a smile, sipping his goji berry tea. Codename 7 replied coolly, "Not curious. But their firepower this time exceeds what was reported. Yang, make sure to record it accurately." Black Shadow Madman shook his head. "I'm curious, but last time, I'm just afraid I'd go in and never come out." Old Joe shook his head regretfully. "I just hope no one in the fleet gets too curious." Time was tight and the mission heavy. The island was full of strange dangers, so everyone hurried on. This island seemed to be a primitive one, and after the apocalypse with energy invasion, all the rotting creatures had been washed ashore, turning the island into a giant fermenting pit. Walking on the island wasn't really walking. It was more like struggling through a sea of muddy corpses. The Macau gambler and another squad were waiting anxiously. The gambler pulled out 2 gold teeth, tossed them in the air, and as they fell, they pointed in a certain direction. "This time we go this way." After 3 hours, when they found themselves circling the same spot, the gambler waved his hand. "Dig!" So the group used all sorts of strange abilities to dig in a muddy ruin. Not all squads were so lucky. Some, after just 2 hours, were on the verge of collapse. A distress call came through the satellite radio. "This is Squads 8 and 9. We've run into a huge swamp. Any nearby teams with rescue gear, please help us." Repeating, "Come on. You hit a swamp, just crawl out. There's 10 of you. Use planks or throw a rope and pull each other out. Isn't there a C-rank strongman in your team? You really need a rescue for this? This swamp is freaky as hell. It's like glue. Once you touch it, nothing works. Just now, C-rank Wang Ming pulled so hard he broke his own leg. Hurry and help us. We can't hold on much longer." "All right, Squad 12 will come rescue you. Hold on, we're heading to the rescue. We've got a strong attacker in our team. If all else fails, we'll force our way through." Everyone listening became even more alert. This island was seriously weird. Jingshu's little ball was huge and the last to set out. But the bug team were natural mud travelers. Even dragging a giant tank half a meter deep in the muck, they still kept up a steady 25 km/h, and were now closest to the island's interior. Xiao Wei munched on food with dozens of pincers while watching the outside. Under the strong light, the soft, rotten mud glowed a deep green, as if it could swallow anything that came near. Pothead scratched his head. "I don't think there's any treasure in a dump like this." Wenjun shook her head. "I think there is. In fact, I bet it's developed some intelligence and knows how to hunt. It's evolving." Jingshu nodded. 2 years ago, it wasn't like this, at least not when Shen Yuan came. But what was strange was, the energy from the air walls outside was so strong, yet on the island her space was completely quiet, with no reaction at all. It was as if everything had gone still. Jingshu said, "Let's keep moving. This island is pretty big. If it comes to it, we might not return to the ship for a couple of days." Big Yellow Teeth shivered. "What? Not going back to the ship? Wasn't there a rule that you had to return after a certain time?" He wanted to slap himself for being so curious about Jingshu's strength. Now he was stuck on this pirate ship and couldn't get off. He wondered if the little zombie following behind had kept up. So, Jingshu's group pressed on, encountering no danger or obstacles. "Mayday, Mayday. This is Squads 14 and 15. We came to rescue Squads 8 and 9, but now Squads 12 and 13 are trapped too. That's 6 squads all stuck in this swamp, and we're sinking deeper and deeper." Smack! Old Joe slammed the table, splashing goji water everywhere. "Are you guys doing a Calabash Brothers Save Grandpa routine?" The squads protested their innocence. They'd prepared thoroughly and used all their abilities, but nothing worked in this bizarre swamp. Old Joe pondered. This swamp must be infused with dark energy. Codename 7. Take some energy and see if you can break them out. Whatever you do, don't touch the swamp yourself. He trusted Codename 7. The other teams breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Codename 7 was coming to the rescue. One member, already up to his neck in muck, wailed, "Please hurry! If you're any slower, I'm really going to die. This swamp is so weird I feel like all my powers are gone." Half an hour later, Codename 7. This place is extremely dangerous. I'm trapped too. Until we find a real solution, everyone, stay away from this swamp. There's something seriously wrong with it. What? Even Codename 7 is trapped? We're doomed. Everyone in there is going to die. At first, no one took the swamp too seriously. Even though some teammates had already gotten stuck, just hearing the word swamp didn't sound all that dangerous. A swamp is a swamp. As long as you don't step in, you won't get trapped. Even if it's a bit weird, like glue, as long as you keep your distance, you'll be fine. What, is this swamp going to eat people or something? But now, everyone realized something was wrong. Even Codename 7, who was already on high alert, had gotten trapped. What was going on with this swamp? We can't just leave them, can we? But the problem is, whoever goes in gets stuck too. What do we do? We can't just watch them die, right? The elite bodyguard team started arguing. They couldn't just abandon their teammates, but any rescue attempt was basically suicide. Jing Shu's squad kept moving forward. Inside the vehicle, Big Yellow Teeth was troubled by the news. He frowned and spoke into the radio. "Why not use an excavator to dig everyone out, mud and all?" Team 16's captain replied. "It's useless. This swamp is full of dark energy. It's all one piece. Once you're sucked in, you can't get out. And the weirdest part is, even if my body doesn't touch the swamp, as soon as I use something to poke it, it moves like it's alive. Suddenly, the ground around us turns into swamp too." Team 4. "What should we do? There's a swamp just ahead of us. Should we just wait here?" Team 6 almost submerged. "I just heard the Taoist's voice. Your subordinates are zombie people. They don't need to breathe. Can you send them to pull us out? We're about to be swallowed." With lives on the line, the lowest risk option was to send Big Yellow Teeth's zombie squad. Everyone's eyes lit up. "Taoist, please, think of something to save us." "Yeah, zombie new humans don't need to breathe. Even if they get stuck, at least they won't die." Big Yellow Teeth hesitated only a moment before agreeing, since Old Joe had just given the order. Jing Shu was actually curious about this strange swamp. There had to be some kind of energy here, but they were too far from the big swamp, and the island's center probably held even better things. Still, she had a few ideas. And it was the perfect chance to have Big Yellow Teeth try them out. "I think even if your zombies don't need to breathe, the chances of rescue are slim. How about I give you some extra long diving breathing tubes? Have them stick the tubes into the mouths of the trapped people. At least they'll be able to breathe if they sink. I'll also give you some other tools to try." Big Yellow Teeth's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. "That's why you're the best, Captain Jing." By now he was almost numb to the fact that Jing Shu always seemed to have whatever weird item was needed. He just wanted to ask, "Is there anything you don't have?" Soon, Big Yellow Teeth's zombie squad received a bunch of odd tools and headed to the trapped teams. To avoid losing everyone, the zombies split into several groups to reach the different trapped elite bodyguards. Why are there only 1 or 2 coming? And they didn't bring any heavy equipment. We're doomed. The zombies are just here to die too. Sigh. It's hopeless. We're done for. As desperate chatter filled the radios, everyone grew more anxious. They'd hoped the zombies might save them, but now it looked like they were just going to get stuck too. Sure enough. "We're screwed. The zombies are stuck too, can't move at all." Told you, sending zombies was pointless. But then, the next second... Whoa, this zombie just gave me a super long breathing tube. Amazing. I thought I was dead for sure, but now I can at least hang on for a few more hours. This tube is so long. Even if I sink into the swamp, I can still breathe. Where did the Taoist get such professional gear? Wait, the zombie near me just created a vacuum around itself. It's actually isolating the swamp. What? The zombie can move freely in the swamp? Did we find a way out? Not exactly. The zombie is still stuck, but there's a vacuum around it so it can move freely and the swamp mud isn't swallowing it. This feels familiar. As the radio chatter continued, everyone realized the Taoists' zombies had brought air walls with them. They still couldn't avoid being sucked in, but the air walls let them create a vacuum and move freely inside the swamp. Awesome! Who came up with this idea? Yeah, we still can't get out, but at least we can survive for now. Hurry, anyone with air walls, bring more to save people, and send some food, I'm starving. For a moment, everyone's spirits lifted. It looked like there was hope. But the Taoist said, Sorry everyone, all these ideas and the air walls came from Captain Jing Shu, but we're still deep in the island. Then hurry up and come rescue us. Yeah, save us first, then we can explore the island together. Just then, Jing Shu's voice came over the satellite radio. Sorry everyone, but please stay where you are and wait for rescue. We probably can't get back to you right now. We've already reached the heart of the island, and we might have found the island's secret. As soon as she finished, old Joe's voice came through. You've reached the island's center, but our drones all got swallowed by the swamp before they could get through. Other surviving teams chimed in. Yeah, no matter which way we go, there's a huge swamp blocking the way. We've tried to go around, but we can't. We've run into all kinds of dangers on the way. How did you get through all that swamp? Our teams use drones and mapping, and we're pretty sure the island's center is surrounded by swamp. There's no way in. We were almost swallowed by the swamp ourselves. At this point, the Taoist said something that hit everyone hard. Huh? But we made it over 100 li without any trouble at all. We didn't see any of the swamps you're talking about. There was a long, eerie silence on the satellite phone. 10 seconds with no sound at all. Big Yellowteeth thought the satellite signal had dropped. He tapped the phone and called out for a while, not realizing that everyone else just didn't know what to say. What did this mean? The other squads had risked their lives trying to find a way forward on the island, running into danger after danger, while your squad just strolled straight to the destination without a hitch? Unfair. Jealousy. Even old Joe hadn't expected things to get both so complicated and so simple. After a long pause, he finally asked, You really made it to the center of the island, and nothing happened? Big Yellowteeth replied, Yeah, it was smooth sailing the whole way, nothing happened. Oh, wait, Captain Jing Shu did say we've run into some trouble now, so we probably can't come help with rescue. The other squad's eyes lit up at this. See, you're finally in trouble too, aren't you? Jing Shu's sigh came over the line. Yes, we've run into a big problem. We've also come across a huge swamp. Oh, so Captain Jing Shu's team is in the same boat as us. Remember, whatever you do, don't go into the swamp or you'll never get out. Yeah, stay away from the swamp. It's really dangerous. If you get stuck too, we're all doomed. If you've hit the swamp too, then come rescue us first. Since we're all stuck, let's get out together before moving on. But Big Yellowteeth added another stinger. But we're already inside the swamp, and here it's just a normal swamp, no danger at all. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is, you'll never guess how weird it is. What? Your swamp isn't dangerous? Just a normal swamp? I don't believe it. Compared to that, the other teams were even more sour. Even the members buried in the swamp with only breathing tubes sticking out couldn't help but gurgle in protest. If they weren't buried, they'd have jumped up and smacked Big Yellowteeth for bragging. Old Joe quickly asked, What's your swamp like? What's so weird about it? Is it dangerous? Jing Shu replied, This huge swamp is covered in all kinds of strange plants. The flowers and fruits they bear are actually human hands, human legs, all sorts of human organs. The resemblance is about 90%. They look just like wax figures. Big Yellowteeth's terrified voice came through. This is seriously messed up. There are even plants with eyes growing on them, staring at us without blinking. It's creepy as hell. It feels like if these plants keep growing, they might actually grow into a person. Hiss. Hearing this, the satellite phone fell silent again. No one had ever seen anything like this. Jing Shu continued. These plants seem to be sleeping, so we haven't made any sudden moves. but I think they're probably dark energy entities." The jealousy was off the charts. Hearing this, the other members were both envious and resentful. They were stuck in the swamp, while Captain Jingshu's team had reached the island's center and might have found dark energy. "So what are you waiting for, Captain Jingshu? Hurry up and harvest some. If these really are energy bodies, our mission is complete. Maybe we can even break out of this mirror sea trap." Jingshu hesitated. "Right now, these plants are dormant. If we harvest them and wake them up, I'm afraid we'll trigger something dangerous." What she didn't say was that ever since landing on the island, she'd felt like something was watching her. Even though everything had gone smoothly, she hadn't relaxed at all and had sent out lots of bugs to scout ahead. But no matter where they went, nothing happened. What did that mean? It meant there was something seriously wrong with this island. Everyone else ran into swamps, but her team didn't encounter anything. Sure, she had a ridiculous number of bugs, maybe 100,000 or so. But could that really scare off whatever was here? It also made Jingshu realize that this swamp was probably a mobile, living swamp, maybe even a single, unified entity that could move as it pleased. So, just how big was it? Big enough to cover the whole island at least. And it must be fast, or else Jingshu would have noticed it. This also suggested that maybe the swamp was actively avoiding her team. Facing such a giant unknown, Jingshu had to be cautious. So, even after reaching this bizarre swamp, she didn't act rashly. What's there to hesitate about? It's just a bunch of plants. Yeah, how bad could it be? Hurry up and do it, then come save us. But old Joe said, "Jingshu, you're right to be cautious. What's your plan?" Jingshu thought for a while. "In my experience, wherever dark energy gathers, there are always extremely dangerous creatures or plants. I want to identify the danger before making a move." Old Joe, "Good. You're the only team left now. Safety first." Jingshu turned off her phone and told Big Yellow Teeth, "You stay in the little ball and keep an eye on the phone." Big Yellow Teeth nodded like a pecking chicken. He could see how dangerous it was out there, and he definitely wasn't going to risk it. She turned to Xiao Wei. "You stay too. Wenjun, look after Xiao Wei. Pothead, you're with me." Pothead grinned. "All right. I love going on adventures with Sister Jing." Wenjun nodded. With him in charge, things would be more stable. Xiao Wei was a little disappointed, but this place was just too weird. Her life came first. Jingshu took Pothead to the swamp. A gentle breeze rustled. Everything was quiet and beautiful. If you ignored the thousands of grotesque hands, feet, and staring eyes, it would almost be peaceful. Creak, creak. Walking on the muddy, corpse-strewn ground felt like wading through a bog. Jingshu, fully armed, squinted and released her black, dark mutated bugs. Countless bugs, each the size of a fingernail, scattered in all directions. Safe, safe. Everything's safe wherever they go. These plants don't seem to have any attack power? Let's check underground then. I want to see what kind of nutrient fluid is feeding these plants. Jingshu had Xiao Wei and the Taoist move even farther away, then controlled her bugs to explore the underground swamp. But even underground, everything was still safe. This bizarre place didn't seem to have any obvious dangers at all. Crack! Pothead snapped off a particularly creepy-looking plant. Despite its ghastly, waxy appearance, it made a crisp, crunchy sound. Jingshu held her hand in midair, speechless for a moment. Pothead really was bold. The sound was especially jarring in this eerie silence. A breeze passed, but nothing else happened. Pothead excitedly waved the plant. "Sister Jing, it seems safe. Nothing happened." He even drooled a little as he hugged the strange, waxy limb. "This looks delicious." If it were anyone else, Jingshu might have thought there was a dirty joke in there, but this was Pothead. If he said it looked tasty, he really meant it. Crunch! Pothead took a bite. Juice burst from the leg. Tooey. The next second, Pothead spat it all out, his face twisted in agony. He spat a few more times. "Ugh, I should have known. Anything growing in a pool of fermented crap can't taste good. This is deadly nasty, so sour and bitter, like a corpse that's been fermenting for 100 days. Jingshu didn't move. She kept probing the area, making sure that even after disturbing the plants, nothing else happened. Only then did she slowly approach to examine the plant in Pothead's hand. Pothead looked miserable. "Sister Jing, we really lost out. If we'd found something edible, that would have been worth a fortune. Food is scarce everywhere. But these plants clearly aren't for eating." Jingshu scraped off a piece of the plant. Milky yellow juice oozed out, extremely sour. She dabbed a bit on her tongue, and immediately the sour and bitter taste hit her. But she tasted something familiar. "This is..." Jingshu's eyes lit up, her heart pounding. "Pothead, if I'm not mistaken, we found something really valuable." Jingshu's voice was tinged with excitement. Pothead scratched his head. "This bitter, nasty stuff, what could be good about it?" "You know how Wucheng's specialty is hops, and their beer is famous nationwide? That deadly Dawusu is a favorite for so many people. Before hops are brewed, they taste almost exactly like this." Pothead stared in disbelief at the leg in his hands. "This thing? For brewing? For beer?" Jingshu nodded, then walked a few steps forward, grabbed one of the staring eyeball fruits and crushed it. Juice oozed out. She tasted it, and her eyes lit up again. "There are over 100 flavors of hops and wort, and these plants with their different shapes have different flavors too. Pothead, we've struck gold again." Pothead still didn't get it. "But it's not food, just something for brewing beer. How's that valuable? Beer isn't as precious as grain." "You dummy. Grain is produced everywhere, but ever since the nationwide ban on alcohol a few years ago, do you know how hot beer is on the black market? If we can brew alcohol without wasting grain, do you know how crazy the price will get? You'll be able to trade for anything you want." Most importantly, what Jingshu didn't say was that this time, she was here with the authorities, and because she'd contributed dark energy and helped cut the air walls, she'd already agreed with old Joe that she'd get a huge share of the island's energy resources. In other words, Jingshu was about to go into business with the state. Just thinking about it made her excited. Before, the cigarette factory was just a local government partnership, but now, she'd be working with the whole country. That was a huge leap. Jingshu crushed the eyeball fruit into pulp, rubbing it between her fingers. Not only could these plants be used for brewing, but maybe the pulp could be pressed for oil or turned into other foods. If so, the development value would be enormous. Every part of these plants would be a treasure. Wait. Jingshu's face darkened. She'd forgotten a crucial point. Last time she found dark energy, at least it was in the country, dangerous, but close enough for easy transport of raw materials. But this time, she was in the Mirror South Sea. If there wasn't much raw material, she'd make a little money. But if there was a lot, how would they get it all home? And another thing, these plants being harmless was suspicious. Or maybe their danger just hadn't shown itself yet. That could be a huge problem. Pothead watched Jingshu's face shift from excitement to worry to deep thought. "Sister Jing, what do we do now? This leg is heavy. Should I put it down?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "Have the bugs pick all the fruit from these plants. Then I'll figure out a way to go deeper to see what's under the roots." She still hadn't found the source of the dark energy. If she was right, it had to be underground. Otherwise, how could such bizarre plants grow here? The bug army began methodically harvesting the fruit. Since there was no immediate danger, Xiao Wei and the Taoist came over too. The Taoist's eyes lit up after examining the plants. Wow. Who would have thought nature could create something so close to a finished product? Xiao Wei was puzzled. Isn't this just a raw material for beer? The Taoist shook his head. There's a huge difference, little girl. Industrial beer is made from corn, rice, and starch. Very bland. Real beer is brewed from malt, hops, yeast, and water, fermented for weeks for a rich flavor. This kind of craft brew can be used as a base for all sorts of specialty beers by adding fruit juice, spices, and so on. But these plants, don't be fooled by their creepy looks. Their juice is almost a concentrated craft beer wort. It skips weeks of fermentation. With a little processing, you'd get excellent beer right away. Jingshu perked up. So if that's true, we wouldn't even need malt? These plants really are treasures. Exactly. Isn't that the point? This plant is so valuable because it saves so much of the brewing process and a ton of grain. You could say it's practically a semi-finished product already. Just imagine how valuable that is. The Taoist marveled at nature's wonders, how it could brew something like this right inside a plant. No wonder this whole place was a sea of rotting corpse bugs. It turned out the sea could ferment these things. Jingshu kept carefully picking the human-like plant fruits. Especially those eyeballs, staring wide open and eerily lifelike. It was seriously creepy. Strangely, even after Jingshu had nearly finished picking all the fruit in this area, the whole swamp remained completely still. It made you wonder, was this really a safe zone? Jingshu reported the situation to the higher-ups. When they heard that the bizarre plants in the island's heart were actually concentrated beerwort, everyone was green with envy. Damn, we're all stuck in the swamp, can't even move, and their squad just lucks out and finds a treasure like that. Yeah, comparing people just makes you mad. But that's ready-to-ferment beerwort. That stuff is worth a fortune back home. Ever since the ban on using grain for alcohol, pre-apocalypse liquor has been selling for sky-high prices. If these plants can really be used to brew beer easily and in bulk, how is that any different from a money-printing machine? Even old Joe's voice was a little excited. The strategic value of these beerwort plants was enormous. Even if the price wasn't high domestically, they could sell it abroad for a fortune and trade for all sorts of useful supplies. So, this hop-like plant was of huge strategic importance. Old Joe's voice came through the satellite phone. Excellent! Jingshu's squad, do your best to collect as much of these plants as you can while staying safe. Also, look for seeds. See if we can bring some back to cultivate. If I'm right, these are probably dark-type plants. Codename 7. If you don't have enough people, we can send more from the main ship. Jingshu. No need, Captain 7, we have enough hands. We've already picked dozens of tons of plants. This whole area is almost cleared out. Everyone else. Is that even humanly possible? How can you pick so much in such a short time? Aren't there only 5 people in your squad? Only old Joe and Codename 7 knew Jingshu had brought a massive bug army. Just then, Yang Yang's voice came through the satellite phone. Jingshu's squad, be careful of mutations. Just 2 minutes ago, the passage we cleared suddenly became much wider. The rotting corpses between the sea lanes are rapidly disappearing. This is supposed to be a dead sea. This kind of change shouldn't be happening. Commander Yang Yang, is there any connection between the changes there and the island's heart? Will the other elite squads be in even more danger? Yeah, we're still lying here waiting for rescue. Just as everyone was talking, a sudden mutation. The ground beneath Jingshu's group started to move, bubbling and gurgling. The entire muddy sea began to bubble violently, like boiling water. Jingshu immediately ordered the tank crew to get into the little ball vehicle. This is bad! Something's happening, we need to evacuate! Hao Yunlai, be careful! Lives are more important than cargo. If we lose the goods, so be it. Let's go! Everyone scrambled to retreat. Xiao Wei's bugs got the order and took off at full speed, racing away from the area. Panting, everyone piled into the little ball. The bug army pulled the tank across the swamp at breakneck speed. The Taoist was tossed around several times, and even the huge Xiao Wei was shaken so much she rolled on the floor. The Taoist, who'd just been bragging, clung to the handrail and shouted, "What's going on? What happened outside?" Jingshu gripped the rail, eyes fixed on the bubbling, swelling ground outside. It's dangerous. Something is devouring everything. We need to get out now. Something? What thing? I don't see anything. The Taoist stared wide-eyed. Everything looked safe to him. He'd barely finished speaking when the very center of the plant zone, where the bug army had been, suddenly collapsed. It was like the ground split open, a massive sinkhole formed. Before, there had been a swampy sea holding everything up, but now, the center caved in and endless swampy sludge poured down. Soon the Taoist realized the road that had been flat was now a steep uphill climb as they desperately tried to escape. Behind them was a gigantic sinkhole. The entire heart of the island was collapsing. If they'd been even a little slower, they would have been swallowed by the pit. The Taoist's hands shook with regret. I never should have followed Jingshu. Look at the mess she's made. She's going to bring down the sky. We're doomed. We'll never get out. The satellite phone was full of voices. Other trapped elite squads were also seeing bubbling and upheaval. Jingshu gave everyone a warning. The island's heart is collapsing into a giant sinkhole, swallowing everything. We're running for our lives. What? The heart is collapsing? Oh my God, what do we do? We're still trapped and can't move. Woo-woo, we're dead for sure this time. Old Joe, my will is under my pillow. Please give it to my third uncle's wife. Tell her I accidentally slept with his daughter and all my inheritance goes to her. The Taoist. Why not just tell the daughter directly? Why tell your third uncle's wife? Woo, I'm afraid her husband will beat me up. The Taoist. What the heck? Old Joe. Everyone, prepare for level 1 alert. Begin the escape plan. All trapped personnel, report your positions. Looks like this old man will have to go in myself. Old Joe was going to risk his life to save people. Jingshu immediately said, Old Joe, Yang, you two get ready to escape. Let me try to figure out a way to save everyone. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to cut through this swamp. You can? Even Captain Seven couldn't do it. How can you? Stop bragging. At a time like this, our lives are what matter most. Please, just let old Joe handle it. It's not that I don't trust Captain Jingshu. Well, actually, I really don't. At that moment, the swamp, which had previously shown no sign of dark energy, suddenly erupted with a flood of darkness that Jingshu could feel pouring out everywhere. The once murky sea of corpse bugs was now filled with dazzling yellow-orange specks of light. So the island's true dark energy had been hidden in the collapsing giant pit all along. The pit was extremely dangerous. As the sinkhole in the island's heart grew larger and deeper, the surrounding swamp and corpse bugs frantically flowed toward the center, as if trying to fill the void. Jingshu had Xiaowei's bugs scramble uphill as fast as possible. Even though the center was where the dark energy was, she could sense it was extremely dangerous. The moment my bugs got close to the pit, they lost all signs of life and shriveled up instantly. Looks like I'll have to send in the mud mermaids. Fortunately, she had plenty of white energy in her space and could instantly spawn more mud mermaids, equipping them with her special steel cables as conduits. This way, Jingshu could absorb dark energy from a great distance. When the mud mermaids reached the pit, they let out pained cries as their flesh visibly rotted and shriveled. But since they were made of dark energy and had tough hides, they could hold out for a while. Using the mud mermaids as remote conduits, Jingshu began frantically absorbing the new dark energy. Its effect seemed to be rapid aging and desiccation of any living thing that approached, turning it into fertilizer. 10 minutes was the mud mermaid's limit. The first batch all turned to dry husks and vanished into the pit. The second batch immediately took their place. Jingshu's haul was enormous. She collected several cubic meters of energy. Old Joe, I found the dark energy. It's under the central pit, beneath the corpse bug fertilizer, a whole layer of orange energy. I've already collected quite a bit using special methods, but the closer you get to the center, the more terrifying the radiation. All my bugs died instantly when they got close, Jingshu reported with some regret. There was probably a crystal at the very center, and she'd already gathered all the dark energy crystals she'd ever seen. She really didn't want to miss this one. Unfortunately, the mud mermaids couldn't get close before shriveling up, and drones couldn't reach the bottom of the pit. They'd be swallowed by the swamp before getting anywhere. Maybe only the spiritual spring could resist the desiccating force. Should she use more of it to create more mud mermaids and try for the crystal? It would be costly. Jing girl, wait for me. If there's a crystal, we have to get it. Tell me your location. Soon, old Joe, who was already on his way, arrived at Jingshu's position, airlifted down from a fighter jet, and finally met up with her group. Old Joe brought a special box made of unique materials. This is to prevent energy leakage. The helicopter can't get any closer. You'll have to use your bugs to get as close to the center as possible. I have a way to get the crystal. Since old Joe said so, Jingshu nodded. Old Joe, I'll go with you. The others should keep running. All right, Jingshu and Old Joe each rode a mud mermaid toward the center of the pit. Old Joe joked, "Jing girl, you really do have all sorts of good stuff, even these new dark creatures, the mud mermaids. They first appeared in the mudslide sea near Wucheng a few years ago. Never thought I'd see them again today." Jingshu just grinned and didn't say much. Some things were best left unsaid. She had plenty of hidden cards. She wasn't worried about revealing one or two. Old Joe didn't know that she'd collected countless mud mermaids from that mudslide, and they could survive just by eating dirt. If he knew, he'd probably be even more jealous. As they neared the center, Jingshu felt her skin drying out. This was the radiation zone, so she stopped immediately. Old Joe focused, closing his eyes. After half a minute, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. At the same time, a fist-sized orange crystal appeared in his hand. He quickly put it in the special box. But it didn't seem to be fully shielded. Old Joe's hands rapidly shriveled, and even Jingshu felt her blood being drained, her breathing labored, the air vanishing around her. In a flash, Jingshu grabbed Old Joe's box, stuffed it into her big suitcase, and then into a mud mermaid's mouth, instantly transferring it into her space. Both of them gasped for air. Jingshu quickly drank a drop of spiritual spring water, feeling warmth flow through her body as she recovered. Her stomach wasn't hungry, which meant the spring's effect was working. She gave Old Joe a drink of water with 2 drops of spiritual spring. Instantly, his shriveled hands regained vitality, and the feeling of death and decay vanished. Aside from being a bit pale, he was back to normal. Old Joe opened his mouth and said, "Jing girl, that medicine of yours is amazing. Keep it hidden. Don't ever take it out again. Today, I owe you my hands." "Old Joe, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten the crystal." Jingshu hadn't finished speaking when, perhaps because the most important crystal was gone, the entire pit began to churn, and massive waves of swamp surged up. "Run! The pit's gone berserk." Old Joe only managed to say, "Keep that crystal safe. Let's go." The two of them were tossed around like ants in a storm, but finally Jingshu managed to catch up with the main group. "Captain, Hao Yunlai took a few bug teams to collect energy. Should we wait for him?" Tank asked anxiously. Jingshu shook her head. "Don't worry about him. He's got his whole family to protect him. He won't die so easily. Let's save the others first." Originally, Jingshu planned to use the spiritual spring to help, but now, with the orange energy, even a small knife made from it could slice through the swamp like butter, instantly breaking the glue-like muck apart. Jingshu sent people with the new energy to rescue the trapped, and the main group finally fled back toward their original fleet. By now, this was the highest ground left. Everywhere else had collapsed into the sinkhole, which was still devouring everything. At the center of the pit, endless black corpses churned like a giant blender, wildly spinning in the abyss. The fleet was stuck right at the rim of the sinkhole, staring down hundreds of meters into the pit below, their hearts pounding with fear. "Report. We're at the very edge now, but we can't get out. There's a massive air wall blocking us." "The sinkhole is still sinking and swallowing everything. Even the island has been completely devoured. If we don't find a way out soon, the whole fleet will be swallowed and wiped out." The situation was dire, as the radio reports made clear. The elite bodyguards who'd just been rescued had gone from the wolf's den straight into the tiger's mouth. "Where's Captain Jing? Can't you cut through the air wall? Hurry and open a path so the fleet can escape." "Yeah, if you can cut a way out, we might still make it. This damned place is surrounded by air walls. It's like being locked in with no way out." Jingshu thought for a moment and said, "I can only cut through air walls if the cross-section isn't too big. If it's huge, like now, where it's a single, seamless barrier, cutting it won't help." "So what do we do?" "Looks like we're going to be swallowed by the pit. Those of us with special abilities might survive, but the regular crew is in real danger. If the ferries fall 100 meters into the pit, they'll be smashed to pieces. And if we get any closer to the energy center, we're all done for. We'll all die." Old Joe frowned, about to say, "Looks like we'll have to let the old—" But Jingshu coughed to interrupt. Old Joe's ability was like a nuclear bomb, too dangerous to use lightly, with huge side effects. It was the ultimate trump card, so it was better to let Jing Shu use up some energy instead. Jing Shu explained, "Actually, even though the air wall is too big to cut, I can anchor the ship's mooring lines into the air wall. That way, even if the edge collapses, we'll have something to hold on to and not fall in." "Will that work? If the edge collapses, will the anchors really hold the weight of the whole ferry?" Jing Shu replied, "It should be fine. Use extra anchors for backup, and at least we won't get swept away." Old Yellowteeth gave a thumbs up. "That's why you're the best, Jing girl. Who else would think to anchor into the air wall?" Old Joe nodded. "We've got the new energy crystal, and the energy fluctuations might drive the island even crazier. Let's wait and see what happens." Jing Shu nodded. "I'll go make a slot in the air wall for the anchor. Get ready to lock it in." She had her own reasons for this. If they escaped now, who knew when they'd get another chance to enter the Mirror Sea? While they were still here, she could send more mud mermaids to collect orange energy. Old Joe probably had the same idea. In the apocalypse, who would ever complain about having too much new energy? Jing Shu started drilling holes in the air wall for the anchors. Soon, the whole fleet had every available anchor and line fixed into the air wall. By dawn, the edge of the air wall and the pit had formed a perfect 90-degree angle. All the ferries were now tilted, held up only by the anchors and the slanted corpses of red threadworms. The anchors kept the ships from sliding into the pit. Everyone had to eat, drink, and even use the bathroom at a slant. Just be careful to aim for the hole, or else... Cough. Everyone rested anxiously for a few hours, the ferries creaking and swaying. People worried whether a few anchors could really hold so much weight. But Jing Shu and Old Joe didn't rest. Both were frantically trying to extract as much hidden new energy from beneath the pit as possible, sending wave after wave of bugs to harvest it. Other elites used their own unique skills to collect orange energy, but theirs had to be turned in for contribution points, while Jing Shu had to deal with Old Joe and didn't have to turn hers in. Aside from a few unlucky souls who lost a hand or a foot from getting too close to the pit, the fleet's haul was huge. Especially Jing Shu. She hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, but now she was grinning from ear to ear. She'd been frantically collecting energy and air walls, and had dug enough holes in the air wall for the fleet to escape once the pit calmed down and the sea returned. Special credit went to Hao Yunlai, who'd gone down into the pit and brought back a fingernail-sized crystal. When he returned, the black energy on his hand and the orange crystal's energy were fighting each other, almost eating his hand down to the bone. After collecting the crystal, Jing Shu gave Hao Yunlai 3 drops of spiritual spring water, which restored his hand. But as soon as the crystal entered her space, it began to devour orange energy like crazy, growing larger and larger. When it reached the size of a fist, it merged with the crystal Old Joe had collected. Jing Shu's jaw dropped. She barely had time to exclaim before she froze, as if fate itself had seized her by the throat. And that was exactly what was happening. Her Rubik's Cube space was undergoing a wild transformation. The once blurry boundaries became clear, the cube spun madly, and new rows of cubic space appeared. The transparent boundaries of the space grew clearer and clearer, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred more cubic meters were added. Even the spiritual fields in her farmland expanded by a whole row. This meant her space had just gained several hundred more cubic meters. After half an hour, Jing Shu felt her mind clearer than ever, as if blessed by a god, her whole body filled with lazy strength. Her Rubik's Cube space had finally upgraded again. After absorbing the energy from the air walls and the orange crystal, her space had reached an unprecedented level. And now, Jing Shu finally understood. Her Rubik's Cube space had fully absorbed the power of 7-dimensional space, and from now on, it would be completely fused with this orange 7-dimensional energy. Jing Shu sent people with the new energy to rescue the trapped, and the main group finally fled back toward their original fleet. By now, this was the highest ground left. Everywhere else had collapsed into the sinkhole, which was still devouring everything. At the center of the pit, endless black corpses churned like a giant blender, wildly spinning in the abyss. The fleet was stuck right at the rim of the sinkhole, staring down hundreds of meters into the pit below, their hearts pounding with fear. Report. We're at the very edge now, but we can't get out. There's a massive air wall blocking us. The sinkhole is still sinking and swallowing everything. Even the island has been completely devoured. If we don't find a way out soon, the whole fleet will be swallowed and wiped out. The situation was dire, as the radio reports made clear. The elite bodyguards who'd just been rescued had gone from the wolf's den straight into the tiger's mouth. "Where's Captain Jing? Can't you cut through the air wall? Hurry and open a path so the fleet can escape." "Yeah, if you can cut a way out, we might still make it. This damn place is surrounded by air walls. It's like being locked in with no way out." Jing Shu thought for a moment and said, "I can only cut through air walls if the cross-section isn't too big. If it's huge, like now where it's a single, seamless barrier, cutting it won't help." "So what do we do?" "Looks like we're going to be swallowed by the pit. Those of us with special abilities might survive, but the regular crew is in real danger. If the fairies fall 100 meters into the pit, they'll be smashed to pieces. And if we get any closer to the energy center, we're all done for. We'll all die." Old Joe frowned, about to say, "Looks like we'll have to let the old—" But Jingshu coughed to interrupt. Old Joe's ability was like a nuclear bomb, too dangerous to use lightly with huge side effects. It was the ultimate trump card, so it was better to let Jingshu use up some energy instead. Jingshu explained, "Actually, even though the air wall is too big to cut, I can anchor the ship's mooring lines into the air wall. That way, even if the edge collapses, we'll have something to hold on to and not fall in." "Will that work? If the edge collapses, will the anchors really hold the weight of the whole ferry?" Jingshu replied. "It should be fine. Use extra anchors for backup, and at least we won't get swept away." Old Yellowteeth gave a thumbs up. "That's why you're the best, Jing girl. Who else would think to anchor into the air wall?" Old Joe nodded. "We've got the new energy crystal, and the energy fluctuations might drive the island even crazier. Let's wait and see what happens." Jingshu nodded. "I'll go make a slot in the air wall for the anchor. Get ready to lock it in." She had her own reasons for this. If they escaped now, who knew when they'd get another chance to enter the Mirror Sea? While they were still here, she could send more mud mermaids to collect orange energy. Old Joe probably had the same idea. In the apocalypse, who would ever complain about having too much new energy? Jingshu started drilling holes in the air wall for the anchors. Soon the whole fleet had every available anchor and line fixed into the air wall. By dawn, the edge of the air wall and the pit had formed a perfect 90-degree angle. All the ferries were now tilted, held up only by the anchors and the slanted corpses of red threadworms. The anchors kept the ships from sliding into the pit. Everyone had to eat, drink, and even use the bathroom at a slant. Just be careful to aim for the hole or else— cough. Everyone rested anxiously for a few hours, the ferries creaking and swaying. People worried whether a few anchors could really hold so much weight. But Jingshu and Old Joe didn't rest. Both were frantically trying to extract as much hidden new energy from beneath the pit as possible, sending wave after wave of bugs to harvest it. Other elites used their own unique skills to collect orange energy, but theirs had to be turned in for contribution points, while Jing Shu had a deal with Old Joe and didn't have to turn hers in. Aside from a few unlucky souls who lost a hand or a foot from getting too close to the pit, the fleet's haul was huge. Especially Jing Shu. She hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, but now she was grinning from ear to ear. She'd been frantically collecting energy and air walls, and had dug enough holes in the air wall for the fleet to escape once the pit calmed down and the sea returned. Special credit went to Hao Yunlai, who'd gone down into the pit and brought back a fingernail-sized crystal. When he returned, the black energy on his hand and the orange crystal's energy were fighting each other, almost eating his hand down to the bone. After collecting the crystal, Jingshu gave Hao Yunlai 3 drops of spiritual spring water, which restored his hand. But as soon as the crystal entered her space, it began to devour orange energy like crazy, growing larger and larger. When it reached the size of a fist, it merged with the crystal Old Joe had collected. Jingshu's jaw dropped. She barely had time to exclaim before she froze, as if fate itself had seized her by the throat. And that was exactly what was happening. Her Rubik's Cube space was undergoing a wild transformation. The once blurry boundaries became clear, the cube spun madly, and new rows of cubic space appeared. The transparent boundaries of the space grew clearer and clearer, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred more cubic meters were added. Even the spiritual fields in her farmland expanded by a whole row. This meant her space had just gained several hundred more cubic meters. After half an hour, Jingshu felt her mind clearer than ever, as if blessed by a god, her whole body filled with lazy strength. Her Rubik's Cube space had finally upgraded again. After absorbing the energy from the air walls and the orange crystal, her space had reached an unprecedented level. And now, Jingshu finally understood. Her Rubik's Cube space had fully absorbed the power of seven-dimensional space, and from now on it would be completely fused with this orange seven-dimensional energy. This was a brand new power, a brand new Rubik's Cube. Every ability had been enhanced like never before. Don't be fooled by the space only leveling up once. Its capacity had increased geometrically. Not only had the space grown, but the central spiritual fields had increased by 6 more plots. This meant she now had 6 more fields of spiritual spring to use for free. As long as she planted some crops every day, her supplies would keep growing, giving her the most reliable sense of security in this apocalypse. So, what should she plant? Jingshu thought for a while and decided to plant the hybrid rice seeds that had been genetically modified by the post-apocalyptic government of China, seeds she'd gotten in a previous trade. It would be a waste not to use them. The downside of these seeds was that they couldn't be saved for replanting. They were one-time use, tasted bad, and consumed a lot of fertilizer and water. But the upside was obvious. The yield was huge, almost matching pre-apocalypse levels with sunlight. This hybrid rice had become the staple food for China's middle class. Once harvested, it would be easy to sell or trade, either through Zhao Wei's channels to the Middle East or domestically. In any case, it was hard currency. After planting the hybrid rice in the new spiritual fields, Jingshu estimated it would mature in 10 days to 2 weeks. She then turned her attention to the center of the Rubik's Cube space, where the spiritual spring was. Over the years, the spring had produced steadily, but she'd also been using it, so the amount stayed about the same. Now, surrounding the spring, there was a new addition. A fist-sized orange crystal, completely fixed in the Rubik's Cube space. A subtle balance had formed between the different energies, each restraining and supporting the others. Whenever Jingshu needed a particular energy, she could split off a portion. Very flexible. Oh no, I can't take the crystal out. Looking at the beautiful energy crystal, Jingshu felt a headache coming on. This thing cost old Joe his life to get. How am I supposed to explain this when we get back home? She could split off a small piece, but what was she supposed to do? Give them a pigeon egg-sized crystal? What else can I do? Just keep collecting energy and make the pigeon egg bigger. Jingshu sighed, not daring to sleep, and started frantically gathering more orange energy. With so much new space in the Rubik's Cube, she felt much more confident about her upcoming trip to the Middle East. She could bring back even more loot. Besides these changes, the Rubik's Cube space had gained a crucial new ability. Thinking about it, Jingshu's expression turned odd. The main property of seven-dimensional space was time. The closer you got to the time vortex, the more terrifying the passage of time became. It could wither a person to bones in an instant. But on the flip side, it could also absorb the passage of time, changing the very nature of things. Jingshu had a theory. If she used the orange energy from the seven-dimensional space to absorb the time of someone's injury or illness, not healing, but literally absorbing that period of time, would that person revert to their pre-injury state? Of course, this was just a theory and hadn't been tested. If it worked, the apocalypse might be over for good. This orange energy could be used both to accelerate time and to absorb it. Jingshu would need a lot of time to test her ideas, since this power was so overwhelming. But even if that was a distant goal, the orange energy had already given her a surprise: its byproducts. At first, Jingshu kept hearing strange voices, male and female, sometimes arguing, sometimes discussing, ethereal and unreal, but definitely there. If she had to describe it, it was like someone was playing a recording by her ear. Following the voices, Jingshu discovered they were coming from the humanoid plants she and Pothead had collected. Because they'd been in a hurry, they'd only picked all the fruit, planning to start a brewery back home. But now, the pollen from those fruits had taken root and sprouted on her big ship, which had been soaked for days in the sea full of corpse bugs, growing a thick layer of moss-like stuff. "Ah!" Pothead screamed. "Oh, it's just you, Boss Jing! You scared me showing up on our ship in the middle of the night." Jingshu shone her flashlight on the deck, and Pothead saw the whole ship was covered in weird growths. "Jingjie, what is this stuff?" "Ah, aren't those the eyeballs and legs? How did they sprout? And why are they hairy?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "I was wondering how we'd start a brewery, but now I think I found a direction. If I'm right, we can open a brewery when we get back." "Pothead, go wake the others and move everything to the ship we seized. We'll use this one to grow these plants." Pothead didn't understand much, but he knew this meant big money, so he ran to wake Wenjun. "Wenjun, get up. We're about to make a fortune." Others might not be able to use orange energy to cultivate these strange plants, but Jingshu just might. She commandeered this ship for experiments, hoping to use orange energy to grow new mutant plants, maybe just in time for the Middle East. After the upgrade, Jingshu also noticed another change. Maybe from fusing with 7-dimensional power, her speed had increased. The most obvious effect was that everything around her seemed to slow down. But Jingshu knew it wasn't the world slowing down, but her perception speeding up. She wasn't used to it yet, but it would help her sense danger faster, a definite survival boost. And the biggest benefit of all, this cursed place finally wasn't so hostile to her. Other team members didn't dare approach the pit's center, where the vortex's power could wither limbs or kill outright. But Jingshu found that when she got close to the pit's center, the terrifying force was much weaker. So she took advantage of the opportunity to collect as much orange energy as she could. She didn't know how much energy others had gathered, but as for Jingshu, well, she just grinned. Still, she needed to hand over a crystal about the same size as old Joe's, or it would look bad. Now that she'd collected so much, it should be about right. After days of hard work, Jingshu finally managed to crystallize all the orange energy she'd collected, forming a crystal about the size of a small fist. Still a bit smaller than old Joe's, but better than nothing. There was no helping it. The main group was getting ready to leave. They'd been stuck here too long, and everyone was still eating 7 or 8 meals a day. Even the richest family couldn't keep up with that kind of food consumption. Well, Zhonglang's cockroaches were endless, but nobody could stand eating cockroach meat every meal. Worse, after smelling the delicious food from Jingshu's ship, they just couldn't take it anymore. But Jingshu wasn't ready to leave yet. "What? You want to use the official ships to haul away all the rotting corpse bugs from under the sea here?" "Captain Jingshu, are you crazy?" "Yeah, why do we need to transport so many rotting bug corpses? Do you know how bad they smell after soaking in seawater? It's like a biological weapon." Captain Jingshu, you actually want to load all this stuff? Just the smell makes me want to puke. And you seem to have forgotten, if we load up with all these corpse bugs, our fuel consumption will skyrocket, and we're already out of fuel." "Yeah, we've already made a huge haul this time with all the dark energy. Even if we don't go to the Middle East, we've made a killing." Most people in the meeting room were against the idea. Nanan even smiled to herself. Jingshu was making everyone mad again. Why fill a whole ship with that disgusting, stinky stuff? Just the smell was enough to make everyone gag. Of course, some people who got along well with Jingshu spoke up for her. Old Yellowteeth coughed and stood up. "Captain Jingshu never does anything without a reason. If she wants to bring these corpse bugs, she must have a good reason." The Macau gambler added, "I just sensed it. If we bring what Captain Jingshu says, I might get rich." Someone else muttered, "Even so, there are endless corpse bugs in the open sea. Why bother with these fermented ones? They're even worse than fertilizer or a latrine. Jingshu just smiled, not angry at all. If the higher-ups don't agree, I'll pay out of my own pocket to hire the official ships. If I'm paying, I'm sure no one will object, right? Hearing this, some people started to think. Captain Jingshu never does a losing deal. What's her angle? Old Joe coughed, stopping the argument. All right, Jing girl, don't make a fuss. We're all family here. No way we'd let you pay. Just explain what's different about these fermented corpse bugs from the Mirror Sea, and why you want so many. Jingshu clapped her hands, and Zhang Yicheng had someone bring in a bucket. She poured a cup for Old Joe and Yang Yang, then gave everyone else 50 grams of beer. After tasting it, everyone's eyes lit up. This is the beer made from those plants? The flavor is so pure. Old Joe nodded. Jing girl, this tastes even better than what we harvested before. Man, I haven't had beer in years. This is amazing. Can I have a little more? Zhang Yicheng said. A 250 milliliter cup is just one contribution point. Some people smacked their lips. Contribution points were expensive, but they still bought another cup, since Jingshu's beer was better than anything else they'd gotten from the island. How come Captain Jingshu's beer tastes so much better than the others, even though it's all from the same island? Jingshu coughed to get everyone's attention. The key is that these plants have a shelf life after being picked, but if you keep them alive, there's no shelf life. So if we want to start a brewery back home, we need live plants for the best flavor. And to cultivate these plants, the most important thing is the fermented corpse bugs from this seawater. That's why I want to bring these fermented corpse bugs. Their structure is similar to how mushrooms are grown, with mycelium hidden in the soil. To cultivate these plants, you need this special stuff from under the sea after fermentation. I call it the starter. With this fermented corpse bug starter, plus regular corpse bugs, you can keep fermenting new plant nutrients. But the fermentation takes at least 3 months. On the way to the Middle East, we can use these to start growing a batch. After Jingshu's explanation, everyone finally understood, and Old Joe nodded repeatedly. Jingshu even added, I've already managed to cultivate a small batch of these plants on my ship, using a bit of orange dark energy and this starter. By the time we reach the Middle East, I might be able to sell a whole batch of this beer, so if the higher-ups don't want to bring this stuff, I won't force it. Old Joe was shocked. Jing girl, you've already managed to cultivate them? Why is it that all those old guys have been studying for days and got nowhere? Jingshu invited Old Joe and the others to take a look at her protected ship. In the dim light, when the lamps shone, they saw the whole ship was covered in green plants, with fuzzy branches and some already forming new shapes. Everyone gasped. These plants wouldn't survive before. We tried to grow them after picking the fruit, but nothing worked. But Captain Jingshu has already succeeded, and they're thriving. So it really is possible to start a brewery back in China? Captain Jingshu is amazing. Old Joe coughed. Jing girl, as we agreed, all energy is split 50-50. But if we're really going to start a brewery, we'll need your technical expertise. Jingshu smiled but said nothing, which made Old Joe itch with curiosity. He finally said, Here's the deal. You get a technical share, so profits are split 60-40. You get 60%. But you'll have to put up half the capital and energy, and the government will provide the site, logistics, and everything else. How about it? Jingshu hadn't expected to get such a good deal from the state, so she agreed right away. Of course, Old Joe. The government's been good to me. I wouldn't want them to lose out. From now on, we'll split everything 60-40. She might make a little less, but don't forget, she still owed the state a big crystal. She felt a bit guilty about that. Good. Yang Yang, draft the contract now. Old Joe made the decision on the spot. With his authority, a huge, dark energy project was settled with just a word. No need for further approval. What about loading the fermented corpse bugs? Jingshu asked. Old Joe waved his hand. That's the most important nutrient. Bring as much as you can. I don't care about the private ships, but if we need more later, the government will buy it for contribution points. The price we get in the Middle East will depend on how much beer we can produce. 10 minutes ago, everyone hated the stinky, latrine-like sludge. 10 minutes later, whoa, yuck! Don't fight, there's plenty under the sea. Zhang Feng, your little boat is full, stop loading. Yuck, Captain Wang, you're overdoing it. Your sleeping quarters are packed full. The official ships sounded their horns across the sea, beams of light sweeping the pitch-black waves. One ferry after another, the fleet finally made its way out of the Mirror Sea, the devil's forbidden zone that no one had ever escaped before. As the fresh sea breeze rushed in, Jing Shu couldn't help but take a deep breath and mutter, "Goodbye, my money bag, I'll be back next time." As she spoke, she left hundreds of mud mermaids scattered as markers. Everyone cheered loudly. They had finally escaped. As soon as they emerged, the Mirror Sea behind them seemed to vanish, or perhaps just hide itself. In any case, it was gone. The satellite phone rang immediately with countless signals flooding in. With excitement and emotion, Zhou Lao answered the call and then reported in a steady voice. "Reporting in, the 100-ship fleet bound for the Middle East has safely escaped the Mirror Sea. Mission accomplished. We have obtained the new post-apocalyptic dark energy." In the conference room, some people were moved to tears, others quickly called home to report their safety. Zhou Lao and Yang got busy right away. After all, they'd been missing for days and had made major discoveries. Of course, they had to report to the higher-ups. When it came to the dark energy, Zhou Lao suggested that the authorities send a team to pick up part of the energy. Dark energy was precious, and since the journey ahead would take months and could end in disaster, it was best to send some home now. So they agreed to meet at the next supply point. Jing Shu was scratching her head in frustration. She'd wanted more time to grow her crystal a bit bigger, but now she'd have to hand it over as is. With the air wall gone, the fleet could finally move a little faster. Just a little, because every ship was overloaded with fermented corpse bugs, making them sluggish and, frankly, stinkier than a sewage pit. For the first 2 days, everyone on board was gagging and retching, but after just 10 days, people had almost gotten used to the smell. Some could even eat without a gas mask. Human adaptability really is amazing, but those 10 days were tough. Besides the stench, everyone had to keep fishing up corpse bugs from the sea to make fuel. Still, it was worth it. The fermented corpse bugs used as nutrient starter were steadily decreasing. What started as just one ship cultivating the plants had grown to 5 big ships, all covered in these bizarre plants. Hands, feet, even eyes growing everywhere. It was a terrifying sight. The guys on Jing Shu's ship were run ragged, busy with both cigarette rolling and beer brewing. All the water barrels they'd brought were used up, and now they were filling them with beer. Funny how things work out. Jing Shu had planned to bring a whole ship of water to sell in the Middle East, but ended up selling it to her own people for a tidy profit. And now, with the water gone, the barrels were full of beer, ready to sell in the Middle East. Not bad at all. Jing Shu hadn't been idle either. She'd developed over a dozen new beer flavors, planning to make some high-end specialty brews to sell as luxury goods. With her cloth on her head, richest under the sky reputation, she figured she deserved to trade for plenty of oil for all her hard work. Before the apocalypse, Jing Shu had loved milk beer, a mix of milk, beer, and honey, with a rich, sweet flavor. She was experimenting with making it again, hoping to add it to her product line. After all, she didn't really like regular beer, and with so few drinks available in the apocalypse, she had to make something she liked. The fleet managed to survive 10 days without fuel or water. Even the elite bodyguards were amazed at how Jing Shu's massive containers provided enough water for everyone. People started to look at her with genuine respect. To be honest, I spent hundreds of contribution points on water, but without Captain Jing Shu's supply, we wouldn't have survived. Yeah, Captain Jing Shu is amazing. I'm friends with Zhang Yicheng on her ship, and he told me they loaded a whole ship with water before leaving. All the other ships were empty, only hers had everything. After this, I'll never doubt Captain Jing Shu again. Me neither. By the last few days, even Jing Shu's water was running out, and everyone had to drink beer instead. It was both a joy and a pain. After all, they were drinking their own hard-earned contribution points. Fortunately, the 100-ship fleet finally reached the next supply point. "At this rate, we'll reach the next supply station in 3 hours," came Yang Yang's message, and everyone was thrilled. Finally, they wouldn't have to drink beer at 1 contribution point per bottle. It was like paying 288 yuan for a Coke before the apocalypse, heartbreakingly expensive. Their next stop was the major supply point at Kolonko, where they'd restock everything before crossing the Indian Ocean. So, the shopping list was huge. By now, the fleet had run out of everything: fuel, food, water, you name it. Luckily, this was a friendly country to China, with a long-standing partnership. Before the apocalypse, China had helped them build their power grid and railways, selling them old trains and making billions in the process. Kolonko had been sanctioned by the US and others, and China had helped them rebuild, so when the fleet arrived, they were warmly welcomed. "Bring the fleet ashore. Get ready to hand over 10 ships of fermented corpse bugs, 2 ships of plants, and the dark energy," Yang Yang directed. Much of this would be sent back to China, freeing up space for new supplies. But what surprised Jing Shu was that the person assigned to escort the dark energy home was Zhen Nantian. She hadn't seen Zhen Nantian in a long time. The coastline was packed with ships of all sizes. Some helped the Chinese fleet unload cargo, others ferried people, and in the water, countless skinny children helped however they could. The children's eyes sparkled, and the adults were simple and hard-working. In no time, they'd helped the 100-ship fleet dock. The local authorities, worried about theft, even sent extra boats to guard the area. But Jing Shu thought, honestly, there was no need. Why? Because every single ship was either filled with the stench of fermented corpse bugs, so bad even the kids had to pinch their noses and gag, or covered in bizarre green plants. Not a single normal ship in sight. Who would want to steal from these reeking ships? Any thief would probably run away in tears, swearing never to steal again after leaving their clothes behind. At this point, aside from weapons and ammo, the Chinese fleet really had nothing left worth stealing. Still, Jing Shu couldn't help but sigh. This really was a true friend of China. Look at their enthusiasm. Unlike the last country where everyone was greedy, grabbing at life rings and even trying to steal the anchors. But why, even in the apocalypse, were the people here still so simple and kind, barely changed at all? The answer was poverty. They'd been poor and hungry even before the apocalypse, and after, they were still poor, but living by the sea, they ate whatever they could find. At least now they could fill their bellies. The apocalypse hadn't changed their lives much, just the way they survived. The official who came to greet them was a fat man named Ula, a black man who spoke fluent Chinese. He brought an old tour bus, one of those China had retired over a decade ago, to pick up Zhou Lao and the others. Most of the fleet stayed behind to guard the ships. After all, those barrels of corpse bugs were precious. Hao Yunlai and Xiao Wei stayed to watch the ships, while Jing Shu, Tank, and a few others joined Zhou Lao to shop and trade, selling some goods to the friendly nation in exchange for supplies. "Friends from afar, let us first show you our hospitality, then we can trade. Also, a group from your country arrived today and is waiting at the embassy. Don't worry, this time it's our turn to help you poor, pitiful folks." Ula's face was full of sympathy. He'd seen the cargo, ship after ship of corpse bugs, the kind even their dogs wouldn't eat. How could China have fallen so low? Zhou Lao's face stiffened, but he nodded and coughed. Well, he couldn't reject their kindness. This little country really was poor. Jing Shu had only seen such poverty on TV. No high-rises, just 4- or 5-story buildings at most, like China in the 1970s. Most houses were made of mud or stone, with a few familiar-looking buildings. Honestly, Jing Shu felt like she'd traveled back in time to old China. Why did everything look like it was from 50 years ago? The embassy was the local government center, a 5-story building China had helped build years ago. Jing Shu couldn't help but remember the old joke. People travel the world, buy a bunch of stuff, and find it's all made in China. Or they go to India or some remote country, hoping for local flavor, only to find all the buildings are old Chinese styles. Did I just time travel to old China? The internet would joke. Turns out it was true. Ula expressed heartfelt gratitude. 20 years ago, China helped us build railways, roads, and these fine buildings. This time, we'll do our best to give you supplies. Be sure to grab as much as you can from those bastards in Israel. They've turned the Middle East upside down. Zhou Lao nodded. Don't worry. We're here to stock up. In the embassy's spacious hall, Jing Shu saw Zhen Nantian's team, ready to go. Zhen Nantian had brought a 10-person squad. Jing Shu only recognized a couple of them. Zhen Nantian saluted Zhou Lao, reported in, then, seeing Jing Shu, finally smiled a little. Mirror girl, long time no see. Yang Yang Tank, you're all here too? His team looked surprised. The captain hadn't smiled in ages. Jing Shu shook hands with Zhen Nantian and smiled. It's been a while since we parted in the capital. This time I'll have to trouble you to escort the dark energy and other goods back. We'll go over the details later. Of course. After some small talk, Ula called everyone to eat. It was a simple meal. Everyone sat on the floor, each with a big green leaf as a plate. Lunch was the local specialty. Rice mixed with red and blue ingredients and a sticky sauce, all wrapped in a strange leaf. The sauce was a local delicacy, fermented with live bugs. One bite and the sauce burst in your mouth, with a bitter, spicy, and sweet-sour mix of flavors. This was their highest form of hospitality. Jing Shu took 2 bites, then quietly passed the rest to Tank. Zhou Lao ate with gusto, giving Ula a thumbs up and praising the food, but Jing Shu knew he didn't actually like it. He kept sipping tea from his thermos. Poor Zhou Lao, forced to eat another helping by Ula. As for the others, they wolfed it down. After 10 days of nothing but cockroach meat and that awful stench, anything else tasted delicious. Even this. Ula's eyes grew more sympathetic. He'd planned to raise prices, but seeing how hungry the Chinese were, he decided to take a loss for his friends. After the meal, it was time to buy supplies. Ula said, "Water is free for you. For food, we have this bug-fermented sauce which goes great with rice. We also have various plant roots for soup. As for staple food, there's no rice, but we do have a local dark yam flour for black bread." Ula continued, "Of course, just staple food isn't enough. We also have other local specialties like a kind of black fruit, sweet and fragrant, a luxury here. There's only a few thousand kilos, but we can give it all to you. The price will be a bit higher, though." Zhou Lao nodded. The journey ahead wasn't far, so they could make do and resupply along the way, or, as he joked, rob a little more if needed. "All right, we'll take everything you mentioned." Ula's face twisted with embarrassment. "What will you use to pay? We don't want those corpse bugs." Ula was conflicted. Years ago, China had helped them, and now that China was in trouble, they should help in return. But they were already giving their best food, and even the black fruit was being scraped together from the leaders' own rations for China. In reality, most of their own people were eating corpse bugs. But seeing China's ships full of fermented, sour-smelling corpse bugs, something even their dogs wouldn't eat, he couldn't accept trading for that. Fresh corpse bugs were everywhere in the sea. They could catch as many as they wanted. Was China trying to get something for nothing? No. A friendly nation wouldn't do that, so Ula's face turned as red as a pig's liver. In the past, his country might have wanted bullets or guns, but now, honestly, no one wanted to take advantage of them. No oil, nothing to eat but corpse bugs. If any country wanted to colonize them now, they'd probably celebrate. At least they'd get enough to eat. But the reality was, even the dogs didn't want what they had, and no one came to take advantage of them anymore. Zhou Lao laughed. This black fat man was quite amusing. He patted Ula on the shoulder and said, "Sorry, we really don't have much left after coming all the way from China." Ula forced a smile. "I understand. If it really doesn't work, I see you have a few small boats. Maybe we could trade for those?" Zhou Lao shook his head. "Those are pirate boats, with all sorts of random goods. You can talk to the owners if you want, but for now, we do have something else. Beer. Are you interested?" "Beer? Isn't that something nobody's made since the apocalypse?" Ula swallowed. That was a luxury. Zhou Lao nodded, and Tank poured a bowl of beer from a thermos for Ula. The rich aroma made Ula almost disbelieve his nose. He gulped it down, smacked his lips, and licked them. Is there more? Tank poured him another. After drinking, Ula's eyes lit up. This stuff was definitely extinct. If he brought it to the leaders, his position would be secure. He had to get some. But it must be expensive, right? He blurted out, "This is great, let's trade for this." For such a luxury, he'd even fudge the accounts if he had to. Zhou Lao smiled and nodded, and Yang Yang, as the chief negotiator, stepped forward. "All right, all the supplies you mentioned, enough for 100 ships for 10 days. We'll take them all. How much beer do you want in exchange? We don't have much else, but we do have beer. Our export price is 50 Chinese virtual coins per cup." The beer pricing had been discussed by Jingshu, Zhou Lao, and Yang Yang. Including labor, dark energy, and corpse bug costs, each cup cost about 2 coins. Selling in China was 10 coins, a 5-fold profit. For friendly nations, it was 30 coins, since export involved extra costs. Yang Yang quoted 50 coins to leave room for bargaining. For other countries, the price would be 100-500 coins per cup. This unique Chinese beer was worth hundreds of times more abroad. Why not charge more? After all, it took huge effort to transport it from China. Ula's mind raced. On the black market, alcohol was extremely expensive, and this was top quality. 50 coins was a steal. He raised 8 fingers, about to say, "Let's trade for 800 cups, worth 40,000 coins." But Yang Yang frowned, thinking Ula wanted 8,000 cups. Even if 8,000 cups for food for thousands for 10 days was cheap, they still had to cover costs. So Yang Yang held up 5 fingers. Ula hesitated. 800 cups was already his limit, considering the value of the black fruit and other goods. But this beer was so good, and the leaders would get some, and he could sell the rest for 100 coins a cup. He'd make a killing. So Ula nodded. "All right, 500 cups." Yang Yang was about to agree, but everyone stared at Ula in surprise. 500 cups? Ula, seeing everyone's shock, felt embarrassed. "Maybe less? I know this beer is precious and we shouldn't be greedy, but it's just so good." Everyone looked awkward. Even Yang Yang, the tough negotiator, felt a pang of guilt. He coughed and said, "Ula, you're our friend. We might sell it for a high price elsewhere, but for you, we'll give it at cost. Let's make it 8,000 cups." "What? 8,000 cups?" Ula waved his hands. "That's too much. I didn't even give you cost price for the food. I'd feel terrible taking 8,000 cups. 1,000 is more than enough." 1,000 cups was only a few hundred kilos, less than a cubic meter. Tank could carry it all himself, and it was enough to feed thousands for 10 days, plus free beer. Now it was Jingshu and the others who felt guilty. Yang Yang pulled Ula aside and said, "No, friend, the friendship between our nations is great. Our costs aren't high, and 1,000 cups is too little. Let's make it 5,000 cups. Just 1 ton, 1,000 liters. That's not much." No. Ula felt even more guilty. China couldn't even afford to eat, living on rotten corpse bugs, and yet they were still so generous, giving away so much good stuff. He really couldn't bear it. "China helped us so much in the past, and now not only can we not help you, but we're taking so much from you. That's not right. 2,000 cups is enough." In the end, both sides felt like they were getting the better deal. The price was set at 5,000 cups. Jingshu's group felt guilty. They'd traded just a tiny fraction of their ship's plant output for so much food, all saved up by the friendly nation. Their consciences pricked. Ula, on the other hand, thought China was starving, yet they'd traded so much luxury beer for a bit of food. He felt just as guilty. Then Ula decided to throw in a gift. Dried corpse bug fuel, enough for 10 days' worth of sailing. The Chinese side was embarrassed. How could they accept fuel from people who could barely feed themselves? They had to give something in return. What to give? Well, some Chinese specialties, clothes, all made in China. Even if they'd been taken off the dead, at least they were wearable. The friendship between the two sides deepened. Ula, ever the diplomat, also sent a banner and a letter of thanks to the Chinese, making sure to boost Zhou Lao's reputation. He knew Chinese social media loved this kind of thing. That afternoon, Jing Shu and Yang Yang met with Zhen Nantian to go over the handover. Most of the orange energy was being sent back to China. It was a precious resource in the apocalypse. Then there were the dozen or so ships full of fermented corpse bugs. Ugh! The newcomers couldn't handle the stench and nearly threw up. Even Zhen Nantian looked pale. Jing Shu comforted them. Don't worry, you'll get used to it after a while. Zhen Nantian. Tank scratched his head and laughed. That's what happens when you don't bring enough supplies. Mirror Girl, stop teasing. Sell the captain some gas masks. Ha ha ha. In the end, Jing Shu sold a few at a friendly price. Even though they were close, there were unspoken rules. Nothing for free. Zhen Nantian traded a peace amulet for one, even though it was just a cheap plastic trinket. His teammates looked on with envy. Jing Shu was curious. Was it really special? They acted like they'd never seen anything like it. Zhen Nantian said, If you wear it, it can act as a shield once. Be careful in the Middle East. I wish you a safe journey. Oh, thanks. I'll take your blessing. Jing Shu was genuinely grateful. Anything that could improve her chances of survival was precious, even if it was plastic. She hung it around her neck with care. Zhou Lao interrupted their reunion and said to Zhen Nantian, We found a huge crystal in the Mirror Sea, but its power is too overwhelming. Anyone who gets close turns to bones. I've had Jing Shu put it away. I've already reported it, and the higher-ups are making a special container. You won't be taking it back this time. We'll deal with it when we return. Zhen Nantian gave Jing Shu a long look. So where was she hiding it? But he just said, Understood, Zhou Lao. Yang Yang added, These dozen ships of corpse bugs are fermentation starters. Be sure to follow Jing Shu's instructions for re-fermenting. You can ferment one ship at a time, but always keep one in reserve, like a fire seed. If it's lost, we'll never find the Mirror Sea again. The satellite says the coordinates are gone. Jing Shu said, You can start the factory now, but those plants use up a lot of nutrients, so ferment as much as you can. I suggest building the plant by the sea, maybe on an island, because otherwise it'll stink like a chemical factory. Zhen Nantian nodded. Once he got back, he'd let the higher-ups worry about it. After the handover, Zhen Nantian and his team, along with a dozen ships, headed back to China. Jing Shu and her team took a stroll through the friendly nation, buying some local trinkets. Everything was handmade, fat-bellied clay pots, all very cute. Jing Shu traded a few beans and potatoes for a bunch of jars, perfect for storing beer. As for food, the black fruit was a dark mutated food, slightly sweet, but not amazing. Most of the rest was just whatever they could find mixed together. Jing Shu, used to better, stuck to her own space-grown food. Tank bought some handmade clothes for his sister. Jing Shu figured she should bring something home too, some local pipes for Grandpa Jing, and odd little trinkets for her parents and Grandma. Night fell. The 100-ship fleet set out again. This time, the other teams also swapped half their cargo for water and food, which puzzled the locals. Why were these Chinese so obsessed with water? They had enough to drink for ages. When Ula got the report, he sipped his beer, eyes brimming with emotion. Our Chinese friends can't even fill their bellies, so they have to drink more water. I'm a terrible person, taking so much from them. The weather grew hotter, the sea breeze now a hot wind. No one had felt such heat in a long time. There was a faint smell of rotten eggs in the air, and, of course, the overwhelming stench of fermented corpse bugs. Report, there's a 100-ship fleet ahead, heavily escorted by warships. They must be carrying something valuable. Looks like we've got a live one. Ha ha ha, it's been ages since we've seen such a fat target. Go find out what they're carrying. If it's worth it, we'll team up with the authorities and hit them. Got it. I'll send Anna, our stealth expert, to check it out. A few ships drew near, snooping around. One person even slipped into the water, moving like a puddle, and slowly climbed aboard one of the ships. Ugh! Anna nearly threw up. What on earth was hidden on these ships? The stench was overwhelming. As soon as she opened a door, she was engulfed by a wave of rotting corpse bugs, instantly feeling like she'd fallen into a cesspit. Coughing violently, Anna struggled to see through the stench, only to gag again. Who would fill such a luxurious ferry with this filthy stuff? Why load up with these useless corpse bugs that not even dogs would eat? The sea was full of them. Why bring them all on board? After barely escaping the cesspit, Anna realized her commotion hadn't even attracted a guard. What did that mean? It meant there were probably no guards at all. It gave the impression that there was nothing valuable on board. But Anna, with her years of pirate experience, was sure this was a trick. No sane person would fill their ships with so much useless cargo. With so many ships riding low in the water, they had to be carrying something heavy. Surely not every ship was full of corpse bugs. Surely they wouldn't burn so much fuel just to transport this stinking mess. Yes, it had to be a cover. Anna reassured herself and started checking ship after ship. But then, yuck! Anna was now reeking, opening door after door to find nothing but rotting corpse bugs. She lost count of how many ships she'd checked, refusing to believe it, but every single one was the same. A few ships had strange plants, but they were soaking in the same foul bug slime. She forced herself to taste a bit of the plant fruit, but the sourness made her vomit everything up. These people are insane. This whole 100-ship fleet is insane, carrying nothing but rotting corpse bugs. The pirates waited eagerly for Anna's report, only to be greeted by a stinking, filth-covered Anna. "Yuck, boss, this fleet is nuts!" Anna sobbed as she recounted her ordeal. Just then, the pirates' alarm sounded. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Screams echoed across the sea. Anna tensed. The 100-ship fleet had suddenly split into countless small teams, swarming out like starving wolves, their eyes glinting with a cruel hunger as they closed in on the pirates. For a moment, Anna was confused. Who were the real pirates here? Meanwhile, in the main ship's conference room, Jingshu and her team were doubled over with laughter. Everyone was in tears watching the screen replay Anna's ship-by-ship inspection. Look at all the trouble we went to, leaving our doors wide open to lure the pirates, and they still wouldn't take the bait. That woman was hilarious. After checking one ship, she still didn't give up and checked every single one. If she'd just gone a few more, she'd have found the hidden beer. Why didn't she keep going? She must have lost hope. There's really nothing on our ships worth stealing. Who'd want to rob a ship full of corpse bugs? Yeah, we only attracted a few small fry. The big pirate ships wouldn't even bother. The battle was over in less than an hour. They captured a dozen small boats and one big ship. Honestly, the pirates were pretty well off. Their food was better than the fleet's. The elite bodyguards, having tasted victory, prowled the sea like hungry wolves, pretending to be pitiful to lure more pirates. But word got out. Pirates have their own networks, and within 10 days, not a single pirate dared approach the filthy, poor fleet. A rumor spread among the pirates. There was a fleet so poor it filled its ships with corpse bugs to ride low in the water, hoping to lure pirates for a black-eats-black scam. So in the following days, even when the fleet let some small fry go and spread the word, offering pirates some beer to prove they really had goods and were desperate for a robbery, no one took the bait. The pirates just stayed away. Even the idea of teaming up to rob them didn't appeal. It was disappointing. Well, if the pirates wouldn't bite, there was nothing to do but speed up and head for the Middle East. During these days, Jingshu kept busy, clearing out her Rubik's Cube space to make room for new loot, and brewing beer like crazy. After all, as a good, upstanding guest in a foreign country, they had to act polite and proper, stand on the moral high ground. They were just a group of wealthy Chinese merchants bringing their unique goods to the Middle East. They were rich, fat sheep, come rob us. And then, show their true fangs. As the saying goes, it was all just fishing enforcement. So, before heading to the Middle East, they had to put on a show, acting like rich, harmless merchants. Who wouldn't be tempted to rob such easy prey? Zhou Lao played the role of the Zhou Group's CEO, coming to the Middle East to expand business and buy up land. The others played bodyguards, or the CEO's spoiled children. Why the spoiled children? Because that's the weakness. Who wouldn't want to kidnap a rich kid for ransom? But when the kidnappers brought them home and tried to extort the CEO, they'd discover, wait, all these spoiled brats are actually superpowered? The tables would turn in an instant. Jing Shu, of course, played the eldest daughter, the Zhou family's beloved Miss Zhou. Well, here we are at our first stop in the Middle East. Let's start with a small country and spread the word. I bet a lot of people don't know we've arrived yet. The first stop has arrived, so it's time to plan the route and the next steps. As for the route, there's actually a lot to consider. Why? Because the East includes more than 20 countries, covers a vast area, and is constantly at war. It's chaotic. Some places are filthy rich, while others, to put it bluntly, only have oil, and even that gets shipped out before the locals ever see it. So, naturally, the route has to go through the wealthy areas. Yang Yang drew a circle on the map again. This circle marks our retreat route. If there's any danger, or if we have too much stuff to carry, we head into this circle. It'll also serve as our temporary storage depot. To be honest, even though the team is very strong this time, no matter how strong, they can't match a whole country. Besides, after they've, collected donations, not robbed, of course, they need to have their escape and fallback routes planned in advance. This is one of their escape plans. Yang Yang continued. Within this circle is the area protected by Old Yi's attack range, about 1,400 kilometers. Everyone should keep that in mind. Everyone nodded in understanding. Some even rolled their eyes internally. Half the East is included in that circle. Are they planning to act without restraint? Jing Shu had done her homework before coming, so she understood what this meant. Why does old Zhou's family trust this place so much? Why are they willing to store their donated goods here? Well, that brings us to our four brother nations, countries with extremely close ties to us. Someone might ask, it's the apocalypse, do brother nations still care about you? Actually, yes. They care even more now. If anything happens, just shout in any of these countries, I'm from Huaxia, and the red carpet treatment will roll out. Even food is free. So this time, if anything happens, if they're chased or hit by missiles, Old Yi would be eager to protect them. Even if nothing happens, Old Yi would be hoping for something to happen, just to have an excuse. So if they store their stuff here, who knows, maybe when they come back, there'll be even more than they left. Why? It's simple. Let's not talk about the messy details. Just look at Old Yi, who's been at war for years, suffering all kinds of hardship. Later, Old Yi worked hard, learned a lot, and built up a strong military. They even developed advanced hypersonic D-missiles. Even though it's the apocalypse, Old Yi's weapon isn't just hypersonic. It's maneuverable at the terminal stage, meaning it can change trajectory and targets. Doesn't sound like much? But you know the Iron Dome, the best defense system? Even that can't stop Old Yi's weapon. Of course, for Huaxia, these weapons aren't that special. They're several generations behind. As for exactly how many generations, Jing Shu wasn't sure, so she asked Old Zhou. So even this version is enough to dominate here. What version do we have in Huaxia now? Old Zhou sighed. Even in the apocalypse, we can't fall behind in weapons. If you fall behind, you get beaten. So we've updated several generations. As for how far we can hit, well, it's not that impressive. Just point anywhere. Jing Shu swallowed. Anywhere? Yang Yang squinted and smiled. Can't say. That's a state secret. But it's very, very far. Jing Shu nodded, understanding without words. Anyway, with hard work and some guidance from benefactors, Old Yi is now top-notch in cruise and anti-ship capabilities. With a strong military, no one dares to bully them. Someone might ask, Old Yi doesn't even have a wind tunnel, so how did they solve the air quagmire effect and make such advanced weapons? Well, sometimes you just get lucky. One day, they found a manual in the desert, brought it home, got some guidance from a benefactor, and Old Yi went from 0 to a perfect score overnight. Don't ask, just say it was luck and a benefactor's guidance. They found a treasure in the desert. What? You say it's impossible to find such a treasure in the desert? Why not? Didn't Old Ba find the same thing in the desert? Is it that rare? And Old Saudi was even luckier. They found a Dongfeng Express. Did anyone say anything? So, with weapons and backing, they have confidence. After Yang Yang drew the circle, everyone started making detailed plans. This time, they made 4 major plans, A, B, C, and D, with countless subplans. Afterward, the group split into 2 teams and docked at the small country of Moss. Ship after ship docked at the shore, while the warships hid in the back, waiting for their chance. Since they were playing the role of fat sheep, the warships couldn't be exposed, or no one would take the bait. Jing Shu brought almost all her forces, leaving only a few people on the ship for support and operations. The rest were protected by mud merfolk. Even Zhao Wei and Wenjun Guotu were brought along. As a coward afraid of death, Jing Shu's first move after landing was to have Zhao Wei's bugs settle in. Over the past few days, Zhao Wei had laid countless eggs, just waiting to hatch after landing. Like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, wherever she went, the burrowing bugs would go. The other bugs stayed hidden for now, while Zhao Wei remained in her spherical vehicle. Maz is a small, chaotic, neutral country, full of all kinds of people and information. With a long coastline, it's a hub for oil, corpse bugs, and other goods. There's a lot of trade here. Because of frequent chaos and war, Maz is now jointly managed by several countries, with strict bans on weapons. This year, things have been relatively stable, but today the docks were unusually lively. People of all races, black, white, yellow, stopped what they were doing to watch as dozens of deep-draft ships docked, and a group of brightly dressed people disembarked. They even brought their own buses, heading straight into the city after leaving the docks. As mentioned, this is a jointly governed area. So many factions saw this, and news spread quickly. In the official reception hall of Moss, Old Joe wore a neat suit today, his gray hair slicked back, looking every bit the wealthy chairman. Jing Shu, as the eldest daughter of the Zhou family and Old Joe's favorite, smiled as she held his arm. Today, she took luxury to the extreme. Jing Shu usually dressed for comfort and safety, always layering 2 bulletproof vests under her thick winter coat. So, while her face was fair and beautiful, her figure always looked bulky. On top of that, she usually wore a gas mask, so even the elite bodyguards rarely saw her true appearance. But today, Jing Shu wore nothing but an extremely luxurious open-back gown that perfectly showed off her figure. Her hair was styled in a princess updo, and she wore a tiara encrusted with diamonds. She looked noble, extravagant, and breathtakingly beautiful. Her fair, delicate skin made her look like a flawless Snow White. Such beauty was rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now, when cleanliness alone made her stand out above 99% of people. In a poor place like Maz, no one had ever seen such a beautiful princess. She was the brightest star beside Old Joe. In a corner, a few people from other factions sipped plain water and whispered to each other, "Oh my, a fat sheep has arrived. If we rob them, we'd definitely hit the jackpot." "What do you mean?" "Look at the princess's outfit, so elaborate and heavy. Her jewelry alone must weigh over 10 kilos. Diamonds and gold might not be worth much elsewhere, but here they can fetch a good price. And look, she needs people just to carry her dress as she walks. Her high heels are clunky and heavy, and she looks so delicate. If anything happened, I bet she'd just stand there and cry, haha." "But in Moss, robbery isn't allowed." "True, but they'll have to leave Moss eventually. Go find out what they're here for." News of wealthy Chinese merchants arriving in Moss spread quickly, especially the rumor that they would be offering several tons of beer at tomorrow night's trade fair. At that moment, Old Joe was discussing the upcoming official trade fair with Maz's diplomat Mama Huss. Introducing Jing Shu, Old Joe said proudly, "This is my eldest daughter, Zhou Shushu." Mama Huss, a middle-aged man with a long beard and dressed in traditional white Arab robes, smiled and greeted her. "Your daughter is truly beautiful." When Old Joe introduced the others, his enthusiasm clearly waned. "This is my son." Mama Huss looked at the 7 or 8 tall, burly men standing in a row, more like bodyguards than sons. He couldn't help but think of the Chinese saying, "A dragon has 9 sons, each different." The difference here was really something. "They don't look like sons, more like a team of bodyguards." Still, he politely said, "Your sons are very handsome." He couldn't think of any other compliments. This annoyed old Joe a bit. Even when playing roles, he could find a suit to look the part of a pirate boss. But why did his men always look so sloppy? The best-looking one had no fighting ability, and the ones who could fight looked nothing like rich heirs. He couldn't very well have Yang Yang, who had no combat skills, pretend to be his son. If he got kidnapped, he'd really be gone. He was most satisfied with Jingshu. Who would have thought that the usually low-key Jingshu could look so stunning when dressed up, wearing one luxury item after another? At that moment, many of the bodyguards were staring at Jingshu, practically drooling. Was this the legendary funded team? Da Huangya, playing the role of a slacker secretary since he had neither looks nor skills, picked his teeth and said to the awestruck young men, "See? I never believed those stories about actresses bringing billions in luxury goods to a film set, but now I do. Jingshu doesn't even need to act like a rich heiress. I just want to know if she ever leaves the house without something expensive." Meanwhile, Nanan, who was stuck carrying Jingshu's 3-meter-long train to keep it from dragging on the ground, was fuming. Why did she have to play the maid? As a medic, she was supposed to stay on the ship or follow behind, but she didn't want to be invisible, so she volunteered for a role. Jingshu said they still needed a maid to serve tea and carry the train. Old Joe thought, a rich heiress needs a maid, so he agreed. Compared to Jingshu, Nanan looked like an ugly duckling following a noble swan. What's a rich person, if not a spendthrift? How else do you attract predators? Jingshu stretched out her fair hand, twisting the huge diamond ring on her finger, and said sweetly, "Father, at tomorrow's trade fair, I want all kinds of jewelry and rare items. I heard they have diamond-encrusted cars and golden toilets here. I want them all. Anyway, we have so much food and drink, more than we can use, so let's trade it all. Besides, didn't we bring a lot of cigarettes this time?" Old Joe smiled helplessly. All right, whatever Shushu wants." Then he turned to Mamahas and said, "You see, my daughter wants all sorts of rare treasures. Supplies are nothing to us, we have plenty. Just don't let my daughter be disappointed." Mamahas nodded with a smile, thinking, "Someone dares to compete with us in wealth? Tomorrow night I'll show you." But he said, "Of course your daughter is so genuine. I'll arrange for the most famous local merchants to bring out their best goods for the trade fair." They discussed a few more details, and as the meeting was ending, Jingshu suddenly asked, "Is it safe here? We brought dozens of ships full of supplies, and just the food alone fills several ships. If we buy a lot more tomorrow, what if someone tries to rob us? We'd be so scared." Jingshu's voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. She didn't care if they understood. She knew she was being recorded. As soon as she said this, many people's breathing grew heavy. Mamahas felt a headache coming on and wished he could cover the foolish princess's mouth. As Maz's official diplomat, the last thing he wanted was a robbery. He still hoped to keep his job for a few more years. Old Joe, however, took out a cigarette and offered it, smiling kindly. "That won't happen. This is Maz. Guns are strictly forbidden. Otherwise, the UN would punish us." Mamahas took the cigarette and lit up, savoring the rich aroma that filled the hall. Everyone inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent. How many years had it been since they'd tasted such fine tobacco? And then, the eldest Miss Joe said, "Father, why did you give Mr. Mamahas such an ordinary cigarette? Are you looking down on him?" Jingshu said, waving her hand. Instantly, Tank, as tall and sturdy as a wall, brought over her signature black case. With a swift motion, the black case was opened, but Mamahas couldn't see inside. His mind was still stuck on what Jingshu had just said. Such an ordinary cigarette. Even as a diplomat with access to many things, the cigarette he'd just smoked was already a rare luxury in the Middle East, almost extinct. Yet, in the eyes of this Miss Joe, it was just ordinary. Mamahas was momentarily at a loss. Jingshu took out a delicate little box from the case. The box was black, engraved with a lettered logo, and looked extremely high-end. Whatever was inside had to be even more precious. Jingshu opened the box, revealing 3 exquisite cigarettes, and personally handed one over. Mr. Mamahas, please try this top-tier cigarette. I believe only something of this quality and standard is worthy of you. Mamahas wiped his clothes, carefully put out the previous cigarette and saved it, then solemnly accepted the premium cigarette. After lighting it and taking a blissful puff, he gave a thumbs up. Oh my, miss. You're right. This is more flavorful than any cigarette I've ever smoked before the apocalypse. It's so much better than the last one. Jingshu smiled slightly. In truth, the two cigarettes were almost the same, but with a bit of psychological suggestion, a fancy box, and a sense of ceremony, plus a slightly enhanced formula and a touch of a unique flavor, the experience became completely different. So what was Jingshu's purpose in doing this? Of course, it was to sell luxury cigarettes at 10 or even 100 times the price. What defines a luxury item? It has to be hundreds of times more expensive than the ordinary, extremely rare, and most importantly, collectible. What's collectible? Jingshu took out several more boxes and displayed them one by one. This is a complete set of top-tier cigarettes. Each one has a different flavor and packaging. There are also 24 matching flavors of premium beer. If anyone can collect a full set. Jingshu lifted her chin proudly, leaving the rest unsaid. Mamahas's eyes lit up. As a collector at heart, this was a dream come true, especially after tasting such a cigarette. He was even more eager to try the other flavors. Noble lady, thank you for your generosity. I'm sure many people will want to collect these treasures at tomorrow's event. If you have any requests or needs, just let your most enthusiastic friend Mamahas know. The people behind Jingshu were a bit puzzled. Just a moment ago, this diplomat hadn't been so warm, but after a single cigarette, he was suddenly so eager to please. Of course Jingshu had things for Mamahas to do. Why else would she go to all this trouble putting on such a show just to give him a cigarette? Old Joe smiled. Bringing Jingshu along really made things easy. He didn't even have to do anything himself. He just had to stand there, put on the mysterious rich man's smile, and let Jingshu handle everything. By the time Nanan's hands were sore from carrying Jingshu's train, the act of the Miss Joe was finally complete. Mamahas arranged for Old Joe and his group to stay at the best hotel available, a former 5-star hotel from before the apocalypse. After years of earthquakes and disasters, it was now quite run down. At the hotel entrance, Miss Joe threw a little tantrum. This hotel is too shabby. I can't stay here. Tank, have our people bring in our things and set up the place before I go in. Otherwise, I'm not staying. The other sons, who were just about to head in for dinner, froze. Damn, you can do that? Now they really looked clueless and poor, so catching on, they all put their hands on their hips and looked down on the place with disdain. They weren't really that picky, but if you're going to act, you have to go all the way. Mamahas was a bit embarrassed and looked to Old Joe for help. After all, it was the apocalypse and this was the best they had. But Old Joe nodded seriously. My daughter is right. Do whatever you want. Mamahas. He finally understood. This was a spoiled princess. If she could act like this and still be alive, these Chinese really must be rich. The whole group made a grand entrance, attracting plenty of attention. People followed them from the reception, and many others trailed behind, trying to gather information. The Middle East is a strange place. Some are filthy rich, others dirt poor. Even in front of this luxury hotel in the wealthy district, many people lurked in the shadows like hungry wolves watching. They were the scouts, sizing up the prey and estimating how much loot there was so they could decide how many people to call in. They watched as the Chinese servants unloaded truckloads of goods, luxury sofas, beds, diamond chandeliers, dining tables, kitchenware. The hotel doors were wide open. At first, only outsiders watched, but by the end, even Jingshu's own bodyguards were gaping. Originally, they just wanted to put on a show for outsiders to make it look like they were really rich, easy prey. But they didn't expect Captain Jingshu to go all out. Who could handle this? From inside to out, big to small, food, drink, daily necessities, luxury goods, jewelry, furniture, solid gold mirrors, nightstands, walk-in closets, and more. Is Captain Jing Shu here to rob people, or did she just move her whole house here? Calm down. Even if you moved your house, would you have this much stuff? I just want to know, after coming all the way from China, what other outrageous things did she bring? Water is one thing, but she brought all this furniture and daily necessities too? Old Joe coughed, still smiling, but quietly said, "Put away those unsophisticated looks of yours." Although Old Joe hadn't really seen much of the world himself, he played his part well. At least right now, he acted as if all this was perfectly normal, even smiling as he said to Mama Huss, "No choice. My daughter's been spoiled since she was little. She can't get used to anything outside, so she has to bring her own things wherever she goes." How convincing was his act? Just look at the idiots behind him, all gawking like country bumpkins who'd never seen the world. They couldn't even play their roles properly. Ahem. The group quickly pulled themselves together and got into character. Mama Haas gave an awkward smile. He'd thought the young miss was just showing off, but he was wrong. She really did look down on everything here. Jingshu was enjoying herself. Back home, she'd always kept a low profile. There was no way to show off. All these things she'd snatched from America had been hidden away in her dark, secret space for so long they were almost getting moldy. Now, finally, she had a chance to bring them out into the light. And this time, she could do it openly and proudly. After all, everything she'd taken from America had been officially registered. Back then, she'd dragged all these bags and boxes, risking her life to escape with Hao Yun, determined to protect these things. So with everything above board, no one could question her. If anyone did, the higher-ups would even hold a meeting to defend her. These were war trophies, after all, and she'd brought honor to the country. She'd even been awarded a banner for it. Of course, to be honest, while these things looked fancy, they were still just objects, not food or other precious supplies. So, among the bodyguards, it probably wasn't a big deal. Jing Shu didn't care, but Nanan saw things differently. She could tell there were a lot of top-tier luxury goods, and many were foreign brands. After Mama Haas left, Nanan started tattling in front of everyone. "Oh, Old Joe, Captain Jing Shu is really breaking the rules, bringing out so many good things. You might not understand, but a lot of this stuff is from America. I suspect she has some connections with those people, though I'm not accusing her, of course, it's just..." Jing Shu found it funny. This little troublemaker Nanan never missed a chance to put her down. Some in the team weren't having it. "Nanan, it's already great that Captain Jing Shu lets us use these things. Why complain? We should be grateful." "Yeah, I'm counting on her for dinner tonight." Nanan huffed. "What am I getting out of it? All that stuff was carried to her presidential suite. Why does she get a 500-square-meter room while I have to stay in a 10-square-meter one?" "But Captain Jing Shu said she's putting on a big dinner in the restaurant tonight. Even if you're the maid, you'll get a good meal. Isn't that a benefit?" Nanan snorted. "I'm not like you, so easily bought off. It's just one meal. I want to be a righteous hero and expose the dark truth." Old Joe coughed. "Let me say a fair word. All these things of Jingshu's are officially registered and reported. She brought them back from America with the Zhen Nantian and Yang Yang team. Every piece of furniture has a serial number. Go check. These are personal war trophies, and the state even awarded her a first-class merit. Damn, this huge diamond chandelier really does have a tag. There's a stamp on this gold mirror, too. Captain Jing Shu is amazing, bringing back so much from America." Nanan hadn't expected that her attempt to expose someone for showing off would actually boost Jing Shu's reputation, making the bodyguards admire and envy her even more. Honestly, if these were just Jing Shu's own things, the capable bodyguards wouldn't care. But since they were spoils of war, they were truly envious. It's like not caring if you're a billionaire, but if you win 10 million on a scratch-off ticket, it stings like you lost the money yourself. Jing Shu waved her hand. "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. This time in the Middle East, we'll definitely get even better stuff. Let the country get rich with us. Good luck and great fortune." Get rich together. Good luck and great fortune. The mood was set, and it was time for dinner. That night, the hotel's main hall was reserved by the Chinese business group. The place was packed, mostly with people trying to gather information and see just how rich these fat sheep really were. To their surprise, they saw Miss Joe standing in the restaurant, hands on her hips, directing everything. Her maid, Nanan, trailed behind, holding her train, while others fed her fruit and stood by with towels. Miss Joe had replaced everything in the restaurant with her own. Silky tablecloths, all silver and all gold tableware, plush sofas, and even bright, colorful blood-red vines as decoration. Then, dish after dish was brought out as if money were no object, filling the entire table. Jing Shu, old Joe, and his sons sat at the main table, with others at the side tables. The main table's food was all carefully chosen by Jing Shu, dishes so fragrant the aroma could travel for miles. The smell of simmering chicken soup, braised ribs, roasted sweet potatoes, so delicious it made everyone's mouth water. There was even a pot in the center, bubbling with meat broth, the steam wafting out and making everyone outside drool. Nanan's mouth watered again and again, but she had to keep wiping it away. She'd said she didn't care about Jing Shu's dinner, and since she was playing the maid, she could only stand by and watch as the feast began. Of course, Jing Shu knew what to show off and what not to. The food, for example, smelled amazing, but aside from the chicken soup and roasted sweet potatoes, there wasn't anything too extravagant. Still, tonight's meal was excellent. Everyone got a big, fragrant piece of synthetic meat, a bowl of steamed egg custard, and a large roasted sweet potato filling the table. After everyone finished, the rich chicken soup that had been simmering for 2 hours had made even the people outside drool, and those inside were desperate for more. When the food was gone, everyone could only swallow their saliva and stare at Jing Shu, waiting for her to finally serve the hand-pulled noodles, smooth and chewy, topped with rich chicken soup and shredded chicken, finished with a sprinkle of fresh green scallions. The aroma was irresistible. This was a rich, concentrated chicken broth that had simmered for hours. Even though there was more soup than chicken, with a bit of pepper and MSG, the flavor of the chicken was brought out to the fullest. Everyone had a big bowl of chicken noodle soup in front of them, slurping up the silky hand-pulled noodles dipped in the broth, topped with shredded chicken. One bite and it was pure bliss. For a while, the whole dining hall was filled with the sound of slurping. After finishing a whole bowl of noodles, everyone drank a bowl of savory, peppery chicken soup, rubbing their full bellies in satisfaction. This meal was definitely the most delicious thing they'd eaten in years. So satisfying. Nanan couldn't stop swallowing her saliva. While Jing Shu was busy eating, she quietly slipped over to her number 1 simp. Number 2 had already been punished for stealing water. I'm so hungry. Just because I said a few words, they won't let me eat? Isn't that targeting me? Some people are just so petty and narrow-minded. Making me sit here at night watching everyone else eat. Aren't they just doing this on purpose? Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful. Nanan whined, tears streaming down her face. If this had been the old number 1 simp, he would have given her all his food after just 1 word. But today, even after all her complaining, he didn't react? She looked over and saw that he'd already licked his bowl clean, meat and soup both gone. Only then did he seem to notice her, looking a bit embarrassed. Nanan, why didn't you say something earlier? I've already finished. There's just a bit of scallion left. Want me to add some water and rinse it out for you? Nanan was furious and slapped him. Who the hell wants your leftover dishwater? She stormed off in a huff. Number 1 just scratched his head, then got back in line for hot water, happily rinsed his bowl, and drank another bowl. After this feast, the aroma of chicken spread for kilometers. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Of course not. How could a few pots of chicken soup reach that far? Jing Shu had Wenjun and Guotu simmer chicken soup at dozens of spots around the area, and they'd even made several laps around the city while cooking. So the whole city of Mas knew exactly what the Chinese business group was eating that night. At the diplomatic residence, Mama Haas was drooling so much he could have filled a bucket. His own meals tasted bland in comparison. He said to his wife, "With the Chinese acting so high profile, I doubt they'll last long here. This place is bound to get chaotic soon. We should pack up and leave early." Just as he finished, there was a knock at the door. Mama Haas answered it and came back with a pot of chicken noodle soup. His wife asked, "So dear, when are we packing up to leave?" Mama Haas replied, "Leave? No way. We need to stick close to the Chinese. We must stand with Mas through thick and thin." Ah, this is so delicious. Old Joe returned to his presidential suite, meeting with Codename 7, Yang Yang, and Shadow to discuss the day's intelligence. This time, Old Joe and Jing Shu were operating openly, while Codename 7 and Shadow worked in the shadows. Codename 7 laid out all the collected intel. There are two forces in Maz to watch out for. One is a puppet of America, the other a puppet of old Europe. Old Joe wasn't usually a foodie, but he couldn't help asking, "Do you all smell chicken soup? Why is it still so strong?" Shadow immediately said, "I thought I was imagining it, but it's real, and even stronger than before." Just then, the door opened and Jing Shu wheeled in a cart with a big pot of chicken soup. Unlike the pure chicken noodle soup from earlier, this one was loaded with matsutake, chicken oil mushrooms, and all sorts of delicious veggies. Jing Shu smiled. "Didn't get enough this afternoon? Let's have a little midnight snack." Shadow coughed. "Well, if you insist, I won't be polite then." He hadn't eaten dinner and was starving. Old Joe felt a bit guilty. "Jing Shu, you should keep these good things for yourself. You've already contributed so much for this mission." Jing Shu was waiting for this. "Old Joe, how can a few pots of soup catch a big fish? If we want the word to get out, we have to go all the way. That's why I had chicken soup simmering all over the city. Now everyone knows. If you feel bad, just let me pick one item first from the spoils, as long as it's within the rules." That was a reasonable request. Old Joe agreed on the spot. "You can pick two." "Deal!" Jing Shu was delighted, and so was everyone else. Old Joe was happy too. They enjoyed a late-night snack while discussing the local factions. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose. Jing Shu was especially pleased. She had a big appetite, and her team, especially Xiao Wei, ate even more, so none of the food went to waste. She'd planned to make this much anyway, and now she'd scored 2 first picks from the loot for free. The next day, after careful preparations, all the local powers and countries around Mas knew that a super-fat sheep had arrived. That night, the mass trade fair was packed. Some came to see just how fat the sheep were, some to see what benefits they could get, and some to scope things out for other reasons. Mass was a real melting pot. At the trade fair, you could see people of all 4 major skin colors. Because the fair was highly private, security was tight. No weapons allowed, no more than 5 servants or bodyguards per group, and tickets were charged per person. Each ticket cost goods worth 100 liters of oil. If you bought more than that in goods, the ticket was free. That's right. In the Middle East, oil used to be priced in US dollars, daily goods in euros. After the apocalypse and the collapse of local currencies, everything was pegged to oil. The poor still bartered, but the upper class used oil as currency. As the big spenders, Old Joe brought his daughter and sons. They didn't have oil, but they had plenty of beer. Mama Haas, ever the smooth operator, waived their tickets. After all, the stuff they brought was worth far more than oil. Watching them haul in cart after cart of goods, Mama Haas was grinning from ear to ear. He'd get a nice cut from all this. Just then, a voice rang out. Could such a high-end trade fair really get robbed? Who was it? Who said such a buzzkill thing? Don't they know that's a jinx? Mama Haas cursed inwardly, wishing he could slap the person who said it. If there really was a robbery as the organizer, he'd lose so much and have to clean up a huge mess. The UN fat cats would just point fingers at him, blaming him for not managing the trade fair, and he might even be made a scapegoat. But when Mama Haas saw who had spoken, his scowl instantly turned into a beaming smile. It was Miss Joe. He hurried over to Jing Shu and Old Joe, fawning, "Oh, my dear little princess, don't worry. I've spent the whole day preparing for this grand event just for you. Not only have I arranged translators for several languages, I've also mobilized all the armed forces in the area. Look, every guest is accompanied by our embassy's bodyguards. If you're worried about safety, I can't assign you more bodyguards, but I can arrange for over 20 people to help carry your things." With a wave of his hand, heavily armed bodyguards with shields surrounded them, looking ready for anything. Mamahas hadn't gotten to his position by being stupid. He was actually very smart. He knew these Chinese were his golden geese. Protecting them meant more wealth for him, so nothing could be allowed to happen to them. And the more foolishly generous these golden geese were, the more he had to protect them. He continued, "Rest assured, not only is the trade hall secure, but I've also stationed troops outside to guarantee your safety." "I hope so," Jingshu said, stretching her elegant neck and walking off with her head held high. Old Joe patted Mama Huss on the shoulder, using a bit of force and speaking with double meaning. "Good job." What a pain. But it wasn't a big deal. Jingshu was also curious to see if, with all this security, any of the hungry wolves would still dare to make a move. The trade fair soon began. As expected, Mama Ha's had gathered the wealthiest locals, who brought out their family collections, intending to show off and let the Chinese see who was really the symbol of luxury in the Middle East. So all these items were extravagantly priced, but in reality had little practical value. "Ladies and gentlemen, this item is from Mr. Eltbod's collection, a bracelet made of over 1,000 rare yellow-pink diamonds and more than 20 carats of rare pear-shaped diamonds. Before the apocalypse, it was worth over $50 million US. We'll exchange it for goods of equal value." Unsurprisingly, it went unsold. Elt kept glancing at Jingshu, hoping she'd be the sucker to trade for it, but she didn't even react. Mama Ha's then brought out several similar items, all worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions before the apocalypse, but now no one was foolish enough to trade that much for useless jewelry. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. The last piece was introduced by Mr. Elt himself. "This is my proudest collection, a graph pink diamond, a 30-carat emerald-cut pink diamond, flawless and perfect. Before the apocalypse, it was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Is anyone interested?" There were gasps of amazement. Such a large, natural pink diamond was extremely rare, and flawless even more so. Everyone present had seen their share of Middle Eastern luxury. Jingshu's bodyguard team clicked their tongues. Just hearing the history and the pre-apocalypse prices, they thought these people must be crazy. Rich people really don't treat money as money. It's the apocalypse, and you still want to trade these for real goods? Dream on. There were a few who liked the items, but no one bid. Elt said to Mama Hus, "You said there'd be a super rich guest today, so I brought my most precious items at great risk. Even if these things aren't worth as much as before, they're still worth tens of millions in oil. But now, it seems no one dares to bid. So you were just bragging, weren't you? No one here can actually afford them, especially some people who claim to be so rich but can't buy anything, right?" It was obvious who he was talking about. Many people looked over, waiting to see how the fat sheep from China would respond. Would they take the bait and buy everything or just stay silent? After the translator finished, all the bodyguards' faces darkened. Nanan gloated, "Serves you right for showing off. Now you can't afford their jewelry and you're being mocked." Mama Haas was a bit embarrassed. He wanted to fleece the fat sheep and show off to the Chinese, but this wasn't the way to do it. No one would buy such overpriced junk. But the next second, Miss Joe didn't take the bait. Instead, she strode up to the stage, her face dark, her maid struggling to keep up with her. Jingshu picked up the microphone and, in Chinese, addressed Mama Haas and the whole audience. "Honored gentlemen, I thought this trade fair would have something truly worthwhile, but all you've shown me are these unimpressive trinkets. I already said if there's something I like, I'll pay several times the price, let alone just match it. Goods? That's nothing to me. Are you looking down on us Chinese or doubting our resources? You think you can fool us with this stuff? Please translate that for everyone." She lifted her chin, exuding absolute nobility. Nanan was stunned behind her. Jingshu was crazy, actually saying something so arrogant. In fact, many people at the fair had brought Chinese translators, so they all understood. Some smirked, some sneered, and some looked greedy. Just how much did these Chinese really have? Especially Mr. Elt, who said, "Miss from China, you're just boasting, aren't you? You look down on these things? Maybe you just can't afford them. My collections are all one of a kind." Jingshu sneered, then pulled out a nondescript cloth bag from the stage and took out a massive diamond-encrusted watch. Your necklace only has a few diamonds. My watch has thousands of large diamonds, and the dial alone is made from a diamond over 30 carats. Why would I want your junk? Elt was embarrassed. Now that she'd said it, it was clear. None of his items could compare to hers. Still, he stubbornly insisted, "But my last treasure is worth more than your watch. If you really like it, why not make an offer?" Jingshu's casual display of jewelry, just pulling things out of a cloth bag, stood in stark contrast to Elt's carefully presented treasures in fancy boxes. It really seemed like anything Jingshu casually pulled from her bag was worth far more than Elt's best, which only made it clearer that she wasn't impressed by these so-called treasures. Or maybe she just had so many precious things that she could only carry them in a sack. Hearing Elt's words, Jingshu looked even more disdainful. She reached into her bag again and casually pulled out a massive diamond. At first glance, it didn't even look like a diamond, more like a giant glass marble about the size of a baby's fist. With a clatter, Jingshu accidentally dropped the diamond on the ground, and the unique sound it made told all the connoisseurs present exactly what grade it was. Jingshu didn't care at all. She lifted her head with noble indifference and said to Mama Ha's, "Oh, sorry, I dropped it. Could you pick it up for me? These high heels are so inconvenient." Mama Ha's moved with lightning speed, the fastest he'd ever moved in his life, to pick it up. He held it under the light, his voice trembling. This is—" Before he could finish, Elt shouted excitedly, "That's the largest Cullinan diamond ever mined, an uncut rough stone, at least 500 carats. Oh my God, I think it used to be in the collection of that American billionaire." The room erupted in commotion. The wealthy elite of Maz stared at the stage, their eyes red with envy. Unlike Jingshu and Old Joe's bodyguard team, who didn't really understand the value and just thought Jingshu was pretty impressive for shocking all these local bumpkins with whatever she pulled out, even Jingshu herself was a bit stunned. She'd never really understood the value of these luxury items. She just knew that anything from the American tycoon's house wasn't cheap, so she took it all. That fist-sized diamond, she often used it as a frisbee for her fat chicken to play fetch. And that diamond watch? She'd used it as a hook. Ignorance is bliss. But for those who knew, the collector's eyes were bloodshot with desire, and their gazes toward Jingshu were tinged with awe. Jingshu shrugged and pulled out a few more items from her bag. "I don't have a ton of these, but to me they're pretty ordinary, so I really can't be bothered with your stuff. If everything is at your level, don't embarrass yourself by bringing it out." Her words were both insulting and a slap in the face. Yet, Elt, instead of getting angry, was even more excited. "Of course my collection can't compare to yours. Blah, blah, blah." He rambled on, clearly hoping Jingshu would show off even more for everyone to see. Jingshu wasn't stingy. She kept pulling out treasures from her bag, making Mama Ha's and the others feel like she was wasting priceless artifacts. Some items even had chicken droppings on them, and no one could figure out what this young lady had been doing with them. Regardless, the room was filled with gasps of amazement, and the looks directed at Jingshu grew more and more fervent. Seeing the time, Mama Ha snapped out of his shock. He couldn't let Miss Joe keep showing off. If this went on, even he might not make it out alive. So Mama Ha quickly steered things back to the main event and started the real trading session. Still, many people were a bit disappointed. If this Chinese heiress was so rich, how much more did the kindly old man beside her have stashed away? Many had already made up their minds, their eyes burning with greed, some even mentally dividing up the spoils. In short, more than half the people looked at the two fat sheep as if they were fools. Showing off like this in the Middle East, they were as good as dead. One by one, the trade items were brought to the stage, and the hosts all looked eagerly at the Chinese heiress. But she mostly just looked bored and waved them away, asking for the best substitutes instead. Everyone thought this was only natural. Of course, the heiress wouldn't be interested in such things. She didn't seem to be here to trade, but just to show off. But that was fine. Soon, all her treasures would be divided up anyway. Jingshu was enjoying herself when a young Chinese man approached, clinking glasses with Old Joe before quietly chatting with them. His name was Zhou Dongdong. Jingshu wondered what he was up to, but Zhou Dongdong was a smooth talker. He started by building rapport, saying his ancestors were from China, so they were all family. After some flattery, he finally got to the point, gently suggesting they add more security, since things weren't safe lately, and even gave them the contact info of a Chinese arms dealer. He's a mercenary here, takes private jobs. If you're ever in danger, just pay him and he'll risk his life for you. Old Zhou politely declined, then asked what business Zhou Dongdong was in. I help transport and sell oil for the Saudis, just a middleman. There are Chinese contacts on the Iraqi side, but I don't have those connections, so I have to take the back roads, Zhou Dongdong said, a bit regretfully. Old Zhou patted his shoulder. You're a good kid. You'd better stay in Mas and not wander around, Zhou Dongdong warned, then shook his head and left. These Chinese were too bold. Didn't they know the saying, don't flaunt your wealth? Hadn't they learned their lesson in the apocalypse? To show off like this in Mas, they'd be dead in less than 10 days. Weren't Chinese people supposed to be smart? What a pity. Jingshu just smiled and said to old Zhou, this guy's got some connections. Maybe we've found a local who can help us. We do need someone reliable and familiar with the area. Old Zhou nodded. We'll have to test him a bit more. The early stage of the trade fair was just to test the waters. When things were about right, Mamahas finally clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. The main event is here. Take a good look at this. What was it? Everyone's eyes turned to the stage. There, a massive cart covered in red silk was wheeled out. With a dramatic flourish, Mamahas whipped off the silk, revealing what was underneath. It was an entire wall of glass containers, each divided into dozens of compartments, each holding a different color of crystal-clear liquid with ice cubes floating inside. Beneath each compartment was a sparkling tap. When Mamahas filled a cup, the rich aroma of hops instantly filled the entire trade hall. He took a big gulp, let out a satisfied beer burp, and showed off his empty cup to everyone. Every man in the room was already swallowing hard. That rich, authentic beer aroma, none of them had tasted anything like it in ages. Before the apocalypse, people still had wine collections, but no one wanted to drink them. Beer, with its short shelf life, was almost impossible to find now. And even in the Middle East, where the rich had servants to grow and brew beer at home, nothing could compare to the aroma wafting from these containers. To put it simply, it was like the difference between flat, expired Sprite and the real thing. Utterly disappointing versus irresistible. This is the beer the Chinese brought, right? I didn't think the rumors Mamahas spread were actually true. I heard there was beer, but I thought it'd be like our homemade stuff. I never imagined the craftsmanship would be on a whole different level. This is the best of the best. I just wonder how much the Chinese actually brought. If it's too little, there won't be enough for all of us. Some praised, some tried to gather information, and some narrowed their eyes, already instructing their people to contact some folks. The Chinese had brought way too many good things. Mamahas cleared his throat and continued. Gentlemen, don't get too excited. Mr. Zhou brought several shiploads of beer this time and even plans to set up a brewery here. Allow me to introduce this beer. It's a top-tier brew made with post-apocalyptic dark energy. I'm sure you've all smelled it by now. Drinking it can even strengthen the body and restore energy. Someone asked, Dear Mamahas, can we have a taste first? Mamahas shook his head apologetically. No. After all, whatever's left after the deals is his commission. But he reassured them, the price is very reasonable. You can buy it by the barrel and try it for yourselves. A standard 100-liter barrel is just 500 liters of oil. Before the apocalypse, trading a bottle of beer for 5 times its volume in oil would have gotten you beaten up. But now, with beer extinct in the Middle East, these rich folks actually thought, damn, that's pretty fair. Of course, that's what the honest ones thought. The less honest were already plotting how to get everything from the Chinese for free. Mamahas pointed to the glass containers behind him. These are the collectible 24-flavor beers, priced by auction. And to go with them, we have cigarettes. also grown with post-apocalyptic dark energy. He clapped, and beautifully packaged luxury cigarettes were brought out, stacked high, but each box only held 3 sticks. Jingshu looked at the packaging and couldn't help but curse. Shameless profiteers, ugh! But it only made the cigarettes seem even more exclusive. Cigarettes? There's no shortage of cigars here. We have plenty at home, nothing rare about that. I even have my own plantation. Some of the rich shook their heads, but as soon as Mama Haas lit up one of the limited edition cigarettes, they all fell silent. These cigarettes, infused with dark energy and tick essence, filled the hall with a mesmerizing aroma. The old smokers felt like they were in heaven. After Mama Haas finished one, the cigar-holding tycoons suddenly found their own cigars tasteless. When he lit up another with a different color and flavor, the others looked on with burning envy. For collectors, these were must-haves. Elt started bidding like a madman, his eyes red with excitement. Jingshu nodded. He was a perfect fat sheep to fleece. Sure enough, both the beer and cigarettes fetched sky-high prices at auction. Barrel after barrel of beer was shipped out, and Jingshu's side received oil in return, dozens of times the value. With the Moss official army present, the initial trades went smoothly. So far, we've traded for about a shipload of oil. The rest is still being processed, Yang quickly reported to Jingshu and Old Joe. This shipload of oil would be split between Jingshu and the higher-ups, since the cigarette business was hers and the beer business was a partnership. The other bodyguards looked at Jingshu with envy. They'd just arrived and were already raking in money by the sackful. Just a few barrels of beer had brought back dozens of times their value in oil. Unbelievable. How much was Jingshu going to make this time? But soon, they weren't jealous anymore. Jingshu was trading goods for goods, but they'd be taking things by force later. Pure profit. Once they realized that, they all straightened up, hoping some fool would try something soon. The rich all used up their money to buy beer and cigarettes, and only stopped when they ran out. Still, many were just testing the goods. Looks like the Chinese are willing to sell as much as we want. I just tried ordering several hundred tons of beer, and they agreed without hesitation. They really did bring dozens of shiploads. We're going to make a killing. This batch is top quality, all cultivated in China. Mama Haas wasn't lying. Let's stop buying and find out how much they have, then we'll just take it all. The trade fair continued in an intense but orderly fashion. Besides the Chinese goods, the other wealthy traders also brought out some good stuff. At a proper trade fair like this, Jingshu didn't mind trading real goods for things she liked. She bid on a few trinkets she fancied while also overseeing the transfer of goods. Oil was hard to transport, so as night fell, Jingshu had Xiaowei's transport bugs move most of it through underground tunnels back to the flagship. That's right. After arriving in the Middle East, Jingshu's first small goal was already accomplished. Wherever she went, Xiaowei's bug tunnels would follow. If no one caused trouble today, fine. But if someone did, well, she'd already moved all the traded goods away without anyone noticing, and could even set a trap for whoever tried to make a move. Of course, at the trade fair, Jingshu was still playing the Zhou family heiress. She clung to Old Zhou's arm and said, "I want this one too." Old Zhou smiled on the surface. Bye, bye, bye. But inside, he was cursing. What a spendthrift girl wanting to buy everything. I don't have money. If you want it, buy it yourself. Isn't it better to just take things by force? But as the heiress, Jingshu could buy whatever she wanted, which only made everyone around her even more envious and suspicious-free. Any lingering doubts were dispelled. No one could fake being this much of a spendthrift. She was definitely a fat sheep from China. Now the only questions were how to split the spoils and how to make people disappear in the Middle East without a trace. Send word. Get some people to make contact, then find a way to lure them out of Moss. It's not convenient to act inside Mass. Report this to the Americans. I'm sure they'll be interested in these people. As the trade fair entered its final stage, the atmosphere was lively. Old Zhou and his foolish sons made many new friends, while the heiress remained aloof, unimpressed by anything. She only nodded politely to people, which made those around her even more excited. The more naive and simple she seemed, the easier she'd be to trick. "Dear Mr. Joe, it's an honor to meet you. Please accept this small token of friendship." A noblewoman handed out boxes of gifts to everyone, looking very generous. It was a popular local tradition: golden keys, symbolizing the key to wealth, each one made of pure gold. Gold wasn't as valuable as before the apocalypse, but it still had worth, so the bodyguards accepted them with a smile. There were other random gifts, too. High society always gives flashy but impractical things. All in all, it was a fruitful day. As soon as Yang Yang touched the gifts, he frowned, signaled to old Joe and the others, and made a zip your lips gesture. Everyone understood. There was something fishy about these gifts, so they stopped discussing anything important. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our trade fair. I'm sure you've all exchanged contact info. For any future deals, please use the official mass channels. If anything happens outside, we can't guarantee your safety. Rest assured, mass is a place where peace and safety come first. As long as you stay within mass, we guarantee your absolute safety. Mama Haas was clearly speaking to Jingshu and her group, hoping to keep the fat sheep spending money in mass. He even considered taking them outside to show them the chaos and gunfire so they'd be scared into staying put. But just as he finished speaking, as if someone wanted to slap him in the face, a huge explosion rocked the entire hall, shaking the building violently. The once bright hall was plunged into darkness and screams erupted everywhere. Mama Haas shouted, "Don't panic! Don't scream! The army is outside to protect us! Stay calm, crouch down and head to the basement. The bodyguards will protect us." He hadn't even finished when more explosions sounded outside, and half the wall of the hall was blown away. Instantly, everyone inside was trying to escape. Chaos reigned both inside and out. In the pitch-black hall, Jingshu watched coldly. Some people were truly panicked, but others were smirking, whispering into their earpieces, or trying to steal items from the display tables. Old Joe was surrounded by bodyguards, shouting, "Protect my daughter! My daughter is the most important!" Jingshu. What a drama king. Sure enough, the bodyguards closed ranks around Jingshu, shielding her as they tried to escape. Old Joe and his group had been sitting in the front row, with the exit at the back. It was impossible to get out quickly. The doorway was already jammed with people, so they had to retreat to the stage. On the stage, there were still plenty of valuables, but anyone trying to steal them was stopped by Mama Haas's bodyguards. In the chaos, Mama Haas found Old Joe and Jingshu and hurried them over. "Don't worry, dear Joe. We'll be fine. The Maas army will protect you." He hadn't finished when someone in the crowd shouted, "Grab that woman! If we get her, the fat sheep can't escape. Hurry!" Through the gaping hole in the wall, a group had slipped in, wearing night vision goggles. The first thing they saw was the glittering Jingshu, and they immediately made their move. A huge steel net was launched. Mama Haas. Damn it. Is someone deliberately trying to embarrass me today? He'd just guaranteed their safety, and now someone was openly robbing his fat sheep. No, his clients. What a joke. Mama Haas shouted at the top of his lungs, "Protect Miss Joe!" Gunfire erupted as the bodyguards fired into the darkness. The hall became a war zone, with screams and chaos everywhere. People at the door pushed and cursed, desperate to escape. "Damn it! Isn't Maz supposed to be safe? My collection! Someone protect my collection!" How did these people get in when the army's outside? Maybe they were already inside the hall. It was clear the attacker's target was the Chinese fat sheep. Some people were anxious, others gloating. The massive steel net snapped open, catching several people at once. Thanks to her agility and the bodyguard's desperate protection, Miss Joe was unharmed, but several of her brothers and bodyguards were caught. The attackers grabbed their targets and vanished in less than a minute. Only then did the army outside finally finish dealing with the chaos, driving off a large group of people before slowly making their way into the trade hall to take control. The lights came back on, revealing a devastated hall, littered with bullets and debris. Mama Haas crawled out from under the stage, clutching his head, and sternly scolded the officers outside. "What happened? How did those people get in? Why were you all outside and didn't come in?" He turned to check on the biggest fat sheep of the night and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Joe and Miss Joe were both unharmed. They looked like they'd never experienced anything like this before, just standing there in shock after such a big incident, probably scared stiff. But old Joe simply nodded to his people, his face pale, and said, "Oh my God. 3 of my sons and several bodyguards were taken. You must give me an explanation." Mama Haas, seeing that Miss Joe was still there, was anxious on the surface, but secretly relieved. As long as those 2 were safe, the rest was acceptable. He said, "Don't worry, dear Joe. I'll immediately send the army to search for them. These kidnappers are after money, not lives. They'll contact you soon for ransom, and when they do, we'll catch them all in one go." Sure enough, old Joe relaxed a bit. "Good. I hope the kidnappers don't hurt my sons. After all, I have plenty of sons. If some die, so be it." Mama Haas. Well, you didn't have to say it out loud. Old Joe continued. "They're not worth as much as my daughter anyway. I'll pay a few shiploads of goods for them, but not more. If it costs more, just let them die." Many people nearby pricked up their ears, their breathing growing heavier. They stared at old Joe's sons and daughter. Was a son really worth that much in goods? And as if there weren't insiders, the next day when the kidnappers came to negotiate, they asked for exactly a few shiploads of goods. No one would believe there weren't bugs or moles among them. Mama Haas, exhausted, began tallying up the lost and damaged goods. He was shocked to find that while other rich folks lost a little here and there, all of old Joe's goods were gone. "You lost the entire shipload of oil you just bought?" Mama Haas gasped. "What a sucker. Why didn't you keep your stuff safe? Now it's all gone? And you don't even know how?" The other rich people looked at them with a mix of confusion and contempt, and some shifty types were already contacting their networks, trying to find out who had stolen the Chinese goods. Miss Joe snorted, completely unconcerned. "Mr. Mama Haas, my bodyguards are new here and don't know the area. We'd just taken delivery of the goods when the robbery happened. Isn't it normal to lose a shipment? It's just 1 shipload. No big deal. We'll be trading for more in a few days anyway." Mama Haas. What a badass heiress. Everyone else started slapping labels on Jing Shu. "Fat sheep, dumb pig, rich and naive. Come rob her, quick." Old Joe stifled a laugh. This girl was really putting on a show. They'd hidden the goods away as soon as they got them, but he could only pretend not to care. "Forget it. It's just a shipload. As long as everyone's safe." Mama Haas sighed, feeling guilty. "I'll send people to look for your goods. If you lose something in Mas, we'll get it back for you. Things have been unstable lately, so I'll assign some troops to protect you. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get an explanation." Old Joe patted him on the shoulder. "Thanks, old friend. With you here, we feel safe." Tonight's events in Mas were just a test from these people. A secret video had recorded old Joe and Miss Joe's every move. At that moment, in a luxurious villa, dozens of people were gathered, most dressed impeccably, but a few in strange black robes. In the center was a special device and a video recording. After the video finished, a raspy voice from one of the black-robed figures asked, "What do you all think?" A blond man in a suit named McRae lounged comfortably on the sofa and clicked his tongue. "My puppet had explosives planted in his body. He went to the bathroom and blew open part of the hall, while other puppets caused chaos outside. You all saw Miss Joe's reaction, completely scared stiff, huh? Someone like that wouldn't last a minute outside Mas, so I suggest we make our move here in Mas." The raspy voice continued, "And the rest of you?" "I agree. Several other factions got involved tonight, all eyeing their goods. These big dumb fat sheep lost a whole shipload and just let it go. The key is we don't even know which group took it." The black-robed man thought for a moment. "Have Major and the others scare the captives, find out how much cargo and how many armed men they have. They crossed the sea. If they didn't have some skills, pirates would have eaten them alive. Also, check at sea to see if anyone spotted a fleet of dozens of big ships. There's no way they'd go unnoticed. I have a feeling these people aren't as simple as they look." McRae didn't care, sipping beer and smoking a cigarette from the trade fair. Boss, you're right, but this beer is damn good. Where did they get all this stuff? Aren't they planning to build a factory? Robbing them is one thing, but if we figure out where they got it and how to make it, we could get even more. The black-robed man nodded. Let Major and those idiots probe further. Suddenly, the radio on the table crackled. McRae's eyes lit up. Boss, they've activated the stuff we gave them. Now we can monitor them 24/7. The black-robed man grunted. Have someone listen around the clock. Don't miss a thing. But be careful. These rich types always have people with special abilities. If there's someone with magnetic powers, we could get exposed. A black-clad woman with a voluptuous figure and a slender waist laughed, flashing her white teeth. Oh, don't worry. Even if this is discovered, there are plenty of other ways. Their entire residence is under my surveillance. My little snakes will report their every move. She flicked her tongue like a snake, seductive and creepy. Presidential suite. So you're sure you want to play these recordings for them? Yang asked Jingshu, looking conflicted. Jingshu nodded. Don't we have a part-time voice actor, Li Jiao, on our team? Have him record all our conversations, scramble the order, and play them on a loop. I think it'll be pretty entertaining. Li Jiao, a 200-pound big guy, was once famous online for his cross-gender voice acting. His huge frame and sweet, beautiful voice, able to play both male and female roles, made him a viral sensation. Later, Li Jiao unfortunately became a new human. His throat grew extra cartilage, turning into a giant speaker, and he could emit supersonic high notes that shattered glass, rated as a sea-level ability. Within the bodyguard team, he was known as Lion's Roar Li Jiao. Li Jiao looked conflicted. He had to play the whole team's conversations for a day? That's exhausting. And now he was a dignified special ability user. Who'd want to do such a menial job? Yang, isn't that a bit much? Old Joe nodded. It is a lot. How about 300 contribution points a day? Everyone's eyes lit up. Some were about to volunteer, but no one was faster than Li Jiao. He rushed forward. I can do it! I can handle it! Not tired at all. If anyone tries to take this job from me, I'll fight them. I've memorized all your voices. I can talk for 24 hours straight without stopping. Li Jiao was crying inside. Too much reward, impossible to refuse. So, while Li Jiao went to record, Jingshu and the others sorted and divided up the day's spoils. As the saying goes, splitting the loot. Codename Chi kept a cold face, but the corners of his mouth lifted, clearly in a good mood. He led everyone through the tunnel to their temporary storage room. This was an underground passage and basement dug by Xiao Wei the bug girl, where the goods were temporarily hidden. Under the lights, Big Yellow Teeth excitedly touched everything. Besides the oil and other goods they'd won at auction tonight, there were also items that couldn't be openly transported to the ship. But the Macau gambler suddenly picked up a valuable collectible. Isn't this Mr. Dole's collection? Desert Lone Wolf pointed at a gold ornament. I remember this belonged to another tycoon, right? So, Captain Jingshu, are there other people's goods mixed in with ours? Jingshu just smiled. Codename Cheese said nonchalantly, It was chaos. We just picked things up as we went, mainly from other robbers. Everyone gave a thumbs up. You're the best, Captain Chi. Old Joe had Yang redo the inventory and divide the loot. Satisfied, everyone went to bed, ready for tomorrow's big show. Meanwhile, all the people monitoring the Chinese team looked bewildered. Are these Chinese nuts? Why are they chattering all night instead of sleeping? And what are they even saying? If Mama Haas is capable, he'll do whatever job he's given, and every job will be done well. If he's not capable, he'll do every job badly, and every job will be a mess. Got it? So, a few brothers got caught. Now, is money the problem? Is money a problem? The problem is whether we have money or not. If we don't, that's the problem. So the biggest problem isn't the problem itself. The Middle Eastern translators' brains were fried. So is it about money or not? Are they paying or not tomorrow? They were going crazy. By morning, the entire surveillance team was dumbfounded. When the translators finally finished, everyone fell silent. Li Jiao smiled. When it comes to level 10 Chinese, he could tie their brains in knots. This was his bargaining skill. They wanted to monitor them. Good luck. As for the sudden appearance of many little snakes outside the hotel, Jingshu had left them alone at first, but you can't underestimate a Chinese person's love of food. Early the next morning, Hao Yunlai tossed in 2 snakes, yawning. "Ran into these on the way out, Captain. Make some snake soup?" Soon after, Tank sheepishly brought 2 more. "Accidentally stepped on these. Maybe braised snake?" Four Eyes tossed in another. "Captain, this one tried to bite me. Had no choice." Even Big Yellow Teeth staged a scene, dragging 2 snakes behind Situ Xiaoye, exclaiming, "Jing girl, these snakes are too arrogant, biting my people. If we don't stew them, it's a waste of Xiaoye's suffering." Situ Xiaoye forced a stiff smile. He just wanted some dried fish. Jingshu was expressionless. The snakes had been minding their own business, but Xiaoye was forced to catch one and get bitten. Did they think she didn't notice? Good thing Xiaoye was a zombie, or he'd be poisoned. By noon, Jingshu had received dozens of snakes. Word had spread. Only Jingshu could turn any ingredient into a delicacy. "Give her the ingredients, and you couldn't go wrong," Jingshu finally snapped. "Can't you leave a few alone? They're here to spy on us. Can't you just ignore them?" Everyone nodded like chickens pecking rice, but the snakes were just too tasty to resist. Still, Jingshu made a snake soup feast for everyone at lunch, and sternly reminded them, "Don't catch any more snakes for now. Wait until this is over, then clean them out." In the villa, the snake woman was heartbroken. She'd lost so many snakes in one day. These Chinese were toxic. How did they find such well-hidden snakes? By afternoon, the kidnappers finally sent word, coming to negotiate for ransom. Mama Haas didn't come himself, but sent a trusted aide, saying they could ambush the kidnappers during the exchange. But old Joe waved his hand and said directly, "These few shiploads of goods are just within what I can afford. Let's not make things complicated. If all they want is the goods, then give it to them. Just return my foolish sons and that's enough." As soon as old Joe said this, the kidnappers were overjoyed. In all their years in the Middle East, they'd never met such a gullible fat sheep. Mama Huss couldn't say much more, but his heart ached. After all the goods old Joe was handing over were his commission. Old Joe didn't care, but Mama Huss was so pained he could barely breathe. He immediately tightened security in Maz, even requesting more troops from above. When the shiploads of goods were unloaded and stacked at the dock, everyone around was excited. Looks like these Chinese really are going to trade goods for people. Robbing them is so easy. If we do this a few more times, we'll be rich. Mamaha's people are here too, but they're just protecting the Chinese. He must regret letting them get into trouble. He'll never let it happen again. It's Major's crew. Should we try to steal their goods? No need. These fat sheep have plenty of goods and are dumb. Let's focus on robbing them. No need to mess with Major. He's got American backing and plenty of weapons. So, the Chinese group followed the kidnappers' instructions exactly. Time, place, goods, everything. Old Joe handed it all over, and when the goods appeared in broad daylight, countless people were drooling. Damn, we need to hurry and get in on this too. At this rate, they'll be robbed clean sooner or later. Major was a burly, limping man with a pirate's air. He and his men waited at a remote coast. As soon as they got the goods, their ship would take everyone and disappear, circling around and vanishing without a trace. "Boss, what about the hostages?" Major, puffing on a Chinese cigarette, was more and more hooked. He blew smoke rings and said, "With all these goods and valuable hostages, if we could get that heiress, the Chinese would pay even more." "Should we go after the heiress?" Major shook his head regretfully. "She's reserved for someone else. Let's not get greedy, but we can keep the hostages. Once we have the goods, we leave. After this, we'll lay low for a while. The UN in Maz isn't to be trifled with. Later we can ransom the hostages again. Go and be careful." Several boats floated offshore. Major's men held the hostages, ordering the Chinese to load all the goods onto the boats. When it came time to release the hostages, they dropped one off every so often along the way. To Mamahas, it was a nerve-wracking process, but the Chinese seemed clueless, as if they had no experience. Only after Mama Haas repeatedly reminded them did they finally respond appropriately. Old Joe, thanks for the reminder. We're not very experienced with being robbed. This is our first time, so we're a bit unclear on the process. Mama Haas snorted. Understandable. China's famous for its good public security. Old Joe sent people to follow from a distance, picking up hostages and continuing to hand over goods. Mama Haas waited anxiously. By late afternoon, the Chinese bodyguard team returned. Mama Haas asked, "Well, did you get everyone back?" Tank scratched his head. "They got taken again." Mama Haas, anxious. "And the goods?" "Those are gone too," Tank said, embarrassed. "The kidnappers were too cunning. We only got back the 12th young master." Mama Haas. "So you traded several shiploads of goods for one hostage, and the rest got taken again?" Mama Haas was incredulous. Old Joe comforted him. It's fine. Saving even one is good. They want goods, so I doubt they'll hurt my sons." He glared at the rescued son. "Useless. How did you get sent back?" The returned bodyguard, Wu Xing, was innocent. He was big and strong, but among the hostages he was the hardest to feed, so they just sent him back. Mama Haas said awkwardly, "I suppose they'll be back. You'd better keep an eye on your family these days." Old Joe looked at his remaining sons and smiled, waiting to see what big fish they could catch. Meanwhile, Major was enjoying his beer, checking the boxes of real goods, grinning from ear to ear. "Boss, the hostages are behaving. Are we heading to Pino Island now?" Major nodded. "Move all the goods there, then contact the buyers. These Chinese are as dumb as pigs. They didn't even send a fleet to chase us. Forget them for now." "Where's Pino Island?" As Major was speaking, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Major broke into a cold sweat and looked up to see one of the foolish sons, the young man known as the Lion Dancer, standing at the door speaking fluent local language. Clearly, he'd been chosen as a foolish son and kidnapped here for a reason. Without a translator, they'd be lost. Major pointed his gun and shouted, "Damn it! Didn't you say they were docile and obedient? How did he get here?" His men drew their guns too. "I tied them up! How did they escape?" But it was too late. "Sorry, hands up, you're surrounded." Major felt something hard pressed to the back of his head, a familiar sensation. Zhou Mengyao smiled slightly. "Don't move, or your head's gone. Lion Dancer, translate." Actually, there was no need for translation. Major was already frozen. Very quickly, Major realized he'd walked right into a trap, a web of lies. On the ship, over 100 pirates were easily wiped out by the Chinese, except for 3 left to pilot the ship. Every single one of the rest was killed. Major trembled as he looked at the 5 Chinese, each one terrifyingly powerful, nothing like ordinary people. What kind of demons had he tried to rob this time? Were the Chinese really as stupid and naive as they looked? Major watched in shock as the Chinese stripped the corpses, tossing them into the sea but keeping all the clothes and anything useful. Major's jaw dropped. Were these really the same extravagant Chinese he'd seen these past few days? Why were they even sorting out the dead men's clothes? Was this what the Chinese meant by pluck every feather? Not even a scrap left behind? The foolish son bodyguard, who Major thought was just a bedwarmer, turned out to be the leader. She said to him, "Pino is your main island, right? Must be hiding a lot of good stuff. I heard you're contacting buyers. Must have fenced a lot of goods before? Good. Call your buyers and have them bring their goods too." Insane. These people were insane. There were only 5 of them, and they wanted to double-cross the buyers too? In just half a day, they reached Pino Island, and Major had already contacted his usual buyers. The buyer was a woman in a black luxury dress, but with a submachine gun slung over her back, wild and dangerous. She greeted Major with a hug. "Dear Major, did you bring everything? Is it really as good as you said?" Major's face was stiff. His mood had been a roller coaster all day. Part of him wanted his partner to get burned too. If he'd suffered, so should she. But he also hoped his partner could kill these 5 Chinese, so at least he'd survive, though the goods would be lost. But if his partner saw he had no strength left, she'd swallow him whole. And bringing the Chinese to double-cross his partner? If she got mad, she might just take him home as a boy toy. Thinking this, Major's heart naturally leaned toward the Chinese. "Dear Ellie, did you bring what I wanted?" Major forced a smile, his voice trembling. Ellie pointed behind her. "All here. As usual, let's check the goods." Zhou Mengyao signaled the lion dancer to check. These were their squad's private spoils, and they were eager to get their share. Ellie frowned. "Major, who are these new faces behind you?" Major forced a laugh. "They helped me rob the Chinese. The others died." Ellie's eyes flickered, but she waved her hand. "Let's check the goods first." After both sides checked, the lion dancer gave Zhou Mengyao an OK sign. The goods weren't all that valuable, but they were hard currency. Basic food and crude oil, more in quantity than what was on their ship, but about equal in value. Ellie's people whispered in her ear, and she smirked. "So, Major, I heard you lost a lot of men for this shipment?" Major sighed and shrugged. "You can see for yourself. There's hardly anyone left." "No point hiding it." Ellie laughed louder. "So how do you dare come trade with me?" She waved her hand. Instantly, over 100 armed men behind her aimed their guns at Major. Major gave a bitter smile. "Dear Ellie, I didn't want this either. I'm a victim here too." Ellie frowned. "What do you mean, Major?" Major shrugged. The next second, a finger snap sounded. Behind Zhou Mengyao, a massive bone blade extended, sharp and terrifying. Ellie was shocked. "Damn, they're new humans. Aim at that woman, quick! They're ability users." She pulled out her submachine gun, but it was too late. A hallucinogenic mist had already been released over the ship. In an instant, all the guns turned on Ellie. Bang, bang, bang! Without hesitation or a word, Ellie was instantly killed. Then it was time to clean up. The same scene played out again. The Chinese were stingier than ever. Zhou Mengyao didn't waste a single bullet, and the rest of the team personally finished off everyone else, letting them die peacefully in their sleep. These executioners were expert looters, stripping the bodies of weapons, ammo, watches, phones, everything. Among them, someone specialized in cracking phone passwords and using various apps to see if they could extract any valuable virtual currency. A few hours later, the bodies were dumped at sea, and the goods were neatly stacked on the ship. Major swallowed hard. Zhou Mengyao retracted her terrifying bone blade and said, "Let's go see what else is good on your island." Pino Island was his base, so of course there was more to find. The lion dancer said, "Captain, there's only 5 of us. We can't carry all this." Zhou Mengyao looked at the strange creatures surfacing in the sea. "No worries. I already told Captain Jingshu. She'll send people to help transport everything, but she gets a 10% cut." A bit of a shame, but with so few people, it was the only way. The lion dancer nodded. Hostages couldn't be kept. Who knew what hidden powers they might have? Better to stick with their own people. After they finished looting Pino Island, Wen Jun from Jingshu's team arrived with 2 ships to help. They'd come with 5 people, 3 sailors, and Major. They left with 4 ships full of loot. A very profitable day. Zhou Mengyao said, "Some of this will have Jingshu's people sell, some will turn in, and some will keep." The lion dancer looked at the haul, savoring the joy of making money. "But since we got all this from Major, we can't just go back, right?" Zhou Mengyao smiled. "Of course not. I'm keeping Major to bait a bigger fish, right, Major?" Jingshu listened to the report, a smile on her lips. The first job had gone off without a hitch. "So, is it time to play for even bigger stakes? Mass is just too small time. Who do they think they're looking down on?" So after the Chinese group lost a few sons, the mischievous heiress insisted on going out to pick a site for the brewery on the 3rd day. The main purpose of the Chinese team's trip was to build a brewery. They'd even brought plenty of raw materials. But when the heiress said she was going to pick a site, it was really just an excuse to go sightseeing. Mamahas was so stressed he was about to explode. Someone had spread a rumor that there was a desert on the border of Mas, and in that desert there were fish that could swim in the sand. Just listen to that. Fish that swim in the desert? What nonsense! Was that even possible? Mama Huss had lived here for years and never seen such a thing. But of course, the heiress believed it. They say you can only make big money by building a brewery in the desert. I want to see for myself. Mama Huss kept a smiling face, but inside he was cursing. Isn't there a saying in China? Don't fear a rich kid who squanders, fear a rich kid who starts a business? He'd never seen a rich kid squander the family fortune, but he'd seen plenty ruin their fathers by starting businesses. Was this heiress about to do the same? But old Joe was famously doting. If the heiress wanted to go play, or pick a site in the desert, then so be it. No big deal. Mama Huss tried to warn, it's not safe. Moss is crowded and complicated. It took a coalition of small countries and a lot of military force to keep Moss stable. But the desert, that's another story. Try it and you'll die. The heiress just waved her hand, full of confidence. No worries, we'll bring more bodyguards. Mama Huss tried to use his trump card. It's expensive out there and there are no subsidies. The heiress lifted her chin. Who do you think you're talking to? Do I look like I need your subsidies? Well, he couldn't argue. Especially since the heiress brought dozens of trucks loaded with supplies and raw materials, saying that if the site was good, they'd build the factory right there. That was all KPI for Mama Huss. So, Mama Huss went all out, applying for dozens of tanks to escort them, and led old Joe and the heiress into the desert. With so much cargo, it was like shining a 1,000,000-volt spotlight in the night, attracting all the wolves in the area. By day, the gentlemen in shirts and wine were now in night gear with submachine guns, trailing the convoy from several kilometers away. The desert was a bit far, and at every stop, the heiress had to play, do her makeup, take photos, sip tea, and snack. Every half hour, Mama Huss was fed all sorts of rare foods, cream cake, taro milk tea, sausages, and hot dogs whose aroma carried for miles. Mama Huss burped in happiness, eyes squinting with bliss. With food this good, he swore to protect the heiress with his life. During one break, he promised, "Don't worry, with all these tanks, nothing will happen." Then he remembered his past jinxes, quickly covered his mouth, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing happened. This trip really is peaceful. Not a single robber showed up. Of course, no one would try anything here. If they did, the group might just run away. The real traps were probably waiting deeper in the desert. But, she guessed, the robbers were still busy fighting over how to split the loot, maybe even coming to blows. No rush. The real show was about to begin. Jingshu squinted contentedly, editing photos and enjoying her afternoon tea. She was almost out of the pre-apocalypse durian and mango crepe cakes she'd brought. Time to make a new batch herself. The durians in her magic space were ripe, and she'd have to whip cream, steam crepe layers, and bake chiffon cakes. A lot of work. She posted a string of beautiful desert photos to her social feed, smiling even more. She hadn't come to the Middle East for nothing. Of course she had to leave her mark. She dressed up so beautifully. Of course she had to take photos to remember it. For someone who rarely posted, this was a big deal. With her expert photo editing, she posted a stunning set of exotic desert beauty shots. Likes poured in. Dad, my daughter is so beautiful. Look at her in that dress, like a fairy. Grandma, Jing girl is pretty, but the scenery's not great. Looks as shabby as Syria. Typed by Wu Yui. Su Mali. Jing Shu is gorgeous even abroad. Bring me a gift when you come back. I have nothing to give you but my blessings. May all your wishes come true. Jing Shu replied. Thanks for the good luck. Soon, her post had over 100 likes, and someone even shared her photos in the class group. Can't believe this is really Jing Shu. She's stunning. She never looked like this before. To take such beautiful photos in the apocalypse, amazing. Sumali said Jing Shu is abroad. What do you all think? No way. The borders are closed. How could she go abroad? But it does look hot there. Back home, it's freezing. Don't forget who Jing Shu is. Going abroad is nothing for her. No wonder we haven't seen her in the South China Sea lately. By the way, the air is really bad these days. Everyone should buy more masks. I keep coughing. Experts say the pollution is serious. Soon, the chat went off topic. Jingshu turned off her international data. She'd just used satellite data on her fancy phone. Normally, she had no signal. The group set off again. The desert was much hotter. At the edge, Mama Hus came over. "Mr. Joe, this is far enough. Any further and it'll be hard to get out." The heiress said, "But we haven't found the desert fish yet. Let's keep going. We have enough supplies. Even if we get stuck, we'll be fine." "Fine. Keep going." Mama Hus couldn't shake the feeling that everything was going too smoothly today. Actually, Mama Hus's feeling wasn't wrong. Someone was deliberately making everything go smoothly for them. All the traps had been set, just waiting for them to walk right in. Of course it would be smooth. The other side had even cleared away all the roadblocks in advance to make sure nothing would stop them. So, while Mama Hus was still feeling that something was off, the group finally arrived at their destination in the desert. At this point, Mama Hus had no idea they were already surrounded. A desert is called a desert for a reason. Endless stretches of yellow-orange sand as far as the eye can see. If the Middle East has anything in abundance, it's deserts. Looking out, there were endless dunes and sand hills. The road was rough and burned your feet. Mama Hus enthusiastically explained, "You don't have many deserts in China, right? Before the apocalypse, the surface temperature here could reach 70 degrees C. Now, even without sunlight, it's still over 50 degrees C and it feels like 30-something. Jingshu smiled slightly. Coincidentally, back in Wucheng, there were plenty of deserts too, and the Bull Demon King's flaming mountain could also reach 70 degrees C at the surface. Of course, that's the surface temperature, not what you actually feel. Old Joe nodded and joked. At this temperature, you could boil dumplings. Yang Yang chimed in. "Just about time to put the dumplings in." Jingshu said, "Wait, the water's not boiling yet." Mama Hus. He understood every word but not the meaning when they were put together. But when fish that could actually swim in the desert appeared, Mama Hus was truly shocked. They'd arrived at a big pit in the desert. Mama Hus explained that it used to be a lake. Lakes in the desert were rare, so it became a haven for all sorts of animals. There were often wild battles over this water source. But after the apocalypse, years of drought dried up the lake. Then came floods, then earthquakes. The desert isn't what it used to be, and it's very dangerous now, especially with no way to navigate. To be honest, no one's explored this desert in ages. As for fish that swim in the sand, I've never heard of such a thing. Mama Hus was still talking when Jingshu tugged his sleeve. She pointed to the former lake, now just a big pit in the sand. Mama Hus stared in shock. No way. There really are fish in the desert, but are those even fish? These creatures looked about 80% like fish, with fins, tails, and even fish heads. But they also had 4 little legs, letting them glide through the sand, and an hourglass-shaped mouth that could scoop up lots of sand. Jingshu squinted. They're pitch black, look like dark creatures. No idea if they're edible. They look pretty gross. As soon as the topic of "can you eat it" came up, everyone's eyes lit up. Finding new food in the apocalypse was priceless. Without Jingshu saying a word, someone quickly dug up dozens of these weird fish from the sand. The fish put up a fight. Their big mouths could bite through iron rods with a crunch that made your teeth ache. Mama Hus was dumbfounded. While he was still marveling at the existence of desert fish, the Chinese business group had already caught some and started cooking them in a dozen different ways. Fried, braised, steamed, sashimi, even ground up into fish balls. Soon a whole table of mutant fish dishes was ready. Mama Hus, huh? Come on, try it. Old Joe picked up a piece of braised mutant fish. Normally you'd have professionals test for toxins, analyze protein content, etc. But now no one bothered. They just cooked and ate. Mama Hus tried the fried and braised fish, smacked his lips, nodded, and his eyes lit up. The meat is actually pretty tasty. Jingshu twitched her mouth. With her chef's sauce, even shoe leather would taste good. But this fish is just so-so, Jingshu said after a couple bites. The meat's not great, and the chef said there's too much sand inside. You have to pick it out grain by grain. Old Joe nodded. There's always sand in the fish balls. The others didn't mind and just swallowed it down. With a good chef, even this fish tasted great. Yang Yang's face was odd. There's a bigger problem. Mama Huss didn't care. What problem? Here, if it's edible, it's food. Eating sand is nothing. But before he finished, his face turned purple-black, and his lips swelled up like sausages. Woo! Then his whole body stiffened. Yang Yang continued, "The biggest problem is, the fish is laced with dark energy poison." Mama Huss, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Old Joe called the team doctor, who treated Mama Huss. He recovered, except his lips were still sausage-sized, making it hard to talk. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "No more fish. It's really poisonous. But why didn't any of you get poisoned?" Ahem. A group of people blinked. "Yeah, why not?" Yang Yang coughed, trying to think of an explanation. The dark energy in the fish was poisonous to normal people, but for those with abilities, it did nothing. Jing Shu said, "That's because in China we eat poisonous stuff all the time. We're immune. You know, Chinese people eat everything." "Oh, I see." Mama Huss was reassured, and everyone else quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't exactly tell him they were all apocalypse-evolved humans, right? That would ruin the whole dumpling plan, so Mama Huss could only watch hungrily as the Chinese group finished their feast and even went to catch more of the weird fish. Mama Huss thought, the heiress has had her fun. Time to go back, right? But just then, something changed. The sand pit in the middle exploded and countless mutant fish crawled out. The mutant fish they'd seen before were nothing compared to the ones now crawling out. Those were like tadpoles. These were the size of crocodiles, surging out of the sand pit at lightning speed. There were swarms of them. The sand pit kept collapsing inward with more and more giant mutant fish climbing out. Did we just dig up the monster fish's nest or something? Mama Huss was dumbfounded, immediately screaming for everyone to escape. No point in shooting. There were too many mutant fish to mow down, and those gaping jaws were terrifying. The group calmly boarded the tanks. The Chinese bodyguard team even looked back longingly. If it weren't for the timing, they'd have wanted to kill a few more to take home. Poisonous or not, this was precious fish meat. Just as they got into the tanks and started to escape, another twist appeared. If it's not one thing, it's another. Just as Mama Huss's heart was in his throat, a convoy appeared in the distance. Not just any convoy, but a fleet of modified, high-wheeled vehicles, perfect for the desert, and clearly built for robbery, with high explosive weapons. Mama Huss recognized them instantly. These were professional bandits. Go, go, go! Escape that way! The tanks quickly turned and fled in the opposite direction. But then, another group appeared. An even stronger band of desert pirates with professional gear. Dozens of armored vehicles with chains, ready to trap them in a net. Mama Huss gritted his teeth. Quick, deeper into the desert. Our tanks can take a lot of hits. Just then, the heiress said, "Oh, father, there are a lot of people coming." Old Joe looked through his binoculars. "Well, no point running. Looks like we're surrounded." Mama Huss nearly collapsed. He stammered, "What do we do? We're doomed. I told you we shouldn't have come out here. It's chaos. Woo!" He was already thinking of his last words, but the heiress just snorted. What's there to be afraid of? Mama Huss's eyes lit up. Did she have a plan? Do you have some hidden power? Or backup? The heiress replied, "They're just here to rob us. We brought so much stuff, they won't kill us outright, so we won't die. No need to worry." Mama Huss, speechless. "That's your plan?" He tried to argue. "But we do have some firepower. With all these tanks, we could try to break out. Just that..." He didn't finish. Truth was, most of the tanks were for show, and he wasn't sure they had enough ammo. He'd thought no one would dare attack such a convoy. Luckily, old Joe stepped in. "No need to resist. Don't worry. As long as we surrender and cooperate, we'll be fine. Just give them what they want." Mama Huss. What else could they do? They were surrounded by multiple groups of bandits, more than just one or two. Sure, Ma's banned guns, but out here in the desert, who cared? Mamahas regretted everything. It must have been that rumor about desert fish. This was all a setup. But it's too late now. Jingshu and old Joe, you're just realizing that? Mamahas was on the verge of tears. But if we don't resist, all the tanks and supplies will be lost. I'll be skinned alive even if I make it back. These supplies had all been requisitioned from the military. If he lost them, he was finished. Old Joe was silent for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, we'll be fine. I guarantee you'll get your tanks back to Maz safely. When the time comes, let me handle the negotiations." Mamahas was skeptical. Did the bandits look like idiots who'd just let them go? But soon, he'd see what old Joe meant by safe and sound. Their tanks were now completely surrounded, layer upon layer of bandits. The bandits all wore masks. Clearly, they'd shown their faces in Maz before and didn't want to be recognized. Meanwhile, the bandits outside were also baffled. The snake woman swayed her hips, lowering her binoculars and saying to the man in black, "They're not even resisting. Just let the others go in. We'd planned to let the cannon fodder soak up some bullets since Mamahas brought so many tanks." McRae lounged in the back of an armored car, legs crossed, sneering. The other factions thought the same. That's why they spread the rumor. But who'd have thought the Chinese would just surrender without a fight? Let's see what they do next. Soon, a report came in. They said... The messenger hesitated, as if he couldn't believe it himself. Well, what did the Chinese say? They said, since everyone's here to rob them, let's keep it peaceful. No need for violence. They're willing to pay ransom, just don't kill anyone. But there are too many bandits, so maybe everyone should discuss how to split the loot. And to make things easier, the rich guy offered a solution. He has lots of sons and daughters. He'll hand over his sons and daughters to the various bandit groups, and you can negotiate among yourselves. There are over 80 shiploads of goods. Take what you want. If you can't agree, just take his kids as hostages. Once he and Mamahas get back to Maz safely, he'll hand over all the goods. And he says there's no point hurting him now, since the goods are under official protection in Maz. Better to let him go back safely. After all, with all his kids in your hands, he won't dare refuse. All he asks is that you don't hurt his children. If it had been any other rich man making such an offer, the bandits might not have believed it. But this was the foolish Chinese tycoon, the same one who had lost several shiploads of goods just a few days ago to ransom his sons. Those shiploads had been taken by Major's gang, and Major hadn't even returned all the sons before running off again, while the Chinese kept sending more goods after him, looking utterly clueless. McRae was intrigued. Of course we'll take 60 shiploads. The rest can be split among the others. The man in black frowned. I still think it's not that simple. The Chinese are the most cunning, and people at their level don't survive this long by being simple. If it were really that easy, they wouldn't have made it this far. McRae nodded. You're right, boss. Still, this is our turf. Let's be careful. First, let's grab the Chinese heiress. She's the most favored and the most valuable. What McRae didn't say was that at the last trade fair he'd seen a woman so stunning she took his breath away. Fair, flawless skin, exquisite features, and that proud, princess-like aura. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to see someone so captivating. A woman like that, so proud and stubborn, would be a whole different experience than the unwashed local women. The man in black said, Take her as a hostage. Remember, don't do anything extra. We just want the goods. After we get them, don't release the hostages. We need to extract business secrets. Still no news from the surveillance? The snake woman flicked her tongue and smiled seductively. Don't worry, boss. I'll take good care of the heiress these days. A 1-meter-tall dwarf grumbled. The translators still can't figure out what they're saying. Useless. So what should have been a bloody robbery turned into a loot-dividing conference, with the bandits nearly fighting over the Chinese tycoon's sons and daughters. It wasn't until the blonde McRae swaggered into the crowd and claimed the heiress that the other factions, grumbling, each took a hostage of their own. The tycoon had only one request. His sons and daughters were pampered, so each should have a bodyguard to look after them. The bandits didn't care. What could one bodyguard do against so many of them? So... Mamahas had set out happily with old Joe and his children, but on the way back, It was just him and Old Joe. Even Old Joe's favorite, his arrogant and pampered eldest daughter, had been handed over as a hostage. Mama Haas could barely open his mouth. What could he say? He was afraid that if he said anything, even the tanks and supplies would be lost. On the way back, Old Joe comforted him. "It's fine. They're after money, not lives. As long as I hand over the goods, they won't hurt anyone. Besides, as long as I have the recipe for beer, I can still open a brewery here." Mama Huss wanted to say more. Maybe the sons would be fine, but could such a beautiful daughter really be safe in the hands of bandits? In the end, he couldn't bear to see Old Joe cry tomorrow, so he swore, "Mr. Joe, I can't promise anything else, but I'll mobilize the army as soon as we get back. Tomorrow I'll make sure your children return safely." Old Joe, No, if they come back too soon, how will I catch the big fish? Look at this delicate face, tisk tisk. The snake woman traced Jingshu's cheek, both envious and jealous. "Don't be so rough, you'll scare the little cutie," McRae frowned, pulling the snake woman away and putting on a gentlemanly air. "Oh, my dear Miss Joe, it's an honor to meet you. We've met before, do you remember?" McRae had his words translated for Jingshu. The translator was a plump, dark-skinned woman named Darlene, who used to be a tour guide on the China-Middle East route before being captured and forced to work for the gang. Jingshu raised an eyebrow, found a comfortable seat, and crossed her legs. "Of course I remember you. That blonde hair is blinding, and your face has more freckles than Zhang Ermazi." "Nanan. Is she crazy? Jingshu's got a death wish talking like that. Doesn't she know they might just kill her? She'd volunteered to come, since each hostage could only bring one person. She didn't want Jingshu to have it easy, and she knew everyone around Jingshu was capable. If someone else came, they might actually save her. But if she came, she could at least make things worse for Jingshu. As a plain, unremarkable maid, she'd be ignored and have a better chance of surviving. She was sure Jingshu would suffer this time. But Jingshu was being so bold. Darlene translated. "She says she remembers you. Your blonde hair is very eye-catching." McRae was pleased. "Tell her not to worry. As long as she's here, I'll protect her from any harassment. She'll be safe for the handover tomorrow, though she'll have to spend the night with me." The snake woman snapped, "Damn it, McRae. The boss said not to make trouble, and you're ignoring him." McRae shot her a look of disdain. "Shut up. I'm just talking about mutual consent." He looked at Darlene again. Darlene, trembling, translated. She'd been translating for days and knew this young lady was fearless, but she hoped she'd recognize reality. Staying alive was what mattered. Jingshu raised an eyebrow. She'd said all that and McRae was still smiling? Did he not understand, or did the translator not translate? Jingshu narrowed her eyes. "Tell him to go to hell. What kind of toad wants to eat swan meat? If he dares touch a hair on my head, his whole team won't get a single bit of the goods tomorrow." Nanan, standing behind, was practically gloating, eager to see how the blonde man would react to such words. "She's so stupid. Can't even take a little hardship. Does she really think she's still a princess?" Nanan thought. But Darlene, looking awkward, said, "She says it's possible, but only if she gets to eat swan meat first. And it has to be one without a single feather, to show your sincerity." Darlene: "I'm sorry, I did my best, I really did my best. I hope this demon will stop now." Nanan waited and waited by the side, just waiting to see the robber's angry face, and then for him to fly into a rage and try to assault Jingshu. But with Jingshu's personality, would she just sit there and let herself be humiliated? She would definitely reveal all her strength and then fight these powerful bandits head-on. That's right. Judging from the strength the other side just showed, this was undoubtedly a group where everyone was a new human with abilities. He didn't know what the leader's power was, but that snake-like woman's ability was probably poison. And she just happened to counter that woman. As for the dwarf, he was probably a strength type, and the blonde man, no idea what his ability was. In short, this was a very powerful group of bandits, and they were deeply rooted in the local area. According to Yang Yang's information, these people were backed by the Americans. So, if Jingshu really exposed herself and caused the whole mission to fail, well, Heh. Nanan was already gleeful inside. Now, either Jingshu's powers would be exposed, or she'd be humiliated and have to swallow her pride. Either way, it was something Nanan was happy to see. But after waiting for a long time, the blonde man actually showed a thoughtful expression, then started babbling a bunch of words she couldn't understand. But no matter what he said, he didn't get angry, didn't curse at Jingshu. This was just bizarre. And the key thing was, after the translator said a few more words to the blonde man, his gaze actually shifted to her, and he looked at her with clear disdain, then shook his head. Nanan's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. She knew she was in a bandit's den, so she had deliberately made herself look ugly, smearing spots and thick eyebrows on her face. With such an ugly face, surely no one would be interested in her, right? Just as Nanan was feeling this was all too weird, Jingshu also thought it was so absurd it was off the charts. So, did the translator not convey her meaning? She glanced at the fat woman again, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, as a plan quickly formed in her mind. Soon, with a nervous heart, Nanan, Jingshu, and the others arrived at the bandits' main base. Since they never intended to let Miss Zhou go, they didn't bother guarding Jingshu too closely. This open behavior only showed that they planned to kill her afterward. This was a large villa district from before the apocalypse. In the Middle East, this was considered quite grand, and now it was surrounded by newly built walls. Every 10 meters along the wall, there was a gun turret. Jingshu had sharp eyes. Even in the pitch-black night, she could see the dark gun barrels inside. Most of the weapons weren't homemade. In the Middle East, most weapons are homemade or discarded from elsewhere. Why? Because they're behind the times. You might wonder why China's brother countries use China's old discarded weapons, while the Israelis use America's old weapons, and other regions use old French or European ones. Think about it. Really think about it. Anyway, these standard weapons were pretty high level. If they started shooting, it'd be deadly, and each villa was surrounded by steel-reinforced fences. It was hard not to suspect there was something valuable inside these villas. Otherwise, why make it look like a military base? Hey, we originally came to rob some supplies and oil, but didn't expect to stumble upon an American puppet military base, maybe even a warehouse. After all, who would think to store weapons in a residential villa district? This is a huge windfall. Jingshu's mood improved. She had thought she'd catch a big fish, but ended up hooking a whale. It was heavy, but not impossible to handle. Feeling good, Jingshu started humming a song, and even the blonde man looked more pleasing to her eyes. Tonight, she didn't plan to sleep. Time was tight. She had to get the news back to old Joe and the others, or to the Secret Agent 7 for backup. After all, there were many ability users and lots of guns and ammo in this military base. It would be easy for things to go wrong. Very dangerous. Thinking about this, Jingshu looked at the heavily guarded villas, calculating what might be inside and how many guns there were. She didn't lack these things now, but they could all be exchanged for contribution points. Nanan didn't understand why Jingshu's mood suddenly improved, but she just followed the bandits' arrangements and was taken to an ordinary villa. Still, the bandits showed they valued them, arranging for them to stay where they themselves lived, as could be seen from the messy, lived-in atmosphere. They were put in the villa's basement, which used to be a garage. Now it was a sealed, windowless storage room with some junk. 2 guards stood at the door. "Stay inside and don't think about escaping, or don't blame the vipers for biting you to death." The snake woman shoved her in, threw in a snake, and slammed the iron door shut. Inside, it was pitch black and smelled musty and sour. In the darkness, you could only hear the snake hissing in the corner. "Jingshu, we're locked up. What should we do?" Nanan asked, both gloating and pitiful. She'd just heard the translator say the blonde man wanted Jingshu to wait for him. He'd come find her tonight. "Shut up. Hurry up and find me a comfortable spot. Clean up this basement," Jingshu said coldly. You're still putting on airs. We've been locked in." Nanan started to protest, but Jingshu grabbed her wrist tightly, staring at her with sharp eyes. If she said anything to give them away, her wrist might get broken. Such strength, such terrifying power. Nanan was in pain. She didn't want to do these chores. She was a precious medic, not a maid. But under Jingshu's pressure, with no one to protect her, she could only obediently tidy up the small, sealed basement. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Nanan cried out in shock. In the dim basement, she saw Jingshu had twisted off the head of the big snake the snake woman had thrown in, barehanded. Nanan. The snake's head rolled to her feet, its face still twisted in a death grimace. Pervert! Freakishly strong woman! She actually twisted such a thick snake to death with her bare hands. Were the snakes here supposed to be pets? Why didn't it even try to fight back? Nanan was just about to ask why Jingshu killed the snake when she saw Jingshu quickly skin it, thread it onto a stick, and get to work. She used a lighter to set some wooden scraps and other junk on fire, then picked up some more flammable things, and actually started roasting the snake right there. Cough, cough, cough. Roasting meat in this almost airtight place. The smoke was unbearable. Nanan coughed like crazy, tears streaming down her face. Jingshu calmly put on a gas mask. Nanan? Completely baffled. The most outrageous part was, Jingshu took out cumin and chili oil from the bag she always carried, sprinkled them on the snake, and instantly the aroma of roasted snake filled the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Nanan's stomach growled with hunger. The bandits hadn't given them anything to eat on the way, and now that they were locked up, they'd completely forgotten about feeding them. The worst part was, Nanan hadn't brought anything with her, unlike Jingshu, who always carried a black bag wherever she went. Who would have thought she even had seasonings in that bag? She could actually roast snake in a place like this? Was this for real? Nanan really wanted to say, "You killed and ate their pet on their turf? Aren't you afraid they'll kill you?" But what came out instead was, can I have some? I'm really hungry. Jingshu raised an eyebrow, put out the fire, stomped on it for good measure, and started eating the roasted snake, the sizzling aroma making Nanan swallow hard. After a long while, Jingshu finally said, "I'll let you eat after I'm full. After all, you're my maid. There's no reason for the maid to eat first, right?" Nanan wanted to retort, "Who the hell is your maid?" But in the end, she said nothing, just watched as Jingshu ate all that snake meat, bite after bite. So much snake. 3 or 5 people couldn't finish it, but she ate it all? Finally, with only the snake's tail left, a chunk the size of a fist, Jingshu tossed it over. "Here, eat." Nanan clenched her fists. It was covered in Jingshu's saliva and had already been bitten, but she was so hungry, and the snake meat smelled so good. In the end, she ate it, cursing Jingshu in her heart and glaring at her with hatred. After eating, Jingshu took out an inflatable mattress from her bag, blew it up in no time, and lay down comfortably. She even took out a thermos and drank from it. Nanan. Anyone who saw this would think you were on vacation, not kidnapped. Why does she have everything? Did she know she was going to be kidnapped and pack accordingly? Well, actually, they had planned for the possibility of being kidnapped, but still, this trip was just supposed to be bait. No one expected to actually get kidnapped. Was she always this prepared? And Jingshu went even further. Nanan could smell all kinds of snacks. Jingshu was like a fat hamster preparing for winter, taking out her stash and munching away, watching dramas on her phone and playing with a Rubik's cube. Nanan suddenly felt like an idiot, just watching someone else's comfortable, boring life, while she herself had brought nothing and had nothing. It's fine. She's going to die soon anyway. Just hold on, hold on. Just as she was thinking this, a scream rang out. The iron door opened and the snake woman stormed in, grabbed Nanan and slammed her head against the wall, making a loud banging sound. It sounded excruciating. Nanan's screams of pain echoed. She wanted to fight back, but in the end, she gave up. Darlene, the fat black woman, looked at the Chinese woman with pity and said, "The Snake Queen says you ate her most beloved pet snake. You must pay with your life." Nanan. "Help! It wasn't me, it was her! Translator, tell them, it wasn't me! I only ate the snake's tail. The rest was all our miss ate." Nanan was pinned to the wall, her face scraped and bleeding. After the translation, the snake woman became even more vicious, pouring all her rage onto Nanan. Bitch, you're all bitches! She ate it, but you ate even more. I can't kill her, but I can kill you. How dare you eat my precious baby? I'll feed you to my darlings." Nanan finally realized Jing Shu could have eaten it all, but left her a piece, so when they came to check, she'd be the one caught. The translator said sympathetically, "She's going to throw you into the snake pit." Nanan struggled. If she was dragged away now, even if she revealed her powers and escaped for a moment, she couldn't fight so many ability users here, so she could only beg Jing Shu, "Jing Shu, save me. I can't die, or if my powers are exposed, we're both finished. You don't want me to spill everything to the translator, do you?" Jing Shu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, you won't die. Go to the snake pit and gather some intel, then we'll regroup." "No, I don't want to go to the snake pit. Who wants to go to such a disgusting place? Jing Shu, save me now, or don't blame me for spilling everything." Jing Shu's expression didn't change, her smile still calm but full of threat. "Think carefully. If you keep your mouth shut, I can keep you alive. But if you try to threaten me and expose my identity, your contribution points will be 0 when we get back." Nanan clung to the snake woman's hand, screaming in terror. "I don't care! Jing Shu, save me! I don't want you to just keep me alive. I want to stay with you. If you don't let me, I'll spill everything and we'll both die. Beg her for me!" Jing Shu looked at Nanan coldly, expressionless. If this idiot was so afraid of death and couldn't understand her hints, then let her fend for herself. Jing Shu glanced at Darlene, who stood there like a deaf person, showing no reaction, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Seeing that Jing Shu really wasn't going to help, Nanan started cursing, exposing Jing Shu's identity and all their plans. The snake woman impatiently asked Darlene, "What is this woman screaming about?" Darlene was shocked, speechless. She glanced at Jing Shu, saw the provocative smile on her face, hesitated for a moment, then made a surprising decision. She said, "This woman says if you dare throw her into the snake pit, she'll turn into a demon and bite you to death, tear you to pieces, and hang your body on the gallows in the square for other men to do whatever they want with." The snake woman was so furious she slapped Nanan twice. "Still daring to threaten me? You don't know what's good for you. Watch me kill this bitch." With that, she dragged Nanan away. Bang! The iron door slammed shut. The world returned to silence. Jing Shu lay back down comfortably and snapped her fingers. Countless tiny bugs appeared, swarming everywhere. They began to corrode the corners with strong acid, and after boring a small hole, there was a soft pop as a tunneling bug opened up a dog-sized hole through the reinforced concrete of the basement. Jing Shu tested it to make sure she could fit through, then left some bugs and a few little surprises outside the iron door as guards. She took off her heavy formal dress, revealing a black bodysuit underneath. Then she crawled into the tunnel, following the path dug by the tunneling bugs. She stopped only when she reached a 30-square-meter cellar dug out by the bugs. "Jingjie, you're here." Guotu scratched his head, pausing his work on a hand-drawn map of the tunnels, and asked excitedly, "What's the plan now? Xiao Wei and the other group of tunneling bugs have already dug a tunnel outside the city and are waiting for us. We've sent over 50 tunneling bugs to dig all night, and this is the tunnel we've got so far." He handed over a simple map. Jing Shu looked it over. Because time was tight, they'd only dug one route so far, but by tomorrow there should be at least 3. That would make it much easier to escape or transport goods. This 30-square-meter cellar was the central hub for transferring supplies. Jing Shu nodded in satisfaction. "Tomorrow, when these bandits take me to exchange goods with old Joe, the guards will be tighter, but there'll be fewer ability users. It's a pity that Code 7 and the other ability users have to go elsewhere, so there aren't many people here to back us up. Anyway, let's follow Wenjin's plan and play it by ear." Guotu scratched his head. He couldn't remember all that, but nodded hard. "Got it. Anyway, once they leave tomorrow and the lair is empty, that's when we clean them out. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. We need to check out their firepower while we can. Guotu, remember what I said. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. Your lives are worth more than this junk." Guotu scratched his head again. Jing Shu added, "Think about it. If you die, what'll happen to Xiao Wei? She'll get bullied." Guotu immediately tensed up. "Don't worry. I'll make sure to stay alive." "Good." The cellar was still more than 10 meters underground. After Jingshu and Guotu checked the area, Guotu pointed, trembling, at a snake hiding in the corner. Jingshu just smiled. The snake didn't dare move, because there was an even bigger snake behind it. Overall, this military base was huge and empty. With the moon high and the night dark, and the villas providing cover, plus Jingshu's countless bugs acting as her eyes, she perfectly avoided all the guard posts and sentries. The security is pretty tight. Every villa has 2 guards at the door, just ordinary people with no real fighting power, but they carry alarms for warning. Every 100 meters, there's a tall gun turret or machine gun post, all manned. But since it's dark and there's no electricity, the guards just man the guns, not patrol. Guotu asked, "Jingjie, it's so dark. How do you know they're not just sleeping inside?" "They're not asleep. Some are playing on their phones, some are playing cards. I bet nothing ever happens here, so no one really stands guard." Guotu's eyes lit up. "So this place should be easy to take down?" Jingshu shook her head. "What really gives them confidence is probably some ability user. I saw several today, but there was one in a black robe whose aura was especially strong. If he's here tomorrow, it'll be trouble." Jingshu waited a while until all her bugs returned, then squinted at her hand-drawn map. "Guotu, tell the tunneling bugs not to bother with these villas. There's nothing under them, just empty." Guotu grunted, then complained, "These bastards are sly. If there's nothing inside, why put guards and barricades at the doors?" "Probably just a smokescreen. Come on, let's see if there's anything good inside." This military base was just a residential area converted for military use. Except for special marks at the villa doors, it looked like any other villa community. Jingshu arrived under a villa where the tunneling bugs had already dug through, just to test the process. To avoid triggering any alarms, the bugs dug straight up into the center of the villa's basement, making a 1-meter-wide hole. Jingshu sent bugs and snakes ahead to scout, and only after confirming it was safe and there were no electronics did she and Guotu climb up. Cough, cough. Guotu coughed quietly. That pungent smell. "Gunpowder," Jingshu whispered. She opened a box that had been converted into a storeroom and looked inside. "Homemade gunpowder, the cheap kind." Guotu looked and was unimpressed. "What era is this? Why are they still using this outdated stuff? Isn't America rich? Why use this?" Jingshu checked the whole villa. It was all packed with this homemade gunpowder. Guotu sighed. "Even if all this gunpowder is worth something, it's not enough to cover the cost of shipping it back to China." Jingshu snorted. "Don't forget, we can trade this stuff to our brother countries. They're short on it right now, and we can get more oil in exchange." Guotu's eyes lit up. "Oh, that works. Let's check the other places. There can't be only worthless stuff here, right?" Guotu agreed, marked the spot, and followed Jingshu to the next villa. The first few villas were all full of this cheap gunpowder. Who knows where they got so much? Were they planning to blow up the world? But when they reached a special villa that the tunneling bugs struggled to break into, Jingshu knew there was something unusual inside. After using her bug's strong acid to help, Jingshu and Guotu finally got in. Their jaws dropped. Guotu exclaimed, "Damn, Jingjie, this time we're gonna strike it rich." Jingshu swallowed hard. She'd seen plenty of food and treasures after so many years in the apocalypse, but she had never seen this much. Ammunition. 280, RDS, 12.7mm PIAI. Box after box of orange-yellow waterproof military-grade ammo crates were stacked together, filling the entire several hundred square meter villa to the brim. Each metal box was labeled with its model and caliber. There were all kinds of bullets and calibers. Jingshu even found precious grenades and rocket launcher rounds. These were all stored on the second and third floors of the villa, boxes stacked from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow path for people to squeeze through. No wonder the tunneling bugs couldn't get in. This villa had been specially reinforced. The amount of ammunition inside could easily supply an army of tens of thousands for a long war. Food was precious in the apocalypse, but so were bullets. Each bullet was worth at least 1 or 2 virtual coins. Calculated by square meter, Jingshu estimated there were at least several million coins worth here, and this was just one of many villas. This meant that this military base wasn't just well stocked with ammo. There were probably plenty of other weapons too. No wonder, in this impoverished part of the Middle East, even the ordinary guards had standard military weapons. Turns out, there was a treasure trove hidden here. Jingshu opened a few crates and found the contents perfectly preserved. Clicking her tongue, she said, "Guotu, looks like we're going to hit it big. If we trade all these weapons to our brother country, Old Yi, who knows how much oil we could get? They're desperate for this stuff." Guotu nodded, swallowing hard. He didn't understand all the details, but he knew one thing. Soon he'd have plenty of meat to eat. Jingshu quietly released more bugs to search the area. With so many supplies and so many ability users guarding them, things were definitely not simple. She was worried about triggering some ability users' taboo and alerting them, so she had to be extra careful now. She added, "Guotu, contact Zhao Wei and have her send at least 200 more large tunneling bugs to help move supplies. There's probably even more here than we thought." "Oh, and," Jingshu narrowed her eyes, "don't touch anything for now. I suspect there are ability users guarding these supplies. Wait until I've checked everything before we start moving things." Guotu nodded quickly. "I'll do whatever you say, Jingjie." Jingshu and Guotu checked a few more villas. If the tunneling bugs could dig in easily, there was usually nothing valuable inside. But if the bugs couldn't get through, there was definitely something good. Jingshu found 2 more ammo depots and 3 full armories. Single-use rocket launchers and artillery were stacked in the villas like they were free, making anyone drool with envy. After making a round, Jingshu had a good idea of what was here, but she still felt like something was missing. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. It was the tunneling bugs running into trouble. Jingshu quickly took Guotu down to the transfer station more than 20 meters underground. The area had already been expanded to over 100 square meters. To prevent collapse, the tunneling bugs had even brought in a dozen huge reinforced concrete pillars for support. But now, the tunneling bugs, each several meters long, had blood and black scorch marks on their heads. What did they run into this time? A few tunneling bugs led Jingshu to the far end of the tunnel. Originally, the bugs were supposed to dig 3 routes, one for escape, one for transport, and one as backup. Every 500 meters, the 3 lines would intersect for easy access. But the problem was in the northwest corner, supposed to be a junction point, but no matter how the bugs dug from 3 directions, they couldn't break through. They tried digging around, but still couldn't get through. The more they detoured, the bigger the vacuum zone in the middle became. And whenever the bugs got close, they'd get electrocuted by a high-voltage wire mesh buried around it. Jingshu frowned. If someone buried a high-voltage wire mesh dozens of meters underground, there's definitely something important here. At the end of the tunnel, it was pitch black, with a heavy smell of earth and rust. Sure enough, up ahead was a dense tangle of wires. Guotu was puzzled. Who the heck buries wires underground like this? Jingshu put on insulated gloves and gently grabbed a wire. The rules for her Rubik's Cube space. As long as she touches an object or a conductor connected to it, she can move everything she touches into the space. Since the last upgrade, she had a deeper understanding of the space. Now, not only could she move everything she touched, but she could also see through the conductor to whatever was connected to it. In simple terms, by touching this wire, the Rubik's Cube space let her see everything the wire was connected to. Of course, there was a range limit, the size of the Rubik's Cube space. In an instant, the space simulated and mapped out everything around the wire, sending the image into Jingshu's mind. Jingshu's breathing quickened. It turned out the wires formed a huge net, surrounding a large iron sphere in the center. She didn't know what was inside the sphere, but judging by the scale and the security, whatever was in there was extraordinary. "It's something good?" Guotu asked. "What kind of good stuff?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "It's probably some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise, why hide it so deep underground and protect it so heavily?" Guotu was still curious. Why not just keep it above ground? Why bury it? Jing Shu actually knew the answer to this one. Because every country now has radar and cruise missile targeting systems. Like last time, when we almost went to war with Taiwan, people joked that in less than a minute you could take your ID and go over there to sell barbecue and rice noodles. If the war started Friday morning, you could get your ID by the afternoon and watch the news that night. Taiwan's missiles wouldn't even get off the ground before being wiped out, because their weapons systems are all locked onto and tracked. To avoid cruise missile targeting, some countries bury their secret weapons deep underground. So there must be something valuable inside this big round building. It didn't really matter whether Jing Shu herself could use it or not. If she handed it over to the country, she'd definitely get a huge reward. Fishermen who dredged up a missile from the sea got millions in rewards. If Jing Shu managed to bring back some big treasure from an enemy nation, wouldn't she rack up a ton of contribution points? Just thinking about it made Jing Shu's eyes burn with excitement. This thing, she was determined to get it. Guo Tu, hearing all this, grinned even wider. Sister Jing, that's a real treasure. How are we going to get it? It can't be opened underground, not even the burrowing bugs can get through. If we use force, we'll probably alert the ability users above. If only we had a key. A key? Jing Shu pondered. Something like this would definitely have 3 or 4 layers of keys and permissions, maybe even anti-theft devices and decryption engineering. She'd just seen it clearly in the virtual Rubik's cube space. The whole thing was a seamless lump of special metal, not a single gap. Snatching the key by kidnapping important personnel wouldn't work. Forcing it open probably wouldn't work either. So what could she do? Even though Jing Shu didn't even know what was inside, she had a gut feeling she had to get it. This thing was worth a fortune. I need to think. We still have more than 10 hours. For now, have the burrowing bugs hollow out the area around it? Jing Shu hadn't finished speaking when suddenly she received a message from the bugs in the underground garage where she was being held. Jing Shu quickly said, "Something's up over there. I have to go back. Stick to the plan, and if you're unsure about anything, ask Wenjun, and make sure to protect Jiao Wei. As for this big lump, leave it to me to figure out." With that, she hurriedly said goodbye to Guotu and sped through the tunnels. By now, her various informants were spread all over this military base, forming a huge web that fed everything straight into Jing Shu's mind. She could then draw a 3D map, so she knew exactly how to get back to the underground garage tunnel as fast as possible. In less than a minute, she'd crawled out of the tunnel and returned to the underground garage. She quickly changed back into her heavy formal dress, blocked the hole with some junk, and just as she finished, the door burst open. Mairui's hawk-like eyes swept the corner, finally spotting the disheveled but still stunning and pitiful Miss Zhou. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He'd sensed something was off at the door. The short walk in had taken him 3 minutes instead of a few dozen seconds, and he'd run into that venomous woman's snakes, which had tried to provoke him, and a chunk of wall had suddenly fallen, blocking the way. He thought maybe the woman's father had sent an ability user to rescue her. This villa was heavily guarded, but if a real ability user showed up, they could still sneak in. The boss mainly guarded the secret weapons underground. The other stuff was too big and heavy. No one could steal that much under their noses. That's why they did inventory twice a day, checking everything, and for years, nothing had ever gone missing. Even if an ability user broke in, so what? Who could walk off with all the weapons, ammo, and secret tech from an entire military base in one go? Mairui grinned wickedly, reassured. He walked in, taking advantage of the darkness to do what he wanted. He'd deliberately left his translator, Darlene, behind and told no one. Seeing the lovely, trembling girl curled up in the corner, his mood improved even more. As for what would happen if he got caught, Mairui wasn't worried at all. If the boss was the undisputed number 1 in this base, then he was definitely number 2. Maybe his power and strength weren't second best, but in terms of usefulness, he absolutely was. He was the base's treasure. Even if he messed around with this young lady, he doubted anyone would say much. Mairui told the 2 guards not to come in no matter what noise they heard, then slammed the door shut. "Sorry, dear miss, I didn't find your swan nor any feathers, but if you want feathers, there are plenty of those." Mairui rattled off a string of words. As a poor student, Jingshu didn't understand a thing, but it didn't matter. She could guess his intentions from his expression. Tisk, this blonde sparrow is a problem. How should I deal with him? Jingshu mused. Should she beat him into submission or just kill him outright? While Jingshu was thinking, Mairui was already moving in. Then, Mairui saw the stunning woman before him break into a pure, innocent smile. At that moment, he thought, she's so beautiful, I could die for that smile. But a minute later, he finally understood. That smile was the smile of a demon. Ah woo! A bite. The beauty's smile vanished, replaced by a huge, sludge-like creature with a gaping mouth that swallowed him whole. The stench from its maw nearly made Mairui vomit. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in all sorts of slime. Ugh! Mairui was furious, but quickly realized Miss Joe might be an ability user. The next second, Mairui's hair stood on end, and black fur sprouted all over his body. That's right, he was a new human too. He'd once been a privileged white collector, a rich playboy, but after the apocalypse, everything changed. Strange black hair began to grow all over his body, longer and longer until he was covered head to toe. He looked more ridiculous than a ghillie suit in a video game. He became the family's monster, a disgrace, and was abandoned. Just as he was about to die, the organization saved him, and he gained a new ability. His power was electricity. Simply put, he became an electric man, able to generate high-voltage electricity, but only through the long hair on his body, meaning his attack range was just half a meter. He could also conduct electricity through wires, grids, or water, but it was never as flashy as in movies or anime. He couldn't just zap people to death in an instant. In real combat, he couldn't even beat the snake woman. With a snap of her fingers, her snakes would swarm him before he could get close. Nor could he beat the dwarven hammerer in close combat. The dwarf's explosive strength and hammer speed would finish him before he could even start generating electricity. Jingshu snapped her fingers, and the Hulk turned into a puddle of liquid, wrapping up the people in Group B. Under the Hulk's liquid, you could clearly see the ticks wriggling around. Jingshu took out a scalpel. By touch, observation, and lots of experience, you can clearly distinguish their movement paths. Now their paths are transparent. Watch carefully, remember and summarize, and note their different behaviors at different times. Just like this. As she spoke, Jingshu's finger, holding the scalpel, gently slid across the skin, blocking the tick that was burrowing forward. Then, just like picking snail meat, she quickly picked out a tick, covered it with a glass jar, and stitched up the wound, all in one smooth motion. Wu Jiang secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. So this is the method. But he put on a face like he'd known all along, stepped forward, coughed, and said slowly, "Before you couldn't see the ticks, so you had no way and no experience. Now that they're transparent, the answer is right in front of you. You should be able to do it now, right?" President Jing said. "There's no shortcut on this path. It's all about lots of practice. All right, you guys start." "Yes." The group breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Hai coughed awkwardly. "President Jing really has a way. This method is great." After a whole day of teaching and hundreds or thousands of practice attempts, the group finally managed to pick out the ticks quickly, accurately, and cleanly, though they still needed more practice. A master can lead you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. The rest is up to them to figure out. Master Jing rewarded herself with a pot of cheese milk tea, sipping and chewing with her eyes half closed in enjoyment. In the evening, Wu Hai brought Wu Jiang, Jingshu, her assistant bodyguard, and Zhang Yicheng to a monthly auction. Of course, 2 rows of hulks followed behind, making for an impressive entourage. But there was a problem at the entrance. For the asset check, Wu Hai and Wu Jiang could each bring 2 people in, but the hulks didn't count as people, yet. The auction venue was huge, a 5-star hotel with thousands of square meters of warehouse space. In the middle were 2 long tables, with some decent snacks and tea breaks around the sides. There were no fixed seats, and with so many people, it felt a bit crowded. If the hulks went in, there'd be even less space. "President Jing, you always bring so many bodyguards wherever you go. Don't worry, Here in Shenzhen, if there's one thing we're good at, it's security. Wu Hai hadn't finished when Wu Jiang clamped his mouth shut. Bro, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. Today all these hulks have to go in, not a single one can stay outside. I said so. Wu Hai was stunned by his little brother's sudden assertiveness. Since when was he so tough? All right, let go. Fine, they can go in. No need to react so strongly. Wait here, I'll go say something to the staff. Seriously. Anyway, the hulks got in smoothly. Wu Hai's group just needed to buy or sell at least 10 million worth of goods. Otherwise, they'd have to pay an extra 30,000 in entry fees. The hulks followed behind Jing Shu, carrying bulging goods. Wu Jiang felt incredibly safe, and Zhang Yicheng shook his head in amazement. They called it an auction, but it was more like a product distribution fair. Think of it as a live JD Plus shopping event. Why not Taobao? Because this was an official government-run third-party platform, and the goods at the fair were all top-tier. Taobao and Pinduoduo's quality was a bit lower. The government would select the best products, set prices, and put them up for sale. The very best items would be auctioned if needed. Wu Hai, holding a glass of red wine, wandered around the venue with his little brother and Jing Shu, greeting acquaintances. That's the rice farmer. Over there's the pig farmer. There's the chicken guy, and the cattle guy's here too. Oh, and here's the seedling cultivator. If you see anything you need, just tell me. I'll get the boss to give you a discount. Okay, thank you, Boss Wu. Jing Shu held a big plate of unknown pastries, enjoying their soft, crumbly texture. When it was time, the auction officially began. On the huge stage were a dozen tables covered in red cloth, with samples displayed on top. A mature woman in a high-slit modern cheongsam walked up, swaying her hips. Wu Hai swallowed slightly and took a sip of wine, then said, "That's the famous host Li Jiaqi. As long as she's here, I'll come. Buying stuff is secondary. I just like watching her." Distinguished guests, handsome guys, pretty ladies, welcome to the monthly National Top-Tier Goods Distribution Fair. Let's skip the small talk and get right to it. The first product category is soil. As everyone knows, after the 4th year of the apocalypse, the country's soil turned to mudslides and was no longer suitable for planting. The soil structure needs to be changed to continue farming. Now, we've selected some top-quality soils from premium distributors. Please take a look. Premium Northeast Black Soil. Loose but not scattered, sticky but not hard, breathable and water-permeable, retains water and nutrients, highly fertile, suitable for all kinds of crops and plants. 2-year after-sales service, including fertilization and soil management. Minimum order 10 tons, each 10 tons costs 100,000 virtual currency. Premium clay, poor permeability but excellent water and nutrient retention, strong fertility, high nutrient content, long-lasting fertilizer effect, suitable for rice, wheat, and aquatic vegetables. Each 10 tons is 50,000 virtual currency with 2-year after-sales service. You had to admit, host Li Jiaqi really knew her stuff. As she introduced the products, she invited interested guests on stage to inspect them. Jing Shu, holding her plate of pastries, went up, with Wu Jiang and Zhang Yicheng following behind. Was the boss really going to buy soil? Jing Shu grabbed a handful of soil, kneading it back and forth. Not bad. This would be great for growing vegetables and grains back home. Grandma and Grandpa Jing would love it. But times were tough, and most people here were into hydroponics and aquaculture, so not many were buying soil. Few people came up to check it out. The opening was just a warm-up, and Li Jiaqi was used to it. She saw a young woman eating pastries while checking out the soil, looking very interested. Maybe she was just here for the food and drink, but Li Jiaqi still politely asked, "Miss, are you interested in this soil? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Huh? Someone actually called me Miss. Jing Shu smiled and nodded. How many tons would I need for 400 square meters? For a flat layer, you'd need 100 tons. For a deep layer, 200 tons. But with this high-quality soil, a shallow layer is enough. 50 tons would do. Usually, this is for premium crops. For home use, you don't need that much. I suggest starting with 10 tons, Li Jiaqi said with a smile. So, the more the better, right? Then I'll take 300 tons of black soil, 200 tons of clay, and 100 tons of the sand you mentioned earlier, Jingshu said, counting on her fingers. Huh? No. Jingshu shook her head. Li Jiaqi quietly let out a breath. She had almost thought she'd misheard just now. What kind of kid buys that much soil? You can't even eat it, she'd probably get scolded at home. But then Jingshu continued. In addition to what I just ordered, add another 1,000 tons of sand. This is great for growing medicinal herbs. Ever since the Pharmaceutical Association took on the capital's order, they'd had a lot more money and needed to expand production. Plus, this quality was excellent, saving the association the trouble of searching everywhere. Huh? Maybe you should go home and discuss it with your family. Where are your family members? Li Jiaqi glanced at Wu Hai and Wu Jiang behind her, her expression turning serious as she said to Wu Hai, Mr. Wu, I know you like to support my work, but please shop according to your needs and consume rationally. Don't deliberately buy things you don't need. Wu Hai gave a gentlemanly bow. Miss Li Jiaqi, she's the boss of dozens of our cigarette factories. I really can't tell the boss what to do. Li Jiaqi looked at Jingshu in surprise. This young lady was the boss of dozens of factories? Was that for real? Wu Jiang stepped up too. That's right. Otherwise, who else could get both the Guangzhou and Shenzhen cigarette factory managers to accompany her? Li Jiaqi, who had been a bit skeptical, now truly believed it. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Actually, Jingshu was already 28. She just looked young. She was still happy to be called Miss. The factory needs it. Do you want payment in virtual currency or goods? Virtual currency is fine. That's a total of 7.66 million virtual coins. I'll have the warehouse start packing right away. Home delivery is free and it'll arrive within 20 working days nationwide. Li Jiaqi said this, but in her heart she was thinking, wow, I've seen a lot in my day. Auctions with billions in turnover, but this is the first time I've seen someone spend 7 or 8 million at once just on soil. Usually, these premium soils are bought by rich people in 10-ton batches for growing a few vegetables at home. No one ever buys thousands of tons at once. Well, I guess it's like how regular people buy a bag for daily use, but the rich buy thousands of bags, build a mansion for them, and open a collection gallery. Jingshu paid by facial recognition and said, Deliver the 1,000 tons to my door. I'll take the rest myself. Have the warehouse pack it up, and I'll inspect and take it away when it's ready. President Jing, you're amazing, but what are you going to do with so much soil? Are you planning to develop agriculture? Zhang Yicheng, who was trying to get on the inside, naturally wanted to know the boss's plans. My grandparents love farming. Other people's produce doesn't taste good and it's expensive to buy, so I plan to grow our own. Saves money and the old folks like to keep busy with crops, Jingshu said dotingly. Look at that. Spending millions on soil just to save on grocery bills. For some reason, everyone thought of that story about the guy who drove a Bentley but still hauled corn stalks and wheat home for his family to save on labor costs. Haha, your grandparents really know how to live. An old person at home is a treasure. Jingshu just smiled. That's right. Grandma Jing had already planned out the family's food for the next 10 years. In the apocalypse, with food, you have no fear. Li Jiaqi continued the auction. All right, everyone, next up is the complete range of bean products, all pre-packaged. We have oil tofu skin, oil tofu puffs, vegetarian rolls, dried tofu strips, 15 kinds of spicy sticks, 8 kinds of spicy slices. These individually packaged spicy snacks can be stored for a year or two, no problem. As she spoke, plates of samples were brought out. Jingshu hadn't been interested at first, but the familiar smell of spicy sticks made her mouth water. She remembered sneaking spicy sticks in class as a kid, and those big spicy slices, 10 cents apiece, everyone sharing after class. When it comes to food, of course there were lots of people sampling. Many bought 10 or so packs on the spot, since even one pack cost several hundred virtual coins. Zhang Yicheng eagerly brought a plate to Jingshu. President Jing, try these, they smell amazing. Jingshu tried several kinds, savoring the taste. She nodded. This is the flavor from my childhood, the authentic Weilong sweet and spicy sticks. You just can't make this taste at home. Imagine taking these home, solving a Rubik's Cube while snacking, or watching a show with spicy sticks and milk tea. Pure bliss. Wu Hai felt it was beneath his dignity and didn't try any, but it did look delicious. Wu Jiang, on the other hand, didn't care. He grabbed a few pieces and ate them, oil running down his chin. Delicious. So good. I remember eating stinky tofu for 50 cents a slice, spicy and satisfying. Zhang, place an order for 100,000 virtual coins for me. Zhang, while you're at it, ask Miss Li Jiaqi how much stock they have, Jingshu said just as Li Jiaqi walked by and answered. We distribute nationwide. There's plenty in stock. Handsome guys and pretty ladies. Buy as much as you want. Good. Then let's wait a bit. Zhang Yicheng went off to place the order, while Wu Jiang ate another piece, tears streaming from the spice, and asked, What are we waiting for, President Jing? Wait until others have bought what they want, then I'll buy out the rest. Gotta leave some for others. President Jing, you're awesome, Wu Jiang exclaimed. Li Jiaqi said a bit awkwardly, For food, we only accept equivalent value food in exchange, not virtual currency. Based on current stock, even if we sell more than half, there'll still be about 20 or 30,000 items left, worth about 10 million virtual coins. Jingshu quickly calculated, If I limit myself to 20 packs a day, that'll last about 3 years. Feels a bit short, but oh well, it'll do. I'll make do and buy more when I run out. No place to store too much anyway. Huh? Li Jiaqi tilted her head. Only stocking up for a few years is still not enough? Does she even understand what stocking up means? Who buys a whole house full of spicy sticks to eat at home? Does she just have too much money to spend? Soon, Li Jiaqi would realize that President Jing really did have more money than she knew what to do with, and almost couldn't spend it all. Isn't that infuriating? Jingshu snapped her fingers and the hulks came forward, bringing out wheels of top-grade blue-veined cheese as big as millstones. She said, I want to exchange all this cheese for various food items today. You can estimate a price or auction it on the spot if you want. This is a national distribution fair. Surely you can handle top-tier goods like this, right? After all, these were things Jingshu had picked up for free in America. Exchanging them for all kinds of food and spicy snacks, no matter how expensive, didn't bother her at all. If this stinky cheese could be swapped for dozens of rooms full of food, even Jingshu felt like she'd hit the jackpot. Blue cheese, the stinky tofu of France, is known for its moldy veins and strong flavor. Those who love it treat it like a treasure, while those who can't stand the smell avoid it. But no matter what, it's still a top-tier ingredient. Li Jiaqi quickly checked the quality and said, Authentic blue cheese is made by injecting Roquefort penicillium into the cheese, then maturing it in special natural limestone caves. The process is complex, the yield is low, and the price is high. It's the best of the best. The quality of yours is the most authentic and best I've seen since production stopped. The last blue cheese auctioned went for 30,000 virtual coins per jin. Yours, at least 50,000 per jin, and a whole wheel is worth even more. Now even a jin of milk costs over 1,000 virtual coins, let alone cheese, which is 10 times more concentrated. 10 jin of milk makes 1 jin of cheese. Oh, there's no need to make it so complicated. This young lady cleared out my stock, so I just want one of her millstone-sized blue cheeses. Is that okay? The spicy snack vendor came over, rubbing his hands and smiling. That's fine. No need to complicate things. Jingshu quickly calculated the value. Even if the snack vendor might lose a little at today's prices, he could easily resell the cheese to someone who loves blue cheese and make a tidy profit. 1 wheel of cheese was traded away, but there were still many left. Miss Li Jiaqi's eyes went wide. Just 1 wheel had been exchanged for a whole room of spicy snacks. How much could all the rest be traded for? Then she heard Jingshu say, From now on, I'll prioritize trading cheese for goods. Whatever's left, we'll auction off at the end. All right, President Jing. See? This is what it means to have more money than you can spend. From now on, as long as Jingshu wanted something, she could trade for it. After that, every time Li Jiaqi sold something, she'd come over and ask, President Jing, are you interested in this rice? It's top-grade Wuchang rice from the northeast. Jingshu shook her head. We have plenty of rice at home." The warehouse was full, with dozens of varieties. Rice and grains were the last thing she lacked. But this time, she could bring some out from her space and say it was from the auction. Perfect. "How about this 5S cold-pressed premium peanut oil? Want some?" "No need for oil. We press all kinds of oil ourselves at home. In fact, if anyone needs it, I could even sell a batch of olive oil." Not only did they press their own, but she also had a house full of corn oil and olive oil brought back from America. "How about some of these cultivated seedlings? Some are newly bred post-apocalypse varieties. Want to try the finished products?" Jingshu thought for a moment and sampled some of the unusual vegetables. Give me a dozen of this variety, a dozen of that, and some of these southern specialties like water bamboo and other vegetable seedlings." China really is vast and resource-rich. Some of the southern vegetables were things Jingshu had never even heard of, but they tasted novel, especially water bamboo, mini golden lotus root, and finger corn. No wonder the National Distribution Fair had such a complete range of products. It was like the crazy shopping sprees Jingshu used to go on during Double 11. Forget rational consumption. I want wild consumption. Give me 10 more cases of this pure plant shampoo and body wash. I need another 100 cases of this tissue and toilet paper. This is the best quality I've seen in years. The only downside is the price. Give me 10 cases of these snacks. No, make it 20. What? This is the discontinued but newly reproduced Coke and Sprite? Give me 10 cases. No, just leave all the stock for me. Oh my God, this is too good. In the apocalypse, being able to buy discontinued products was something Jingshu never dreamed of in her previous life. Sure enough, if you stand high enough and have enough money, even discontinued products can have a new production line just for you. Of course, what used to be 3 won Coke now costs thousands of times more. No big deal. Boss, these things can be produced again if they run out. There's no need to buy so much at once, right? You could just come every month. These things are basically always available. Wu Jiang was shocked by Jingshu's extravagance. He really didn't understand the mindset of someone who loves to stockpile. What's with President Jing's doomsday-level hoarding? Well, it was already the apocalypse, but still, as long as you had money, you could buy anything you wanted at any time. But then again, even with money, you couldn't buy the things President Jing raised at home. She had so much good stuff. He was drooling with envy. "Yeah, President Jing, if you buy too much, it'll go bad before you can finish it," Zhang Yicheng said cautiously. "You don't get it." Jingshu shook her head, then added, "I have a ton of relatives. Give each one a few cases and it's gone. Honestly, I haven't bought enough." At that, the two remembered how, when Jingshu visited the Guangzhou cigarette factory, she handed out gifts to employees by the sackful. They immediately understood. President Jing was generous. The National Distribution Fair ran until 6 o'clock the next day, offering everything from screws to post-apocalypse discontinued excavators, from seedlings to finished products, processed foods, grains, oils, daily necessities, and more. Jingshu was bold when it came to food and daily goods, but less interested in other things. Still, after another round of stockpiling, she was very satisfied. Most of the blue cheese was traded away, with a little left to give as gifts. There was still a batch of American wine she hadn't traded yet. She'd wait for the next big auction. "So, what should we do next? Go have some dim sum?" Jingshu asked cheerfully, even her language picking up the local flavor. Wu Hai, energized, waved his hand. "Let's go. I'll treat you to the best dim sum here." After Jingshu's performance last night, even Miss Li Jiaqi wanted his contact info. She said she wanted to be friends. The hardest part is getting started. Once you take the first step, the rest is easy. So Wu Hai generously treated Jingshu and the others to a great meal, and at the table he said, "Do you know why the distribution fair is held at night? Because people get excited at night and are more likely to buy impulsively. President Jing, if you ever want to return anything, just let me know." "Thank you, President Wu, but I won't be returning anything." "All right then, let's pack up and head to Shunde. Shunde is our childhood memory. I'll show you around properly," Wu Hai said with a nostalgic smile. "Let's go." When they arrived, Jingshu's hulks were mostly empty, but on the way back, their bodies were bulging, packed with dozens of grafted fruit tree saplings, so full they looked like they couldn't hold another thing. You could say it was a fruitful trip. Wu Jiang even joked, "President Jing, once you get to Shunde, you won't be able to fit anything else in." Jingshu snorted, "No worries, I can always squeeze out a bit more space. Worst case, I'll secretly stash some things in my space. Oh right, before heading to the Middle East I should take out all the long-term storage goods from my space and hide them away. Best if I can upgrade my space too. Shunde is a place with the unique charm of a Lingnan water town, full of natural beauty and rich in traditional culture. Even after all these years of the apocalypse, Jingshu felt it was the city with the most warmth and light in people's eyes. When Jingshu, Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, and the others arrived in Shunde, they could hear the sound of drums and gongs from afar. 2 lions, which Jingshu had only ever seen on TV, were performing on high poles, leaping back and forth several meters above the ground. The lions' eyes blinked vividly, and the 2 lions moved in perfect sync. The crowd cheered as they watched. On the street, a few children ran around with lion heads, playing and laughing. Jingshu was swept up in the lively atmosphere. "This is really lively. Is there a festival today?" Jingshu asked. Wu Hai cleared his throat and said, "You don't know, President Jing. Around here, we have lion dances for everything. Store openings, weddings and funerals, bad luck, good fortune, small festivals, big festivals, worship, incense offerings when we're happy, even when we're not." Wu Jiang nodded. "That's right. Lion dancing is part of our culture here. It's as essential as eating and drinking." Jingshu gave a thumbs up. "No wonder the food culture here is so famous. With this kind of heritage and dedication, it would be strange if it wasn't outstanding. Food is the eternal star of prosperous Shunde, and the Liang Mansion restaurant, with a history of 100 years, is one of its best." The 8th-generation inheritor, Liang Xing, is now the owner of Liang Mansion restaurant. After watching the lion dance, Wu Hai led Jingshu and the others there. At the entrance stood 2 giant stone lions. The restaurant itself was an ancient, traditional Chinese building, one of the few left on this post-apocalyptic street. Wu Hai, familiar with the place, went to the altar in the main hall, lit incense and prayed to the god of wealth, muttering something under his breath. Jingshu and Wu Jiang quickly followed suit. Jingshu silently prayed, "Please bless me with a big windfall on my trip to the Middle East. Thank you." No matter what, there's a sense of ceremony here. Life in the South really is different. "You're here, Wu Hai. I've been waiting for you. Today I'll personally make some divine Shunde dishes for our new friends." Boss Liang Xing appeared, wearing a tall white chef's hat and pushing a cart of fresh ingredients. "Brother Liang Xing, may your business prosper." Wu Hai exchanged pleasantries with the boss. Wu Jiang whispered, "We all call him Brother Liang Xing. 20 years ago, my brother saved his life, and they've been close friends ever since." Brother Liang Xing deftly took out a big fish and slapped it on the table. As he worked, he explained, "This 1,000-layer boneless fish is a signature Shunde dish. We use the best live grass carp, and the key is the knife work to remove the bones. The technique is to follow the grain of the fish, removing the bones, then slicing it crosswise and at an angle. Every slice must be the same thickness and angle. When spread out, the fish looks like a scattering of flowers. See, just like this." He skewered the fish and placed it over the pot. As the water boiled, he continued, "The base is made with no rice congee. That's the secret to making the fish tender and smooth. Put the fish in, swish it for just 10 seconds, and it's done. Here, try it." Dipped in the special sauce, Jingshu took a big bite. The fish was sweet, fresh, and melt-in-your-mouth tender. Wu Hai, who usually didn't seem interested in food, explained knowledgeably, "Don't underestimate this plain-looking no-rice congee. It's known as the most delicious congee in the world. Brother Liang Xing makes it every day at 3 a.m., simmering Qingyuan chicken with secret spices for hours, then adding fragrant rice soaked overnight, and slow cooking for 5 hours, stirring constantly with a wooden stick. After straining, you get this incredibly delicious congee base." After cooking the fish, the congee base was enriched with shellfish, shrimp, then marbled beef and handmade beef balls. The thick, silky congee instantly wrapped around the fresh ingredients, making everything even more tender and flavorful. The aroma was rich and savory, lingering in the air. Wait 3 seconds, blow on it, then take a bite of this heavenly congee. The combination of fish, seafood, meat, and vegetables was so good it felt like your soul left your body. After this appetizer, Brother Liangxing brought out a large, sauce-colored goose. Peng Gong goose, you have to try it. It's a famous Shunde longevity dish. Legend says Peng Gong lived to 80 years old because he ate this goose. He poured the rich, tangy Peng Gong sauce over the goose, which had been fried golden and then braised for 2 hours. The aroma was mouth-watering. The big, fat goose was gone in just 2 minutes. Wu Hai made sure to eat a few extra pieces, saying, "Peng Gong goose, eat more and may we all live to 880. Yunjia pig trotter, if you haven't tried this 300-year-old dish, you haven't really been to Foshan. The bones and meat are removed, leaving only the skin, which is stuffed with roasted, tender neck meat, tied with watergrass and slow braised in aged marinade for 3 hours, then sliced." Brother Liangxing served up slices of glistening red and white pig trotter wrapped in skin. Jingshu picked up a slice, dipped it in sauce, and chewed. The collagen-rich skin and tender neck meat combined perfectly, and the aged marinade and vinegar sauce elevated the flavors. It was rich but not greasy, more fragrant with every chew, and the taste lingered long after swallowing. Unforgettable. "Boss, pack me 20 more of these," Jingshu said after finishing, feeling that even cold pig ear salad would pale in comparison. No way. She had to bring this deliciousness home for her family to try. Wu Hai waved his hand from the side. "Don't worry, Brother Liangxing. Our boss Jing isn't short on money. You can trade for goods or virtual currency, whatever you like." 20 portions? It's not that I don't want to make them, but right now, ingredients are limited. I just can't put together that much at once. Chef Liang sighed, lamenting the hard times. "If it were the old days and we still had 5 kinds of snake, I'd make you another divine dish, Grand Historian's 5-snake soup. The flavor of that soup is absolutely exquisite, rich and fragrant. Ahai has had it before." Wu Hai swallowed, reminiscing. That 5-snake soup, with chicken and abalone added, the snake meat deboned and silky, and the chrysanthemum and lemon zest at the end, so fresh. It's a shame. Back when Brother Liangxing and I went to the Middle East for business and couldn't close the deal with those foreigners, it was this dish that finally won them over. Jingshu raised an eyebrow. "President Wu, you and Brother Liangxing went to the Middle East together?" Wu Hai chuckled. "Don't underestimate Brother Liangxing just because he's a chef. He knows a lot of minor languages and can translate just fine. He also knows a lot of tricks over there. Having our own people along is reassuring. If it weren't for that accident 20 years ago, Brother Liangxing would have achieved even more than us." Chef Liang smiled humbly. Jingshu's eyes lit up. She snapped her fingers and a hulk came forward. Jingshu took out a huge cage, inside which were pythons, cobras, snakes preserved in wine, and 5-step snakes, all rare species she'd collected by chance after the apocalypse. Chef Liang's eyes sparkled. "Miss, these snakes are real treasures. Raised so well, so fat. Perfect for either making medicine or soup, truly top-notch." Then his eyes dimmed. "Sigh, snakes are all extinct now. Yours are the best live specimens. I doubt you'd sell them, and even if you did, I couldn't afford so many at once." Wu Hai nodded in agreement. At current market prices, that was true. Maybe they could pool together to buy a few? Wu Jiang swallowed hard. President Jing was always so full of surprises. Just how much good stuff did she have? Zhang Yicheng, as expected of President Jing. "Chef Liang, I'm about to head to the Middle East for a few months. If you come with me, cook for us, and help translate, all these snakes will be yours when we get back. How about it? That way I won't have to pack so much food," Jingshu offered. Wu Hai's jaw dropped. "Seriously? Just one trip to the Middle East for that kind of pay? Maybe I should go with you too, President Jing." Wu Jiang finally couldn't help but speak up. "Bro, Chef Liang is going because he's an amazing cook and can translate. What would you do? Just tag along and be a burden?" Are you serious? Just a few months and I get all these snakes? I'd feel guilty. How about I stay for half a year? And if there are a lot of people, my apprentice Wangzai can come help too. My restaurant is ready to be handed over to my son anyway. Son. Chef Liang immediately called his son over and did the handover ceremony on the spot, afraid Jingshu would change her mind, and quickly explained everything. Jingshu, you probably don't know yet, but being my chef is actually pretty tough. Well, coming to Shunda wasn't a waste. She'd managed to recruit a top chef. Good fortune indeed. Chef Liang then used the snakes to make the long-lost Grand Historian's 5-snake soup for everyone. A huge bowl of soup with a rich, exotic aroma was served, filled with various chunks of snake meat. Jingshu picked up a piece of boneless snake meat and tasted it. It had the texture of eel, the grain of snake, and a bit of the softness of unagi. Then she sipped the soup. The flavor was incredible. That meal was one of the rare times Jingshu truly felt satisfied. Shunda really was a food paradise. Sichuan pepper coconut chicken, kung fu fish tofu, fried dumplings. While Jingshu and her group ate, Chef Liang was already preparing for the trip to the Middle East. He packed his set of chef's knives, some secret spices, and brought along his apprentice Wangzai. After the meal, Chef Liang had finished packing and was waiting with his apprentice. All good things must come to an end, and it was time for everyone to part ways. Wu Jiang and Wu Hai had to pay respects to their ancestors and take care of business. Seeing that Jingshu was about to return to Nanhai, Zhang Yicheng insisted on following her, saying that even if she already had a chief secretary, he'd be happy to be the second secretary. Jingshu thought about it and agreed. Someone had to stay in Nanhai, and someone had to help coordinate in the Middle East. Zhang Yicheng was good at organizing. So, Jingshu took Zhang Yicheng and her newly recruited chef, brother Liang Xing, and caught the next ferry back to Nanhai. Meanwhile, Xianzi and Sisi, after collecting several truckloads of giant iron bugs that night, handed them over to their lab for slicing and research, including how to extract, store, and use the metal gallium that could rapidly corrode metal. Once everything was arranged, Xianzi received a notification from the Middle East Procurement Group. Everyone, in 7 days, gather at Zhuan Wharf to depart for the Middle East. All departments, make your preparations and don't be late. Especially coordinate your own fleets and supplies. After replying, Xianzi continued browsing the news. Even after years of the apocalypse, survival was still tough, but the country hadn't given up. They were still working hard to rebuild basic infrastructure like communications, energy, and drinking water. The news was full of positive reports about reconstruction. Daiyawan nuclear power plant restarted today, the 7th nuclear plant to resume operation this year, which will further improve the national power grid. At this year's New Species Online Expo, reporters saw that in addition to evolved potatoes and yams, dark-room sea rice also had a bumper harvest. This means everyone will soon be able to eat fragrant rice again. After months of travel, and with the help and escort of various departments along the way, millions of Wucheng migrants are finally about to land in Nanhai. Here's a report from the front lines. On the other side, Jingshu hurried back and managed to return to Nanhai 2 days before the main Wucheng group arrived. She arranged for Zhang Yicheng, Chef Liang, and the others to stay in the Nanhai cigarette factory dorms, gave them subsidies, and told Zhang Yicheng to take Chef Liang out to explore and try the local food. Finally, Jingshu returned to her own villa. Outside, snakes, so rare and precious elsewhere, were everywhere on her high walls, poking their heads out. If Chef Liang and Zhang Yicheng saw this, they'd probably be scared to death. After welcoming their triumphant master home, the big snakes retreated, hiding themselves in the darkness once again. Next door, the lights in the 5-row villa of the Somali family came on. It seemed a butler had come to check things out and then left again, probably meaning Somali was back too. One by one, the hulks, stuffed full of supplies, walked through the villa's front door, signaling that Jingshu's household stockpile was about to skyrocket again. After 5 years of the apocalypse, instead of dwindling, her supplies only kept growing. Now, this 700 square meter villa was about to be packed to the brim. That was close. Almost got exposed. Gotta hurry and get to work overnight, Jingshu muttered to herself, taking a deep breath. First, she spent the night digging up all the soil in the front and back yards, replacing it with the rich black soil and sandy loam she'd bought for farming. She transplanted some of the saplings she'd bought as a cover, but the key was moving over the cherry trees, which had no cherries, the durian trees, no durians, and the coconut trees, no coconuts, from her space. Just one of each kind, so it wouldn't look suspicious. The important thing was that none of the trees had fruit yet, making it easier to explain. Later, when they really did bear fruit, it would seem more natural. Anyway, Jingshu would just play dumb if anyone asked. She knew nothing. It was all Grandma and Grandpa Jing's doing. Just some casual planting, and suddenly there was a bumper crop. Nothing to do with her, not at all. Oh, and by the time the fruit actually ripened, Jingshu wouldn't even be in Nanhai, so it would have even less to do with her. Perfect. Looking at the 1 cubic meter root balls of each tree, Jingshu shook her head. Crops inside the space were limited to 1 cubic meter, but outside, no matter how big they grew, it was fine. That meant tiny roots and huge trees. A real oddity. After finishing the orchard, Jingshu quickly transplanted all kinds of vegetables and crops into the garden. Her rough, unprofessional handling killed a few seedlings, but she didn't care. All in all, after a whole night of work, Jingshu's vegetable and fruit gardens were packed with all sorts of transplanted crops. To ensure survival, she watered everything with diluted spiritual spring water. Problem solved. Finally, Jingshu started organizing her supplies. This was always something to look forward to, but also a tedious task. Her 2-in-1 villa didn't have much else, but it had plenty of storage rooms, all meticulously categorized, including a huge cold storage room for things that spoil easily. She moved all the oil, rice, and flour from her space into the grain and oil storage rooms, filling the shelves to the brim. Once everything was in place, the rooms were lined with neatly stacked rice, flour, and grains, a truly satisfying sight. Next was a room full of daily necessities, boxes of toilet paper, shampoo, and body wash stacked so high the door could barely open, a whole room for snacks with spicy sticks taking up most of the space. The rest was a mishmash from the recent Wucheng migration. All the pre-apocalypse snacks had long since been eaten. Jingshu patted the spicy sticks with a sigh. "Wait for me. I'm not taking you now, just so I can bring back even more good food from the Middle East." Thinking about it, she decided she couldn't bear to suffer. She'd take 20 boxes for the road. The rest of the perishable goods and frozen products went into the cold storage and freezer. The wine and corn oil she'd collected in America were piled up inside the hulks and left in the yard. Clearly, she'd need to build a few more underground storage rooms. There just wasn't enough space. After clearing out her space and emptying the hulks, Jingshu awkwardly realized that after all that organizing, she'd only freed up a small portion of her space. It was just like using a phone for 4 or 5 years. When you first buy it, it's got 216 GB of storage, so you install every app, take every photo, and save every memorable scene you can't bear to delete. But after a few years, you're down to less than 1% storage. You delete photos, delete apps, delete everything you can, but even after all that, you only free up 10% of the memory. That's exactly how Jingshu felt now. Some might say, why not just take everything out of your space to free it up? But the problem is, can you really take out 10 cubic meters of chocolate spring water? Where would you put it? Or the 1 cubic meter portions of spicy hot pot, braised black pork ribs, steamed hairy crabs, seafood porridge, lotus root soup, and other hot foods? If you take them out, you can't finish them all at once, and they'll get cold and lose their flavor. What if Jingshu wants to eat them later and can't? All these prepared foods, plus Jingshu's constant restocking, took up about 100 cubic meters. Then there were the 150 cubic meters taken up by hundreds or even thousands of chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and other livestock. Things she couldn't let anyone see. There were just too many to explain, and her family now knew their market value. 50 cubic meters of various seafood, After restocking from Guangzhou a few days ago in 2 months, when they all started breeding like crazy, the space needed for all the fish and shrimp would jump to 150 cubic meters. To eat salmon, tuna, and king crab every day in the future, Jingshu had to raise them separately and personally. If Grandpa Jing killed them all again, she'd have nowhere to cry. There was also feed, seeds, daily necessities, cakes, snacks, frozen goods, none of which could be taken out. And, importantly, a small part of the space was taken up by all kinds of weapons, rocket launchers, machine guns, grenades, and so on. Sure, she could put them in the hulks, but for someone as paranoid and safety-obsessed as Jingshu, she needed to have them within arm's reach at all times. She might not use them, but she had to be able to grab them instantly. That's it, I guess. Looks like I really need to upgrade my space soon. Why does it feel like the more I upgrade, the less space I have? Jingshu finished her inspection and realized she was hungry again. So she started munching on durian, tossing the shells into the orchard and watering them with diluted spiritual spring water, leaving the rest to fate. She ate this and that, sampling almost everything in her space. Ah, so satisfying. It had been a long time since she'd let herself eat so freely. Just as Jingshu was enjoying herself and the whole courtyard was filled with delicious aromas, there was a loud banging at the villa's front door. Jingshu gulped down what was in her mouth, grabbed a hulk to use as a giant fan, waved it around a few times to disperse the smell, took a deep breath, and once the air was fresher, went to open the door. Who could it be? After a whole night of work, Boss Jing was planning to eat something and catch up on sleep, but someone had shown up. Jingshu opened the door to see a familiar, massive man RV parked outside, with the familiar sight of dozens of Hulk bodyguards behind it, all loaded with supplies. At the door, the whole Jing family stood there, staring in shock at the towering, fortress-like walls and the colorful, fairy tale-like castle that was their new home. Grandpa Jing, wearing his thick winter coat and sweating, puffed on his pipe and patted Fatty Lou next to him. "You're telling me this is the house our Jing girl was talking about? For real? If it's this big, then all that arguing I did with the director over dividing up the land was for nothing." Jing's dad nodded skeptically. "Yeah, didn't Jing say it was just a simple mobile villa? This looks like a castle, way too extravagant." Fatty Lou looked like he was about to cry. It really had just been an empty lot before, but overnight it turned into this. He had no idea how it happened. Just then, everyone saw Jingshu come out with her messy bedhead. Fatty Lou wiped his sweat, jogged over, and grinned. "President Jing, I was just discussing business with Secretary Wang from the cigarette factory when your family got into an argument with someone. Looked like they were in big trouble." "Huh?" Jingshu frowned. Her family in big trouble? Was there really an argument they couldn't win? Fatty Lou coughed and continued, "Your family almost beat someone to death. If that happened, it'd be a huge problem, right?" "Oh, well, that's true." Fatty Lou went on. "Secretary Wang said they were your family, and since I knew the way, I took the liberty of bringing them here. Secretary Wang is handling the aftermath." Jingshu patted Fatty Lou. "You did great. Thanks for your help." "All right then. I won't keep you from your family reunion. There are a lot of people coming in batches from the docks, and we've got a lot to prepare, so I'll get going." Grandma Jing pulled out a handful of milk candy from her pocket and handed it over. "Young man, thank you for your hard work." "No problem at all." Fatty Lou happily accepted the candy and left. Thank goodness. All that work last night wasn't for nothing. No one found out. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to explain. Jingshu gave Grandma Jing a thumbs up. "Grandma, your gifts are getting fancier. Used to be soybeans. By the way, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? How come you're here a day early?" Jing's dad chuckled. "We wanted to surprise you. We came early with the government supply convoy, just to see where we'd be assigned." "Thanks for the surprise. More like a shock." Grandma Jing hugged her granddaughter, ruffling her messy hair. "Oh, my dear girl, let Grandma have a look at you. You've been working so hard here in Nanhai. Must have suffered a lot, right? Grandma missed you so much." Burp Jingshu let out a full-bellied burp, making things a bit awkward. Jing's mom muttered from afar, "Why does it smell like durian? Must be my imagination." Jingshu coughed and asked, "So what happened with that argument? Did you really almost beat someone to death?" Jing's mom explained, "That young man exaggerated. Your dad just pushed Director Wang, but the guy's so weak he threw himself to the ground and hit his head on a rock. I say he was just faking it." The whole family nodded in agreement. "Oh my God, Dad, do you even know how strong you are now?" "That Director Wang, isn't he the one we offended back in Wucheng? The one who said he wouldn't give us a house in Nanhai?" Jingshu asked. Her dad nodded. "That's him. Based on our family size and jobs, we should have gotten 2 houses in the old city. We thought if the villa was too crowded or if your aunts came to work overtime, they could stay there. It's not like we're freeloading." "But he wouldn't give us anything. Worse, he assigned our livestock farm and your mom's agriculture department to the area closest to the docks, where the corpse bugs are everywhere." Jing's mom waved it off. "Enough about that. We've already got a plan. That fat guy won't get away with it this time. If I don't get him removed, I'm not fit to be a minister." "Right, let's not let it ruin our mood. Your third aunt and UI are off organizing things for the big group arriving tomorrow. Let's get settled in first." Jingshu nodded, feeling proud. Her parents had really grown over the years. "No worries. Do your thing up front, I'll have your back." Grandma and Grandpa Jing couldn't wait any longer. Looking at their castle-like new home, the months of wandering and insecurity seemed to melt away. "Granddaughter, is this really our new home?" "It's so grand, like a castle." "All right, I'll open the door. I said I'd surprise you. Let's go check out our new home." Jingshu led the family happily into the new villa. When they saw the lush vegetable garden in the front yard, Grandma and Grandpa Jing stroked the thriving crops, saying, "These are nice, but they all need to be redone, and we need to build a path. Also, this isn't very professional." "But this soil is good. These days, good soil isn't cheap." Grandma Jing nodded, pinching some soil. "It used to be a few dozen yuan per ton. Now it must be over 100 points per ton, right? Expensive or not, the whole villa's worth of soil cost a few million at least." "Something like that." Jingshu smiled and nodded. "Just off by a tiny bit, like a billion." Grandpa Jing was about to say something when Jingshu cut him off. "Grandpa, stop right there. I got this soil on Double 11, so it was cheap. Don't go telling your friends to ask me to buy it for them." Otherwise, if Grandpa started bragging and his friends wanted some too, Jingshu would really lose it. Grandpa Jing smacked his lips, a little disappointed, and then it was time for the Jing family to be completely stunned. When Jingshu opened the villa's door, the whole family was stunned by what they saw inside. Wow, did we just walk into a European tycoon's palace? That was Jing's dad's first reaction. Just look at these luxurious decorations, the space even bigger and more open than the villa in Wucheng. Even with a dozen people inside, it still felt empty. There was a grand dining room and a huge 2-in-1 kitchen. "Daughter, that big crystal chandelier is as pretty as a diamond." Jing's mom immediately spotted the luxury chandelier Jingshu had brought back from America. Jingshu just laughed. It wasn't just as pretty as a diamond, it actually was diamond. But she'd better not tell the family the truth, or they'd feel too nervous to use it. Of course, Grandma and Grandpa Jing's attention was on the balcony, where garlic sprouts, chives, green onions, cilantro, and other herbs and flowers were growing. And the huge kitchen, the massive cold storage, and the enormous storerooms all gave a deep sense of security. "My dear granddaughter, are all these rooms full of food?" Grandma Jing asked in disbelief, pointing at the open doors revealing neatly stacked supplies. Jingshu shrugged. "Go take a look for yourselves. I went to Guangzhou a few days ago for work, and the food there was delicious and cheap. I figured our family isn't lacking, but the more the better, so I brought back a little bit of everything. Grains, dried goods, crops, saplings, you name it." Grandma and Grandpa Jing opened each storeroom one by one. Oh my, each was packed to the brim with all kinds of grains and oils, enough food for 10 years, a full range of seasonings, and all sorts of rare and unusual foods. In short, the Jing family would never have to worry about food again. Good, good. In the apocalypse, with food, there's nothing to fear. No matter what happens next, we'll be prepared. Grandpa Jing took a puff on his pipe. I think those walls aren't high enough. I'll get Jing on to help reinforce them over the next few days. Jing's dad nearly tripped. Jing Shu swallowed nervously. 4 or 5 meters high and a meter thick. Wasn't that safe enough? Grandma, the real problem now is that I've already filled the villa with supplies, but all the stuff you brought from Wucheng probably won't fit. So how about you build a few underground storage rooms first? Oh, right, that's true. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows, just in case we should stash some food underground. So the family followed Jing Shu to the backyard to check out the orchard and see where, in the 700 square meter space, they could dig a basement. But no one was very interested in the orchard. Shu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, her mom said, but after all my years in the agriculture department, I can tell you fruit trees are the hardest. As the saying goes, 3 years to grow, 5 years to bear fruit. This orchard is probably a scam, especially with rare trees like durian and cherries. If they could really produce, people would treat them like treasures and never sell them. Grandpa Jing nodded. Still, they look pretty good. We'll see how they do. If nothing happens next year, we'll just cut them down. Jing Shu shrugged indifferently. She just hoped they wouldn't be so shocked their jaws dropped when the fruit actually appeared. After the orchard, they checked out the livestock pen. Grandma Jing, wanting her beloved Dahua, Ermao, and Gudan to have a proper home, immediately had Jing's dad and grandpa start building an animal pen. In the end, they still couldn't decide where to dig the basement. As long as they didn't dig into the neighbor's property, Jing Shu didn't care. The first day the Jing family arrived was a whirlwind of activity, chickens and dogs everywhere. Why chickens and dogs? Because when the fat chicken snuggled into Grandma Jing's arms, begged for cuddles, and then laid 20 eggs in a row to assert its dominance, chaos naturally followed. The fat chicken strutted after Grandma Jing, mocking Dahua for being constipated while laying eggs, challenging Ernyu the milk cow, stealing veggie leaves from the rabbits, and generally making the whole family's life lively and noisy. At dinner, the whole family sat in the huge 2-in-1 dining room, the table covered with a feast, much of it food Jing Shu had brought back from Shunda. Jing Shu even poured everyone some discontinued Sprite, marking the official warming of their new home. But even the delicious food couldn't drown out Grandma Jing's roar. What? You've only been in Nanhai a few days and soon you're leaving again? And going so far away? That's way too dangerous. Grandma Jing's voice echoed through the house. The fat chicken cowered in the corner, not wanting to go out again. It was much more comfortable at home, being pampered and laying eggs, than running around outside, carrying things, and sometimes even having to fight. Grandma, it's just a supply run. I'll be bringing back boatloads of food and goods. It's not dangerous at all. I only get to go because I have connections, and I can bring back supplies at cost. Just imagine the scene. Grandpa Jing smacked his lips. Not dangerous? Really, not at all. Even Yang Yang is going. Wu Yu-ai, who had just returned from the docks, adjusted her glasses, a glint in her eye. She looked a bit helpless but didn't say anything. To ease the mood, Wu Yu-ai started talking about today's events. The main group from Wucheng will start arriving in batches tomorrow. Supplies donated from all over the country are coming in too. There's all sorts of stuff, and everyone will get some subsidies. Third Aunt Jinglei added with a smile. The government's done a good job coordinating. Every neighborhood has been assigned, but the old city still needs to be cleared out. There are too many corpse bugs. We'll all be busy for the next 4 or 5 days, so we won't be home for meals. Shu, before you leave, tell us what you want to eat. I'll pickle some veggies and garlic for you to take. Right. And those Russians' food must be terrible. Grandma will pack you some dried goods and tasty instant foods, sweet potato chips, roasted nuts, all kinds of snacks. I'll fry some crispy dough twists and little dried fish for you and braise some pork intestines, pig face, pig ears, duck wings, duck intestines, and duck feet for you to have as side dishes. Jing's mom nodded. Shu loves meat, so we'll make lots of spicy beef jerky, cumin beef, smoked sausage, 5-spice sausage, and so on. Grandpa Jing tapped his pipe. Think about what else you need. Grandpa will get it all ready for you. How did the conversation end up like this? Jingshu smiled, glancing at her cousin Wu Yuai, then at the rest of the family. In the days that followed, it wasn't just the migrants from Wucheng who were busy. Every member of the Jing family was running around nonstop. Grandma Jing started preparing all kinds of food and daily necessities for Jingshu every day, especially ready-to-eat or instant foods, worried that Jingshu would go hungry, get tired, or lose weight in the Middle East. Jingshu, knowing her own appetite, secretly increased her own stash of prepared foods in her space. Especially hot pot, which is simple and convenient. She stir-fried over 100 kilos of hot pot base so she could just add water and ingredients and eat it right away. Who knows, maybe she could even sell some at a high price. She wondered if people in the Middle East would eat hot pot. She also prepared 2 cubic meters of cooked hot pot ingredients, wide noodles, napa cabbage, beef tripe, duck intestines, beef rolls, meatballs, and more, ready to eat straight out of her space, perfect for a late-night snack. Besides hot pot, she prepped other cooked foods for late-night meals and brought plenty of fresh ingredients and seasonings. After all, Boss Jing was bringing a Shunde master chef along, so she could have Brother Liang cook up delicacies and secretly store them in her space. Oh, and she almost forgot about Zhao Wei, the big eater. There probably wouldn't be any leftovers with her around. Poor Brother Liang. Going to the Middle East this time would probably be even more exhausting than cooking for hundreds at his own restaurant. Meanwhile, Grandpa Jing was busy building animal pens, digging basements, redoing the vegetable and fruit gardens, and even making some handmade items for Jingshu, like improving the portable toilet and making more water containers. He also had to make a supersized sedan chair for Xiao Wei so that from the outside she'd look like a normal person, but inside the chair would be her huge body and the little soldiers carrying her. Third Aunt had to manage several canteens in the city, feeding tens of thousands every day. Wu Yuai had to take over management of several thousand people in the old neighborhood, handling food, housing, and transportation, as well as clearing out the mountains of corpse bugs in the main city. Only after meeting the standards could people move in. She also had to work with her mentor on research and collection tasks assigned from above. Jing's mom was running the Wucheng Agriculture Department, with heavy responsibilities. Next week, she'd have to start meeting quotas for vegetables and crops. Jing's dad was just as busy, dealing with postpartum care for sows, figuring out why the dairy cows were producing less milk. Was it postpartum depression, a bad relationship with the bull, or not enough soup? All these were matters of human survival. In short, everyone had found their own role and purpose in this post-apocalyptic world. As the boss of the cigarette factory and vice president of the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association, Jingshu naturally had to attend the donation event when the Wucheng people successfully arrived in Nanhai. That day, a strong wind blew in Nanhai. Though it was still pitch black, the dock was bustling under the floodlights. Ferry after ferry arrived at the dock, and groups of ragged families finally set foot on Nanhai soil. Camera flashes clicked, recording this historic moment. Live streamer Brother Ma excitedly spoke into his phone camera. "I'm here at the Nanhai press conference for the successful migration of Wucheng. You can see over 20 ferries have arrived, bringing 100,000 Wucheng citizens. Each person gets a big gift pack of local specialties donated from all over the country. Let me show you what's inside. A small Tianjin mahua, crispy and fragrant, a Shandong pancake, a piece of Wuhan hot dry noodles, a Shanghai qingtuan, a Shanxi guokui, Guangdong freeze-dried mountain vegetables, dozens of items. It looks like netizens from all over the country have donated their best foods. On behalf of the Wucheng people, thank you all. There are also local subsidies. You can see the big donors from Wucheng sitting on stage, and behind them are mountains of supplies they've donated." He turned the camera to the press conference where a row of entrepreneurs sat, with another row of staff behind them. At the podium, a young man in black-rimmed glasses was reading out the donation list. "Our Wucheng cigarette factory is donating supplies worth 10 million virtual coins, including..." Meanwhile, in Jingshu's high school classmates' group chat, Jie Zihao. "Our first batch has arrived in Nanhai and we've already been assigned housing. Have you all arrived yet?" Photo, Shilei. Still waiting for the ferry at the dock. We'll be there in an hour. Damn, Xi Hao, your family is loaded. You got your own clean house. I'm so jealous. Liu Gang. Jealous +1. We've been assigned a house, but we have to clear out the corpse bugs ourselves. And I heard housing is tight. 10 families to a house, 1 bedroom per extended family. Wang Chao. Everyone, look, is that our classmate Jing Shu standing behind the guy speaking at the Wucheng press conference? Mu Xiaoshuan. That's definitely Jing Shu. She looks so cool and sharp in that outfit. She always wore a big winter coat at reunions, but now she's so formal and stylish I almost didn't recognize her. Wang Chao. Isn't Jing Shu a shareholder in Shi Yuan? How is she connected to the cigarette factory? Wang Zihao. Maybe she's just someone's secretary or there to show her face. Awkward. After all, only entrepreneurs get to speak at these events. And as for the cigarette factory, do you know how powerful it is now? Everyone wants to get in. Wu Yu. Yeah, the Wucheng cigarette factory is super famous now. If you can get their cigarettes as a gift, it's a huge deal. Tons of people are trying to get in. The benefits are amazing. My cousin's wife's neighbor's nephew's friend works there, and the perks are incredible. Not only can one person support the whole family, but they get all kinds of great food and supplies. I'm so envious. Mu Xiaoshuan. But looking at Jing Shu's aura, it feels like the people in front of her are her underlings. Wu Yu. That may be. But think about it. Jing Shu is our age, and she doesn't look like a big boss. At most, she's a small shareholder in Xiyuan. Could she really be the boss of the cigarette factory? Do you know how hard it is to get that position? Do you even know what it means to be the boss of the cigarette factory? Would the boss of the cigarette factory personally attend an event like this? So, in summary, I personally don't think Jing Shu could possibly be the boss of the cigarette factory. Just think how deep her connections would have to be to run a government-owned enterprise in Wucheng. Wouldn't that make her a government insider? Wu Yu concluded. But just as Wu Yu finished, everyone watching the live stream heard the refined young man bow slightly and say, "Now, let's invite our general manager Jing Shu to present the relevant donation documents." With that, he stepped back behind Jing Shu. Jing Shu displayed a stack of stamped documents and said, "This 10 million in supplies is just the initial donation. At the same time, the cigarette factory is offering 1,000 temporary jobs with food, lodging, and holiday bonuses included. Anyone interested can sign up." While Jing Shu was still speaking on stage, the class group chat exploded. Mu Xiaoshuan. Told you! Jing Shu's aura is way too strong to be a secretary. She's a real boss. Let those sour grapes shut up already. Shirley. Unbelievable! Jing Shu is actually the boss of the cigarette factory? We haven't seen her for half a year and she's changed so much. What's she been up to become the boss? Wang Chao. Oh my god, the cigarette factory boss is our classmate? I can't believe it. And the factory is hiring with food, lodging, and holiday bonuses. Where else can you find benefits like that? Zhao Yun. Du Yu? Xie Zihao, say something. Weren't you just saying she was just a secretary trying to get some face time? Now you see how awesome the cigarette factory is and how amazing Jing Shu is as the boss. Mu Xiaoshuan. Bet those two are regretting their words now. If they hadn't said that, maybe they could have asked Jing Shu for a temp job at the factory. Ha ha. Xi Zihao. I don't need to beg. What's so great about a temp job at the cigarette factory anyway? Nima sang. Xi Zihao, stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for my family, you wouldn't even have a place to live in Nanhai. Hurry up and apologize to Jing Shu. Only then did everyone remember that Xi Zihao had married into Nima Sang's family. Just then, Wang Chao everyone. Wait, look at the live stream. Turns out Jing Shu isn't just with the cigarette factory. She's also representing the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association. She's been hiding so many identities all these years. Mu Xiaoshuan. Jing Shu is so cool. She helped my family back in the day. If she hadn't gotten us into Xiyuan, we wouldn't have our own place in Nanhai now. On the live stream, Jing Shu took out another document and said, "Also, on behalf of the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association, I'm donating 3 million worth of various medicines. If anyone gets sick, you can go to Wucheng Hospital for a checkup and get free medicine with your ID." After that, Jing Shu returned to the front row of entrepreneurs. The camera showed the refined young man pulling out her chair for her, serving her attentively, making her status even clearer. The group chat went wild. 6 years after graduation, some classmates were still just classmates, while others had quietly become industry leaders with government connections. Jing Shu hadn't expected this. She thought it was just a press conference. Who even watches press conferences? But this brother Ma, Jing Shu, just realized his ID was actually Wang Qiki from Banana Community, had become a famous Wucheng influencer. His live streams brought in a lot of viewers, and with all the attention on Wucheng, now the whole class knew about her two identities. Well, after hiding them for so long, at least only 2 were exposed. She'd better keep the others, like the red threadworms, hulks, clothing factory, and mask factory, under wraps. Now everyone in the class group was wondering if they could use their connection to Jing Shu to get into the cigarette factory or the pharmaceutical association. Liu Yi: do you think as classmates Jing Shu would let us work as temps at the factory? Nima sang: yeah, we're all high school classmates. I studied pharmacy too. Maybe the association is hiring? Mu Xiaoshuan: Jing Shu is a good person. Back in Xiwan, she gave us classmates extra opportunities, so now 3 or 4 of us are still there. If you meet the requirements, she'll help. If not, begging won't work. As the group chat buzzed, someone else spoke up. Su Mali: everyone, Mu Xiaoshuan is right, but we're all classmates. Don't burn the last bit of friendship. Jing Shu doesn't owe anyone anything. Let's talk business. Back in Wucheng, we wanted to have a reunion but never got the chance. I said when everyone made it to Nanhai, I'd host a dinner at my new place. Let's do it tomorrow. But if anyone tries to ask Jing Shu for a job, don't come. If you do, I'll kick you out. Shi Lei: Su, you're awesome. Wang Chao: Su, you're our forever goddess. Wu Yu: actually, Su is the real rich one. Her family runs the biggest gas and oil companies in Wucheng. She's way more powerful than Jing Shu. She's treated us to so many meals over the years, while Jing Shu never has. Everyone in the class knew that year, when the red threadworm rain fell, eating at Sumali's house was like a state banquet. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Sumali: Who you? You're not allowed at my house tomorrow. I mean it. Wu Yu: why? I didn't say anything bad about you, Su. Sumali: but you bad-mouthed Jing Shu, and I don't like that. If you do it again, you're banned from the next reunion too. So, after the press conference, Jing Shu saw the group chat full of chatter, and Su Mali had even punished Wu Yu for her. Jing Shu shook her head. Thank goodness Su Mali was so kind. If it were up to Jing Shu, she'd have made sure Wu Yu really regretted it. After all, Jing Shu was never one to let things slide. The next day, even though Jing Shu had to coordinate the ferry fleet and prepare for the Middle East trip, she still had to show up at Su Mali's class reunion. Luckily, it was right next door, just a few steps away. Sure enough, when Jing Shu opened her door, she saw classmates in small groups, not daring to get too close, gathered around her dreamlike, forest-like high walls, excitedly taking photos and checking in like internet celebrities. Mu Xiaoshuan: I wonder who the big shot is living across from Su Mali's house. Why does it feel even more luxurious and impressive than Su Mali's place? These 5-meter-high walls are so intimidating. He Shu: yeah, especially with all the corpse bugs everywhere in Nanhai, and yet this big shot's house has so many beautiful flowers and rose vines. Imagine how much it costs to maintain. And look, there are several snakes in those vines. My God, only a true boss could pull that off. Those live snakes must be worth a fortune. Aren't they afraid of being stolen? Hiss, hiss. The snakes stared coldly at the people in the distance, ready to strike at anyone who got too close. Wang Chao: they must be super valuable. I wonder if you can cook and eat those snakes. Are they poisonous? They look scary. Zhi Zihao: did you get a picture? Upload it to Douyin later. This is the only way most people will ever see how the upper class lives. Just then, the door opened, and out walked someone they all knew. Who else but Jing Shu? Jing Shu, a bit exasperated, said, Could those of you who just took photos and videos please delete them? I can't have them uploaded online. Of course, to make up for it, I've prepared some gifts for everyone. Mu Xiaoshuan. Oh, it's Jingshu. Sorry, I'll delete them right away. He Shou. Yeah, if it's you, of course we'll cooperate. Yao Zixin. Deleted, I've already deleted them. Wang Chao. Should have guessed. Only someone like Jingshu could live in such an amazing villa. Of course, there are always one or two who don't cooperate. Liang Xin. What kind of gifts did you prepare, Boss Jing? Now that you're so successful, don't tell me it's just some handouts for beggars again? Just then, a plump, delicious-looking white rabbit hopped out from behind the tall gate. Rabbit! There's a rabbit! As a few classmates moved closer, a huge snake's head suddenly lunged out, jaws wide open, ready to swallow the fat rabbit whole. At that moment, Jingshu punched the snake's head, big as a soccer ball, exploding it in a spray of blood. The giant snake fell from the high wall with a crash, not even having time to scream. All the other snakes, which had been slithering around, instantly recoiled in terror, vanishing from sight. Everyone gasped. It was a giant snake over 3 meters long, thicker than a thigh, its scales gleaming menacingly. The noisy scene fell silent, only the sound of trembling breaths remained. You could hear a pin drop. But Jingshu wasn't done. She picked up the terrified rabbit, tied it to her waist, then grabbed the huge snake's head, pried open its jaws, and calmly extracted the 2 fangs, collecting the clear venom in a glass jar. She muttered, "Just a drop of this venom can kill. If it bit someone, there'd be no saving them. This snake is mine, but it's a bit unruly. I didn't tie it up, so if it got out and bit someone, I couldn't help it." Hearing this, everyone quickly backed away, nearly pressing themselves against Sumali's wall. Jingshu then swiftly skinned and cleaned the snake, holding the processed meat in one hand and the rabbit at her waist, smiling, "Here's your gift. Who said they wanted to try snake meat? Here you go. Fresh snake soup for the menu. How about it?" There may not have been much blood, but it was enough to leave a striking stain under Sumali's fancy lights. Today, Jingshu was dressed elegantly, looking every bit the gentle lady, her dimples making her smile seem sunny and sweet. But after what just happened, everyone saw her as a total demon. Jingshu's aura was so powerful it was suffocating. Mu Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkled. "Boss Jing is just too cool. I really adore her." Jingshu walked on, saying, "By the way, about deleting those photos and videos, anyone still have a problem? Liang Xin, let me check your phone to make sure everything's deleted." Liang Xin, hands shaking, frantically deleted everything. It's all gone, boss. I swear it's all deleted." "All right, let's go. The class reunion is about to start." Jingshu led the way into Sumali's house. The old butler at the door shook his head with a smile. If only Miss had even a third of Jingshu's presence, the master wouldn't worry so much about passing on the family business. But Miss had her own strengths, and Jingshu had her own charm. Both were good kids. "Jingshu, you're finally here. How did you know I wanted snake soup? And you even brought such a big snake. I love you." Sumali waved excitedly from afar. Ever since she saw the snake heads on Jingshu's wall a few days ago, she'd been telling the butler how delicious they looked. She never expected Jingshu to actually bring such a huge snake today. So happy. Jingshu smiled. "Just adding a dish for everyone. Let the chef handle it. It's as fresh as it gets." She handed the bloody snake to the kitchen staff and went to wash up. Sumali's place was 5 connected villas, built like a manor, even bigger than Jingshu's, filled with rare plants and 24-hour sun lamps. There was even a huge eco-pool full of crayfish, and classmates were drooling over it. The Nanhai breeze was warm, the lights were bright, and the trees and flowers were all specially imported. Even before the apocalypse, this would have been a high-end feast. Now it was the ultimate class reunion. Dozens of classmates wandered Sumali's home like tourists in a grand garden, marveling at everything. For most, this was their only taste of high society, enough to brag about for ages. Mu Xiaoshuan. I wonder who the big shot is living across from Sumali's house. Why does it feel even more luxurious and impressive than Sumali's place? These 5-meter-high walls are so intimidating. He's Shou. Yeah, especially with all the corpse bugs everywhere in Nanhai, and yet this big shot's house has so many beautiful flowers and rose vines. Imagine how much it costs to maintain. And look, there are several snakes in those vines. My God, only a true boss could pull that off. Those live snakes must be worth a fortune. Aren't they afraid of being stolen? Hiss, hiss. The snakes stared coldly at the people in the distance, ready to strike at anyone who got too close. Wang Chao. They must be super valuable. I wonder if you can cook and eat those snakes. Are they poisonous? They look scary. Zhi Zihao. Did you get a picture? Upload it to Douyin later. This is the only way most people will ever see how the upper class lives. Just then, the door opened, and out walked someone they all knew. Who else but Jing Shu? Jing Shu, a bit exasperated, said, "Could those of you who just took photos and videos please delete them? I can't have them uploaded online. Of course, to make up for it, I've prepared some gifts for everyone." Mu Xiaoshuan. "Oh, it's Jing Shu. Sorry, I'll delete them right away." He Shou. "Yeah, if it's you, of course we'll cooperate." Yao Zixin. "Deleted? Deleted. I've already deleted them." Wang Chao. "Should have guessed. Only someone like Jing Shu could live in such an amazing villa." Of course, there are always one or two who don't cooperate. Liang Xin. "What kind of gifts did you prepare, Boss Jing? Now that you're so successful, don't tell me it's just some handouts for beggars again." Just then, a plump, delicious-looking white rabbit hopped out from behind the tall gate. "Rabbit! There's a rabbit!" As a few classmates moved closer, a huge snake's head suddenly lunged out, jaws wide open, ready to swallow the fat rabbit whole. At that moment, Jing Shu punched the snake's head, big as a soccer ball, exploding it in a spray of blood. The giant snake fell from the high wall with a crash, not even having time to scream. All the other snakes, which had been slithering around, instantly recoiled in terror, vanishing from sight. Everyone gasped. It was a giant snake over 3 meters long, thicker than a thigh, its scales gleaming menacingly. The noisy scene fell silent, only the sound of trembling breaths remained. You could hear a pin drop, but Jing Shu wasn't done. She picked up the terrified rabbit, tied it to her waist, then grabbed the huge snake's head, pried open its jaws, and calmly extracted the 2 fangs, collecting the clear venom in a glass jar. She muttered, "Just a drop of this venom can kill. If it bit someone, there'd be no saving them. This snake is mine, but it's a bit unruly. I didn't tie it up, so if it got out and bit someone, I couldn't help it." Hearing this, everyone quickly backed away, nearly pressing themselves against Sumali's wall. Jing Shu then swiftly skinned and cleaned the snake, holding the processed meat in one hand and the rabbit at her waist, smiling. "Here's your gift. Who said they wanted to try snake meat? Here you go. Fresh snake soup for the menu. How about it?" There may not have been much blood, but it was enough to leave a striking stain under Sumali's fancy lights. Today, Jing Shu was dressed elegantly, looking every bit the gentle lady, her dimples making her smile seem sunny and sweet. But after what just happened, everyone saw her as a total demon. Jing Shu's aura was so powerful it was suffocating. Mu Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkled. "Boss Jing is just too cool. I really adore her." Jing Shu walked on, saying, "By the way, about deleting those photos and videos, anyone still have a problem? Liang Xin, let me check your phone to make sure everything's deleted." Liang Xin, hands shaking, frantically deleted everything. It's all gone, boss. I swear it's all deleted." "All right, let's go. The class reunion is about to start." Jing Shu led the way into Sumali's house. The old butler at the door shook his head with a smile. If only Miss had even a third of Jing Shu's presence, the master wouldn't worry so much about passing on the family business. But Miss had her own strengths, and Jing Shu had her own charm. Both were good kids. "Jing Shu, you're finally here! How did you know I wanted snake soup? And you even brought such a big snake! I love you!" Sumali waved excitedly from afar. Ever since she saw the snake heads on Jing Shu's wall a few days ago, she'd been telling the butler how delicious they looked. She never expected Jing Shu to actually bring such a huge snake today. So happy. Jing Shu smiled. "Just adding a dish for everyone. Let the chef handle it. It's as fresh as it gets." She handed the bloody snake to the kitchen staff and went to wash up. Sumali's place was 5 connected villas, built like a manor, even bigger than Jingshu's, filled with rare plants and 24-hour sun lamps. There was even a huge eco-pool full of crayfish, and classmates were drooling over it. The non-high breeze was warm, the lights were bright, and the trees and flowers were all specially imported. Even before the apocalypse, this would have been a high-end feast. Now, it was the ultimate class reunion. Dozens of classmates wandered Sumali's home like tourists in a grand garden, marveling at everything. For most, this was their only taste of high society, enough to brag about for ages. Although Jingshu wanted to say, "Don't build it so nice, you'll have to move again in a few years." She thought about it and realized that at Sumali's level, she probably didn't care anymore. Just like herself, at this point, it was all about enjoying a higher quality of life. "All right, everyone, now that we're all here, let's eat and chat." Sumali clapped her hands to gather everyone, then made a point of pulling Jingshu to sit beside her. "Shu, you sit next to me." "Okay." Each person had their own small table arranged in 2 rows, still keeping the independent banquet style. Every table had some candy, fruit, and a bouquet of flowers. Very classy. Once everyone was seated, Jingshu finally had a chance to look at her classmates. She couldn't help but notice how the hardships of the apocalypse had aged this group of 27-year-olds, making them look like they were in their late 30s or 40s. Some even had heads full of white hair. A few who'd had it especially rough looked skinny as skeletons, but with distended bellies from long-term malnutrition. Anything they could take home, they would. In contrast, those like Sumali and Jingshu who lived well looked younger and more vibrant than ever. So even though they were old classmates, they were really living in different worlds now and probably wouldn't have much in common anymore. Suddenly, Jingshu noticed a veiled female classmate in the corner. Watching her eat, Jingshu saw that her face and hands had no intact skin, as if she'd been completely burned or chunks of flesh had been gouged out. Jingshu quietly asked Sumali, "Is that classmate in the corner one of us?" Sumali looked at Jingshu in surprise. "That's Nima Sang. You forgot?" She was punished for selling zombie meat and red threadworm cakes. She ate some herself, got sick, and I had to find a doctor to save her. There's not a single patch of good skin left. Jingshu suddenly remembered. That had happened. Sumali continued. "She made a mistake and had to be punished, but we're all classmates. After her punishment, I saved her. Not many survive zombie disease. She really owes me." "Yeah, Nima Sang was neither human nor ghost now. If you didn't know, you'd think she was still being punished." Jingshu shook her head. That aside, the food at Sumali's house was as delicious as ever. To take care of everyone, Sumali first served Jingshu's snake soup, letting everyone have some broth to settle their stomachs so they wouldn't get sick from eating too much greasy food after so long without it. The rest of the dishes were also light and not oily, suitable for most classmates. Still, some nearly gagged at the snake soup, remembering Jingshu's bloody scene earlier. But once they tasted it, the deliciousness won them over. At the table, the conversation was as varied as ever. Some classmates bragged about knowing big shots, having dined with important people, or being friends with leaders, showing off how well they were doing. Every now and then someone would say, "Sue, you know so-and-so, right? You must know them." But no one dared talk to Jingshu that way. Some hinted that they still had chickens and ducks at home, could get meat every few days, or talked about where their house was assigned, always earning envious looks. Sumali and Jingshu chatted quietly, exchanging updates. When Sumali learned Jingshu was heading out again, she was full of envy. "I'm so jealous, Jingshu. You run a company and can be a hands-off boss. I'm stuck dealing with my dad's companies all day, no time to go out and play. Otherwise, I'd go with you. Don't worry about your mask factory. I'll keep an eye on the materials. Remember to bring me a gift when you get back." Jingshu added, "By the way, the 5 million masks and gas masks will be handed over to your company tomorrow, so they don't take up warehouse space. Better to hand them off to Sumali now, in case she couldn't make it back in time and it caused delays." Sumali waved it off. "All right, got it. You're basically giving them away. Maybe I'll send you some natural gas in return. Oh, right, I almost forgot the real reason for this reunion. Hold on. Sumali admitted to herself that she had her own little agenda in hosting the class reunion and treating everyone to a meal. Everyone quiet down, Sumali called out, and all the classmates immediately looked her way. She continued, I know some of you have had a really tough time these past few years, barely able to eat. I have a few dozen openings for food testers. At that, most classmates' eyes lit up. The room grew even quieter. Everyone knew that jobs at Sumali's company were official positions. These days, getting a stable job was nearly impossible. Sumali went on, Let me tell you about the benefits. Official position from day one, no probation, 600 virtual coins a month, food and lodging included, full insurance, triple compensation for illness, 10 times for disability, 20 times for death, holiday bonuses, 4 new outfits a year, 12 sets of daily necessities, 30 synthetic meat buffet vouchers. She sighed inwardly. Even with these perks, she still had dozens of vacancies left to fill. After a few incidents, the staff at the gas company were terrified of this job. Now, she couldn't fill the positions internally, so she was looking outside. But you had to sign a confidentiality agreement, which showed the food wasn't exactly normal. So she could only look for people she knew, and some classmates were nearly starving to death. If anyone was willing, they could take the job. At least she'd explained the risks. Some who took it not only survived, but got stronger, earned money, and gained social status. Wasn't that the best of both worlds? Jingshu instantly understood. With benefits this high, better than the cigarette factory, there had to be a catch. She'd have to ask Sumali about it later. Otherwise, would the cigarette factory's safe, well-paid, and secure reputation be just for show? But the other classmates didn't think that far. They didn't care about the death or disability compensation. They only heard the salary and perks. This was insane. These benefits were way better than the cigarette factory, like a pre-apocalypse million-yuan salary. No one even touched their food now. All eyes were on Sumali, brains spinning, already plotting how to get one of those jobs. Seeing everyone getting excited and about to start talking all at once, Sumali raised her hand. Don't speak yet, don't ask questions, just listen to me explain the risks involved. After all, such good benefits aren't falling from the sky. There's always a price to pay. The job itself was simple. Every day you'd taste test all sorts of new foods developed for the apocalypse. Some tasted good, some were awful, and after eating, you'd write a report. No requirements for education or anything else. Very easy, no overtime, and sometimes, if there was nothing to taste, you'd still get paid for 3 hours of work. But, Sumali added, most of the food is really hard to eat. At this, a classmate couldn't help but joke. With those benefits, unless you make me eat a pound of shit every day, I'd feel like I was cheating you. Want to add 2 more pounds? Everyone laughed. Another said, Yeah, it's the apocalypse. Who cares about taste? I'm in. I want the job. Sumali quieted everyone again. You get what you pay for. The reason this job pays so well is because you'll be eating all sorts of weird, experimental foods. Sometimes it might not even be food. She didn't want to say more, lest people get too spooked. Jingshu frowned, suddenly remembering something. Could it be that thing the tyrant promoted years ago? That really wasn't meant for humans. Her own cigarette factory didn't have any forced quotas like this. It seemed there were advantages to working with the government. For rich families like Sumali's, the government was bound to squeeze them. If she guessed right, Sumali's family had to pay for these jobs themselves. Sumali continued, You don't need to know the details. There's a chance it could harm your health. So far, there's a 3% death rate, 10% irreversible physical damage. Some people lose their sense of taste forever, and some are left half paralyzed. But overall, the health rate is about 80%. I'm not hiding anything, which is why the benefits are so high. Since I saw some classmates are really struggling, you can consider it. But I don't recommend it unless you have no other options. If you're truly desperate, this is a way out. One more thing. The contract is for a minimum of 3 years, because they need to observe long-term effects. You can't quit halfway. Breaking the contract means paying 10 times the compensation, unless you're disabled or die, in which case, you get the ongoing benefits. So think carefully. After she finished, the classmates were eager to sign up, especially Nima Sang, who figured her body couldn't get any worse. I know you mean well, Sue, and 80% health is already high. Plus all those benefits, it's worth it. Yeah, 3 years is like doing time, but with that much money you couldn't get it by robbing someone. Even if I end up disabled, a lifetime of benefits is worth it. Some classmates with better options were put off by the 3-year contract. They'd hoped to quit if things got bad, but since there was no easy way out, they gave up. After all, they weren't desperate yet. In the end, Sue Molly signed up 18 classmates on the spot, about half the group. I'll invite my college and middle school classmates too, see if I can fill the quota, but this is pretty good already. Sue Molly was in a great mood. With her task mostly done, Jingshu asked Mu Xiaoshuan about Shiyuan's situation and was relieved to hear all was well. The boss, Qian Duoduo, was still focused on Wucheng, believing its strategic resources would be vital in the future, even though the current 60° C temperatures made it unlivable. In the apocalypse, resources were everything, so he'd eventually return, and there was little investment in Nanhai for now. Jingshu had to admit, Wucheng's richest man really had vision. After the classmates left, Sue Molly had the butler bring Jingshu some special medicines and weapons. Sue Molly said, I heard things are pretty chaotic over there, not as safe as China. I know you're tough, but still be careful. Here are some special antidote pills, adrenaline shots, and other life-saving stuff just in case someone tries something sneaky. These weren't much use to Jingshu, since her body was now so special that even snakes couldn't poison her, but she accepted them gratefully. Thanks. You really thought of everything. I'll definitely use these. You're a huge help. Sue Molly was even happier, pleased to be needed and valued by her friend. Yeah, I figured you don't lack weapons, so here are some super concentrated poison gas grenades. Nothing survives within 100 meters. Just take the antidote before you use them. Wow, she really thought of everything. Jingshu gave her a thumbs up. Sue Molly then took out a bag of small pellets, carefully wrapped, and a slingshot-like launcher, handing them to Jingshu with a serious warning. Keep these dry and safe. They're dangerous. These are new weapons from the top, explosive gas pellets. Just load them in the slingshot and fire them far away, then run. When they hit the air, they release compressed natural gas which you can ignite for a massive explosion and fire. You know how gas explosions work, right? This is based on that. The blast covers hundreds of square meters and the shock wave is strong. If you want a bigger area, just fire several at once, but run far away. Great! This explosive gas pellet is awesome, a real lifesaver. I love it. I'll bring you back lots of goodies from over there. There's plenty of delicious stuff and I'll get it all for you. Jingshu grinned. She had to admit, Sue Molly's gifts were a real surprise. Good! With these treasures from Sue Molly, Jingshu was almost ready to leave. Now it was time to talk about the tools she'd use for buying and packing goods, specifically the ferry situation. The owner of Shen Garden at Suvanport, the one who had that strange sleeping sickness, had been doing much better after taking Jingshu's medicine. He'd gone from sleeping 23 hours a day to 22, and not only had his condition stopped getting worse, it was actually improving. This proved Jingshu's medicine worked. Improvement meant hope. He was the only patient to show any recovery. To thank Jingshu, the owner lent her 2 more ferries. With the Red Flag and Blue Moon she already had, Jingshu now had 4 ferries at her disposal. However, the Red Flag was a passenger ship with lots of rooms, not ideal for cargo, so she kept it for the cigarette factory's logistics. For this Middle East supply run, Jingshu would take the Blue Moon and the 2 newly borrowed cargo ferries, determined to bring back a full load. These 3 ferries were under Jingshu's private control, and all the goods on them could be openly declared. That should be enough, right? If it wasn't, she could always bring along the swimming hulks and mud mermen to sneak extra cargo. If it came to it, she'd just smuggle things back under the radar. With the ferries ready, the next step was preparing for the long journey, coordinating all the supplies, manpower, and logistics. To save money and achieve zero-cost procurement, all the ferries heading to the Middle East would be loaded with corpse bug fuel, the cheapest option. Officially, Jingshu ordered corpse bug fuel for the trip out, but secretly, she ordered extra and stashed it inside the hulks. That way, she'd have enough fuel for the return trip too, saving thousands of tons of fuel costs. If there was still too much stuff to bring back, she could always trade some of the corpse bug fuel for other goods. With the hulks carrying the cargo, Jingshu wouldn't have to lift a finger, saving oil wherever possible. Every bit saved was a bit earned. One ferry was fully managed by Bug Lady Xiaowei and her clan. With no outsiders on board, they'd be happier. This ferry didn't carry corpse bug fuel, but instead was loaded with all kinds of powerful worker bugs. First, they'd serve as Jingshu's official security force. Second, if they couldn't just take what they wanted, they could trade the bugs as food for Middle Eastern specialties, since, besides oil, the region was now most short on food. Third, Xiaowei brought lots of tunneling bug eggs. Wherever they went, they could dig tunnels for safety and to secretly smuggle more goods. No one would ever know. The other two ferries were crewed by elite teams from the cigarette factory, former Wucheng special ops guys, big eaters with tons of energy. Ever since they learned they'd be going to the Middle East, Jingshu had been putting them through special training. Now, with full combat gear and weapons, and after all that training, their wilderness survival and anti-pirate skills were top-notch. The team leader was Zhao Yu, the designated scapegoat for any trouble. If anything went wrong, just blame Zhao Yu. Finally, Jingshu hired a private medical team, led by the chainsaw-wielding Dr. Zhang, with her old secretary Wang Danai as his assistant. The rest of the team were Jingshu's own people, with Chief Secretary Zhang Yicheng in charge of everything from meals to bathroom breaks, and of course, the most important person, Master Chef Liang Xing and his apprentice. That was the personnel lineup. As for supplies, Jingshu had prepared everything in advance. She could proudly say that, aside from the corpse bug fuel, every inch of the 3 ferries was packed with all kinds of food, supplies, and drinks. Knowing the Middle East might be short on water, she even brought dozens of huge water tanks, just in case. Zhang Yicheng hadn't slept in days. When he first learned that Jingshu was bringing so much purified water to the Middle East, if it had been any other boss, he'd have cursed them for being crazy. But after everything he'd experienced with Jingshu, not only did he not complain, he even secretly stashed a few barrels of water at home. After all, you could never go wrong following Boss Jing. The medical team even had a warehouse full of supplies and equipment, enough to run a small hospital. Whenever Jingshu traveled alone, she always brought enough for 3 years. Now, with so many people, as Zhang Yicheng put it, "Boss, with all this stuff, we could survive at sea for a year or 2, cut off from the world." "Boss, I'm not jinxing it, but are you really planning for a long war? And why are you bringing those energetic young guys from the cigarette factory, plus all those ticks and materials? What are you up to?" Jingshu smiled. "That's called triple insurance. These things might be rare snacks here, but over there they're absolute delicacies. If we can't finish them, we can trade for other things. Plus, those guys are so energetic they need something to do. Let them roll cigarettes. When we get there, we can sell them to the local tycoons. We sell them for 8 virtual coins a stick here. Over there, we can easily trade for thousands worth of goods per stick, right?" Zhang Yicheng gave her a thumbs up. Listen to that. Even capitalists would cry at this logic. The young guys were thrilled too, excited to finally get their hands on real weapons and have a proper fight. And most importantly, they'd get an extra midnight snack every day, 2 extra eggs, and 5 extra slices of synthetic meat each. The guys were grinning from ear to ear. "Grandma, stop giving me stuff. There's nothing left in the house. I'll bring you back plenty when I return. I'm off now. The ship's waiting at the dock." "Third aunt, I'll take all the pickles. I've got enough supplies for this trip. The cigarette factory's procurement team is busy, so don't run back and forth. You and Uncle must keep an eye on the factory, and Grandpa's on security. Make sure he does his job." "Don't worry, I know what to do. Now that things are running smoothly, I'll focus on procurement." Grandma looked around. There really was nothing left to give, so she waved her hand. Go on, be safe on the road." And with that, Jingshu finally boarded the ferry. The journey to the Middle East had begun. You have to admit, for someone as afraid of death as Jingshu, there's nothing more painful than having your escape vehicle be slower than you are. So Jingshu had Shen Garden's owner modify the ferries, adding extra boosters and stabilizers. Now the ferries were about 20% faster. Sure, it burned a bit more fuel, but Jingshu never skimps when it comes to what matters. At Suwon Port, Jingshu's 3 massive ferries sped across the water, making big splashes and standing out among the 100-plus ships and ferries. The official ferries were, of course, the biggest and best. Some were even converted warships, able to haul cargo and serve as mobile artillery. Jingshu saw all kinds of launchers and weapons, giving a real sense of security. But the expert team's ships trailing behind weren't nearly as impressive as the official ones, nor as extravagant as Jingshu's. Other experts brought big ships too, but compared to Jingshu's ferries, theirs looked like children next to a mother. And compared to the official ships, Jingshu's looked like a dainty woman beside a burly man. But here's the thing. A ferry should look and act like a ferry. Why was hers as fast as the big ships? Did she mod the engines? Why was it so fast? What was she planning, running so fast? Some quick thinkers realized, ferries are big and hard to escape in, but if you make them fast, they're hard to target and can outrun trouble. If anything happens, the other big ships would be left behind as decoys. A few people regretted not preparing better. These so-called experts had relied on their special abilities and weapons, only bringing just enough food and fuel, afraid to waste money on extras. Their plan was simple. Go over there, rob what they needed, and if they didn't get it, so what? There'd be plenty to take once they arrived. But now, seeing how prepared Jingshu was, they were full of regret. Jingshu parked her 3 ferries at the back of the fleet, then took a transfer yacht with Zhao Yu and Zhang Yicheng to the flagship for the main meeting. Most people had already arrived on the flagship. As Jingshu boarded, people whispered, "Whoa, who's that? Anyone know?" Personally, I think she's even prettier than our group's beauty, Ruan. Ruan is delicate and gentle, but this one, besides being beautiful, I can't think of any other word. She's just stunning, my type for sure. At that moment, a pale, zombie-like young man named Situ Xiaoye said coolly, "She's the agent for Wucheng Cigarette Factory, the boss of Nanhai Cigarette Factory. Didn't expect her to be such a beauty. No wonder she has such a strong presence. I thought a boss like that would be an older woman like Dong Meiju. Didn't expect her to be so young and gorgeous." People kept praising her. There were plenty of capable women on this trip, but very few who looked both normal and beautiful. Most looked not quite right. "Hey, you jerk, you knew her and didn't tell me she was this pretty?" The corpse handler from Jiangxi scolded Situ Xiaoye. "I wonder what her ability is." "Probably not combat, right? She looks so gentle and delicate. Maybe she's logistics. Where's Cockroach Maruko? Didn't he want to meet a beauty?" "Him? He's hiding, too shy to face so many people." Jingshu boarded, and Tank waved from afar, shoving aside a bunch of people, his huge body bouncing the corpse handler into a corner, maybe on purpose. Jingshu greeted Tank with a smile, patting him on the arm. "Looking good. Haven't seen you in 2 years. How's your sister?" "All good." "Haha, this mission is dangerous, but Yang said you're on the list, so I came. I know if you're here, we'll be fine." Tank grinned. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." Jingshu also greeted the sleepy Hao Yun, whose companion Maruko was eager and excited. Wherever Jingshu was, there was sure to be good food. Yang strode over in his signature boots and leather jacket, chin up. "Everyone's here. Let's do a head count and set off. We'll have a meeting on the way to discuss everyone's roles. Looks like you're well prepared. If we run into trouble, we'll be counting on you." Jingshu laughed, thinking, "Of course. We're going to the Middle East to scoop up money with sacks. Of course I brought extra ships to haul more loot." She replied modestly, "Not at all. We'll help each other out. If there's trouble, we'll work together." Just then, a discordant voice piped up. A woman in a miniskirt with long hair and a beauty mark between her brows, looking frail and delicate, spoke up anxiously. "Excuse me, sister. The official rules say each expert can bring their own team and ship, but usually only one. You've brought these huge ferries, 3 of them. If there's a fight, are you going to protect everyone, or are we supposed to protect you?" She paused, seeing people frown and think, then continued softly. "Even though the rules say each team is responsible for itself, if something really happens, no one's going to just stand by. We're all reasonable and kind people, but aren't you taking advantage of everyone's strength to get easy benefits? Aren't you supposed to contribute to the team, not just use everyone else's power to profit? Sorry if I'm being blunt." Before she could finish, Jingshu frowned, raised her little fist and said, "Who are you anyway? If you know you're being rude, why not shut up? What are you whining about? Next time you talk to me like that, I'll throw you overboard to feed the corpse bugs. And how dare you call me sister? Judging by your face, you must be at least 30. Next time, call me little sister." You! She almost spat blood from anger, tears streaming down her face as she cried like a weeping beauty. Immediately, 2 knight classmates jumped in to comfort her. Ruin, don't cry. Some people are just like that. The higher-ups pay according to contribution. If she doesn't contribute, the higher-ups will be dissatisfied with her eventually." "Yeah, that's right." Just then, whether it was the wind or something else, a thick, long, snake-like corpse bug suddenly smacked right into Ruin's face, and wouldn't you know it, the corpse bug started wriggling and in one motion shoved its head straight into Ruin's mouth. Ruin was instantly stuffed full, flailing her arms, eyes wide in shock. The more she struggled, the deeper the corpse bug burrowed. Half its body was already inside. People around pointed at Ruin, not sure what to say. Because it was dark, one of her knights kept scolding Jingshu, while the other finally realized what was happening and helped yank the thick corpse bug out of Ruin's mouth. "Ugh! Ruin ran to the railing and vomited on the spot. The stench of the corpse bug mixed with rot and mold assaulted her senses. Thinking about that thick thing being shoved down her throat, she started retching again, snot and tears streaming down her face. Having made such a spectacle of herself, Ruin just wanted to die of embarrassment. Remembering her pitiful state, she was mortified and ran off, not daring to show her face again. Jingshu shrugged. "That's what you get for bad-mouthing people." Yang shook his head and said nothing, just announced, "The ship's leaving. Let's go inside." Tank gave Jingshu a thumbs up. A few people around immediately understood. This beautiful young woman was not someone to mess with. At Chuan Port, the horns sounded as the warships led the way, the ferries forming up in a wing formation. The port fired a salute, as if waiting for heroes to return in triumph. Jingshu's group was on the main warship, the Triumphant. 4 fighter jets circled overhead, with more parked on deck, a spectacular sight. The sea breeze was warm, the waves gentle, a perfect day to set out. Inside in the conference hall, Jingshu and her group found their seats by the nameplates. There were about 300 people in the meeting room, all key figures or department heads for this mission. A dense tech tree diagram appeared on the projector. At the top, the name Zhou Chong appeared with S+ clearance. "Hello, everyone. I'm the Chief Commander for this Middle East procurement mission, and also the Chief Commander of China's Advanced Combat Forces. My name is Zhou Chong, but you can just call me Old Zhou. I'm getting on in years, not as spry as you young folks, so I hope you'll all look out for me on this trip. After all, I'm S+ clearance." The chubby, gray-haired man smiled and sipped his goji jujube tea. "Of course, you're a national treasure. If there's danger, you run first, I'll cover you." "Old Joe, don't joke. Look at these guys' faces. Don't they realize you don't get to be chief commander without real skills?" Old Joe waved it off. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's assign tasks and introduce the department heads. If you need something, find your department head. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. And remember your clearance level. Don't overstep, or you'll just make trouble for yourself." The atmosphere relaxed. Old Joe seemed easygoing and approachable. He called a young man to the stage. Some people whispered, though he looked human. A cockroach head the size of a fist was sticking out of his mouth. Jingshu frowned. Just a few years ago, when she'd seen him on a video call with Jen Nantian, the cockroach only came out when he transformed. Now it was always there. Was the mutation taking over his whole body? Old Joe pointed at the young man. This guy's a big deal. You all know him as Cockroach Maruko. In our darkest days, he used his own irreversible sacrifice to produce food, saving millions. On this trip, he's a key protection target, with 2 elite teams assigned to him. He's S+ clearance. If there's war, protecting him is the top priority. We're also here to find a secret gene therapy for his illness, and to trade his cockroaches for supplies. With him here, even if things go wrong, he's our logistics guarantee. He can keep us fed. So, nothing can happen to him. Make sure you protect him. Don't worry, old Joe, we get it. Maruko is a hero to the people. No joke. I'd give my life to protect him. Old Joe grinned, patted the young man. Go on. You'll meet plenty of your kind out there. Good to get out and see the world. Then he brought up a cold, imposing man in combat gear. This is our operations commander, clearance A+. All military forces on the ferries report to him. Call him Chi or Captain Chi. He's the direct superior of all elite fighters. One warning, he's a battle maniac. The cold man stood tall, military through and through. All combat matters are my responsibility. If you don't like my orders, you can challenge me with force. Otherwise, I'll use force to convince you. If you displease me, I won't dock your pay. Before anyone could relax, he added, I'll just keep beating you until you realize your mistake. Everyone. Thanks, but we'd rather you dock our pay. Old Joe waved his hand and motioned for Yang Yang to come over, introducing, Xiaoqi is extremely strong. He's basically the top combat power in our China region, but he's too straightforward. You can treat him as the general. This is Yang Yang, you can treat him as the strategist. Then, Old Joe went on to introduce the logistics division, the transport team, the coordination department, the special warship armed forces, and so on. Finally, when he mentioned the medical team, he said, that's odd. Where's that little girl, Ruan? I just saw her bouncing around. Oh well, if any of you get a headache, fever, or feel unwell, make sure to go to the medical department. Jingshu raised her eyebrows. So that woman from before was from the medical department, but honestly, she didn't seem that impressive. Zhou Chong smiled and pointed at the screen, continuing, All right, everyone, quickly take a picture of the department heads on the screen and remember their faces, so you don't get lost when you need someone. Now, let's talk about your elite team's mission this time. Finally, it was time for the main event, and everyone sat up straight. You are the elite chosen from across the country. Each of you has some special ability or plays a crucial role in this mission. I hope you make good use of this opportunity and perform well. Those who excel and make significant contributions will have their internal permissions upgraded. Codename Chi has already grouped you based on your abilities and characteristics. 20 teams in total, about 5 people per team with attackers and support in each. Every team will take turns patrolling and protecting all our ferries. You can arrange the shifts yourselves later. When there's no fighting or incidents, you're free to move about. But if something happens, your first priority is to protect the ferries. During combat, do not damage the ferries. These are our money bags. If the bags are broken, how are we supposed to collect the money? The national elites sitting below burst out laughing and nodded in agreement. Oh, right, my memory. Zhao Lu, bring out the permission badges for everyone as assessed above and hand them out. Everyone must wear theirs at all times. Also, introduce your teammates to each other so you can help one another if you run into trouble. Don't be clueless about who to turn to if something happens. And although we're emphasizing teamwork and getting rich together, when chaos breaks out, there will inevitably be disagreements between team members or teams. At that time, whoever has the higher permission level gets the final say. The eyes of the national elites lit up. They hadn't expected everyone to have an assessed rank. According to Zheng Lang's S+ rank, he was indeed rare, but as top new humans from their provinces, their own ratings shouldn't be low either, right? Soon, the assistant named Zhao Liu took out his phone and laid the badges from the box on the table. Will the elite bodyguards whose names are called please come up to receive your badge? Zhang Lan, C-rank, strong attack type, can serve as a shock trooper. His strong build, bald head, and fierce grin left a deep impression. Zhou Mengyao, B-rank, new human, mutated, strong attack and support type, can emit strong hallucinogenic gas and wield bone blades. Don't be fooled by her pretty name and looks. Her forearms waving in the air and the two extra-long joints behind her made people go weak at the knees. Corpse handler from Xiangxi, A-rank, new human with a horde of undead zombies, suitable for suicide squads. A man with yellow teeth and half a bald head grinned as he went on stage and bowed. We're all old friends here. Let's take care of each other. Four Eyes B+, new human, mutated, strong, single-target, long-range attack. Four Eyes, with his four eyes and serious face, went up to receive his badge. Macau Gambler, A-rank, new human, mysterious type, can attract strong magnetic fields to increase luck during certain events. A middle-aged man in an old suit and glasses smiled slightly, revealing gold teeth. Hao Yunlai, A+, has made 2 major contributions to the country. Every time Zhao Lu read a name, a national elite would stand up to receive their badge, which also served as an introduction. Everyone was pretty satisfied with the ratings, feeling they were fair. The elites going this time were indeed strong. Some people were unhappy with their own ratings, but when they saw that the amazing Four Eyes, who could attack from super long distances like Erlang Shen, was only rated B+, they felt better. What does this show? It shows that the higher the rating, the stronger the elite, which made everyone feel more secure. During this, Ruin quietly came in and received her badge, B+ rank. She lifted her head a little proudly. Among so many elite bodyguards, the really strong ones weren't as normal as her, and the normal ones weren't as strong as her. Most looked neither human nor ghost, so she still felt quite superior. Zhao Lu continued reading the list, then suddenly paused. Wucheng cigarette factory agent wanted, S rank, confidential, confidential, confidential. Who is the cigarette factory agent? Please come up to receive your badge. Jingshu quickly stood up, glaring at Yang Yang in the crowd. So embarrassing. Why did he submit her WeChat nickname as her name? Who can understand the embarrassment of having your online name read out loud in public? The key point was, all her information was confidential. At this moment, whispers started spreading. I didn't expect this beauty to have S-rank permissions. If I'm not mistaken, she's the second S-rank after Zhang Lang, right? Yeah, isn't codename Qi supposed to be the top human combat power? He's only A+, so how is this big girl S-rank? Is this a mistake? Maybe it's a mistake. I don't believe it either. How could it be a mistake? Out of nearly 200 top experts nationwide, there are only about 20 A ranks. I'd rather believe this big girl is really something because her aura is strong. I felt it on the deck earlier, this big girl is not simple. Say, should I go work at their cigarette factory? Zhao Lu coughed, smiled, and handed over the S-rank badge, exchanging a look with Old Joe. Old Joe took a sip of goji berry and red date tea, finally remembering the information about this girl. As for her abilities and whether she was a new human, even the higher-ups didn't know. But her ability assessment was personally submitted by Jen Nantian, so it was absolutely true. So this girl really did have that ability. Just from that one time in America, she earned S-rank merit and made a huge contribution. Later, during the mudslide mission, she saved the whole team and those trapped. Ruin gritted her teeth, completely confused. She wanted to say something, but this time she was smarter and nudged her simp, who immediately got the hint, stood up and asked, "It's not that I'm questioning the higher-ups' decision, but what's with all the secrecy? Isn't it better for everyone to know each other's abilities so we can help one another? If everything is kept secret, is there really an S-level ability here?" Of course, I'm not suggesting there's anything shady going on. After all, even S-plus Zhanglang's abilities and mission objectives were made clear this time, so why is it that we know nothing about an S-level teammate? See, after hanging around with green tea types for so long, even the way you talk gets a bit sly. But honestly, it makes sense. If even an S+ isn't kept secret, why should an S-level be? What makes you so special? Ruin gave a thumbs up. With that, the national elites in the hall nodded in agreement. Old Joe felt a headache coming on. What was he supposed to say? He wanted to reveal the girl's abilities too. He didn't want to keep it secret, but the problem was, he really didn't know anything either. So he pointed at Yang. You kid, you explain. You're from the same place and you're the one who signed her up. You make something up and you'd better make it convincing. Yang coughed and stepped forward to speak. In reality, even though he'd known Jingshu for 5 or 6 years, he honestly had no idea what her abilities were. What was he supposed to say? As far as he could tell, aside from being strong, Jingshu seemed pretty ordinary. But every time things got desperate, she'd somehow lead everyone to hope again. Well, he'd just have to make something up. Actually, the secrecy is for everyone's benefit. Since you're all so curious, I'll have to say it. 4 years ago, she joined us on a major mission to America. The contribution she made alone was equal to the sum of everyone else's. She was immediately rated S internally. In the mission since, she's saved millions of people, and her accumulated merits are in the tens of millions. Not to brag, but most of us have been abroad or on classified missions. You all know how hard it is to earn merit. How much can you get from one trip? How much value can you bring back to the country? That synthetic meat, the giant meat, all brought back by her. Any more details and you'd have to sign a confidentiality agreement since it involves state secrets. So, Xiaolu, get everyone a confidentiality agreement to sign. I'll apply to the higher-ups to declassify her information since everyone's questioning. Halfway through, someone quickly stood up to object. Questioning? Hey, I never questioned anything. I haven't said a word from the start. I trust the organization the most. Me neither. It was all that other guy talking nonsense. The organization already rated everyone and we all accept it. I trust the organization. Me too. Confidentiality agreement? The less you know, the longer you live. Signing a confidentiality agreement means annual reviews, and if anything happens, you're on the hook. Most importantly, what if you leave a bad impression with the higher-ups? Suddenly, all the elites in the hall stood up, firmly supporting the organization's decision, trusting its judgment, and obeying its arrangements. No one wanted to leave a bad impression. Old Joe quietly sipped his goji berry tea and gave Yang a satisfied look. See, when it comes to understanding human nature, this kid's got it. Anyone with a clue knows you can't fake merit, and if you have to sign a confidentiality agreement, it means it goes on your record. If it's on your record and you leave a bad impression with the higher-ups, it could affect your future and assignments. Like this time, if you get a bad reputation, will you get picked for good missions next time? Yang smiled and told Xiaolu, who was already holding a stack of confidentiality agreements, "All right, Xiaolu, we don't need those after all. Everyone's very understanding." But before he could finish, Ruin kept tugging at her simp, giving him crazy hints. The simp, determined to go all the way, stood up, took a deep breath, and said, "I'll sign. Since no one else minds, I'll check it out for everyone." Yang didn't mind. "Go ahead. It's reviewed 3 times a year and there are special hypnotists and memory experts who'll test you. If you leak anything, you and anyone you tell will be finished in China. Please don't reveal anything in any form. We have plenty of special talent for secrecy." The elite bodyguards shook their heads, looking at the simp with pity. Why push it this far? The simp signed the confidentiality agreement, and Yang showed him the report Zhen Nantian wrote back then. No one knew what her ability was, and she didn't seem to have any background, but her accumulated merits were truly shocking. On the last line, it was written clearly. To avoid drawing attention, this person's permission level is downgraded from S+ to S, with S++ confidentiality. After reading the file, everyone watched the simp's expression, trying to glean something from his face. Especially Ruin, who bit her lip in disbelief. She was sure there was something fishy going on, and if her simp figured it out, she could make a scene. But she was disappointed. The look of utter shock on the simp's face and the way he slumped into his seat said it all. This cigarette factory agent girl was seriously badass. Old Joe shook his head at both the Simp and Ruin, two clueless youngsters not worth cultivating. He was a little disappointed, but didn't show it. Smiling, he said, "That's all for today's meeting. Codename Chi, read out the team assignments and schedules. I'm going to rest." As Old Joe left, the conference room filled with whispers. Everyone was even more curious about Jingshu's identity. Codename Chi, still with his cold expression, tilted his head, signaling Yang Yang to announce the operation plan. Yang Yang stood up and smiled. "Before I announce the team schedules, let me say a few words. The coming journey won't be peaceful. You may have had it easy in China these past few years, but at sea, pirates run rampant for resources. In the next few days, we'll pass by Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. Don't be fooled by how poor these places look. Their pirates are well fed. For the happiness of the local people, we'll be upholding justice. If we run into pirates..." At this point, Yang Yang paused, then continued under everyone's expectant gaze. "Of course, we'll take the initiative to strike. After all, it's for our own safety. What if they see us, a big, juicy target, and try to rob us? What if, on our way back, they band together to ambush us? So, we have to be proactive. As long as the reconnaissance drones spot pirates within 300 miles, the team on duty that day will immediately go out to engage. To avoid delaying our progress, the main ferry fleet will keep moving day and night, while the assigned team will take speedboats to strike first." Jingshu rolled her eyes inwardly. "What's with this familiar routine? You're going to deal with pirates within 300 miles? Do you think pirates are idiots? If they see a fleet of hundreds of fully armed ferries, they'd have to be blind to try and rob you. Pirates aren't brainless robots. This is just a way to train the troops, build teamwork, and, most importantly, since the higher-ups are paying such high salaries, they want to get their money's worth. The more they can put these national elites to work, the better. Can't let them sit idle on the journey. Bosses always want to get their money's worth out of employees, right? So, of course, you have to skin the surrounding pirates and fill your own pockets. So Yang Yang's arrangement is clearly to train everyone's teamwork, observe their abilities and personalities, and for those who know Yang Yang and Jingshu, this is classic Joe the Skinflint behavior." Sure enough, Yang Yang continued. "But remember, when attacking pirates, aside from destroying their ships and such, our main goal is their equipment and weapons, their ships' fuel and supplies, and all kinds of food. So don't use large-scale weapons or abilities that would destroy our precious loot. Of course. Aside from strategic materials, everything else you can divide among yourselves. The more pirates we catch and the more loot we seize, the higher our margin for error on this journey. Even if we run into other incidents, we'll have plenty of resources to handle them. And even if you think something is useless, I suggest you load up your boats anyway. When we resupply or fill up, you can trade it on the black market for other goods. After all, it's all money, right?" "That's right. Don't worry, Master Yang, we'll strip those pirates down to their underwear." "Ha ha ha. Old Zheng here will show them what it means to squeeze every last drop. We'll take it to the extreme. Even their clothes and daily necessities, we'll strip it all. If nothing else, we'll dismantle their ships for parts. Those are worth money too. Worst case, the planks can be used as fuel." By this point, everyone understood, and their eyes were shining. Master Yang's words, though tactful, were clear. "On this journey, we're going to be the granddaddies of pirates, robbing the pirates blind. Whether it's useful or not, grab it all first and sell it at the next stop. Even if it's not worth much, you can't lose." At first, some people were grumbling. Why bother with pirates within 300 miles? Just hurry up and go. But now, everyone thought 300 miles was too little. Why not 500? "Master Yang, I'm the first to support ridding the world of evil. The people of Laos are so pitiful, we have to wipe out the pirates. But for those of us without our own teams, what do we do?" Yang Yang smiled. "When the ferry fleet isn't full, you can rent a spot. Just a little bit of contribution points." With that, everyone laughed. No more worries. As long as they robbed the pirates, they could use the official ferries to store their loot, then sell it at the next stop. What a sweet deal. So, when Yang Yang assigned the teams, everyone was all smiles, no complaints at all. In fact, when it came to assigning patrol shifts, there was almost an argument. "Master Yang, not to nitpick, but Team 13 has 2 women and more shifts. That's too much for them. Our team is all tough guys. We can take an extra shift. Our team is willing to help too. We'll patrol more to lighten everyone's load. Yang Yang waved his hand. All right, if pirates are found, the patrol team will go first, but if there are a lot or more show up, everyone will get a turn. Don't worry. Besides, small-time pirates aren't worth much. The big ones are the real prize. Then we'll need at least half the teams. Everyone relaxed, sharpening their knives in anticipation. Some were already texting their teams to make arrangements. Jingshu was assigned to Team 20 as captain, with Hao Yunlai, Tank, Four Eyes, Chuanshu Longmen-Zhen, and Zhang Lang. Yes, that's right. Normally it's 5 per team, but her team had 6, with Zhang Lang added at the end. Their main task was, along with Team 1, to protect Zhang Lang, with patrols as a secondary duty, so they had half as many shifts. Jingshu glanced at her team's lineup. Sure enough, it was all about protecting Zhang Lang. For example, the new member Chuanshu Longmen-Zhen's ability was to help people escape, and their team's combat power was top-notch, making them qualified to protect Zhang Lang. Jingshu was happy to have fewer shifts. She didn't care about pirate loot anyway. She knew Hao Yunlai and Tank, who also didn't care much. She wasn't sure what Four Eyes and the new guy Chuanshu Longmen-Zhen thought. As for Team 1, the captain and members didn't look too happy. They were also top fighters, but because they had to protect Zhang Lang, they had half as many patrols, meaning half as many chances to rob pirates and half as much loot. No wonder their mood was sour. Though they didn't say anything, Zhang Lang, the young man, could sense it. Even his 2 antennae drooped. Jingshu walked over, patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder and smiled. So, you're with us now? Got the guts to patrol with us, see the world, and kill some pirates? Zhang Lang's eyes lit up. Can I? I can go on patrol too? Look at this kid, an S level with such precious status, being protected so closely he can't even leave the door. Poor thing. Jingshu nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. You're part of our team now, so you have to listen to me. A few years ago you were such a cheerful guy. Why so down now? Later I'll introduce you to a beautiful girl just like you. I'm sure you'll get along. The antennae on top of Zhang Lang's head straightened up again, and he smiled happily. Okay. The captain of Team 1 was called Black Dragon, a gloomy young man, always shrouded in a black cloak so you couldn't see his body. From the earlier introductions, it was clear he wasn't normal either. He stepped forward and said in a sinister tone, Zhang Lang can't go out on patrol with you. What if there's danger? He's safest staying on the ship. If something happens, we can't guarantee his safety. Jingshu frowned and asked, What's your rank? Black Dragon was stunned for a moment. Jingshu continued, Oh, you're just A rank. No wonder you can't guarantee his safety. Don't worry, I'm S rank. No matter what, he's safer with me than with you. You. Black Dragon glared at Jingshu, then angrily turned and left, but not before hearing something that made him even angrier. Jingshu shrugged and said to Yang Yang, You saw it just now, right? Having 2 teams protect Zhang Lang is just going to cause disagreements. Why not just let our team handle him? No need to split the responsibility. If something happens, it's easier to blame each other. Besides, if both teams mess up, it's just passing the buck. Everyone in the room gasped. Wow, that's bold. She's actually asking the strategist to reassign the task? Isn't she afraid the captain, codenamed Chi, will object? And this is an S-level protection mission. How can she make it sound so simple? And would they really agree just because she said so? Shouldn't this be reported and discussed? But to everyone's shock, strategist Yang nodded seriously and said, All right. Your team alone is more than enough to protect Zhang Lang. If something happens to him under your watch, we'd all be doomed anyway. No need for anyone else. Everyone was even more stunned, but when they glanced at codename Chi, who remained expressionless, it seemed the captain really didn't need to be asked. No one expected strategist Yang to rate this big girl so highly. Is she really that strong? Most importantly, codename Chi didn't say a word, and Yang Yang called Black Dragon over. Since that's settled, we'll give your team a few more shifts, But you won't get the extra merit or special bonuses for protecting the S level anymore. Team 20 will take full responsibility. What? There were extra merit points and special bonuses for protecting S-level Zhang Lang? The members of Team 1, who had just been happy, immediately wilted. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? Is it too late to change their minds? Black Dragon's face changed several times, but in the end, he said nothing. Today they'd become a joke. Anything more would just make it worse. After the new assignments, Yang Yang had everyone report their team members and strength levels, gave numbers to the scattered teams, and explained that sometimes these teams would be needed. Then, Yang Yang took everyone to get familiar with the official ships and the planned routes, and announced that there would be a daily afternoon meeting for updates and summaries, before ending his speech. Codename Chi stood up and said, "Let's go with Strategist Yang's plan. Remember, our main goal is to get rich together. If there's a conflict, the higher rank decides. If that doesn't work, it's whoever's fist is bigger. Of course, I have the final say on all plans and disputes, because my fist is the biggest." As he spoke, Codename Chi raised his fist. No one objected. After all, Codename Chi was the top commander, so what he said went. Just as Codename Chi was about to dismiss everyone, the room's speaker suddenly crackled. "This is Patrol Drone Num 2. About 200 miles ahead toward Vietnam, we've spotted 5 suspected pirate ships, 3 cargo ships and 2 armed with cannons. Repeating." Hearing this, everyone in the room started to get excited. Business was coming so soon, especially the elites of Team 2 who were on patrol today. They were thrilled. But Yang Yang waved his hand. "Don't get too excited. We've only detected ships. Just because they're at sea doesn't mean they're pirates. These days, even merchant ships are heavily armed. That, as blunt as it sounds, it's true. Pirates aren't stupid. They don't sail around with a big skull flag saying, 'Come catch me.' So what do? Send someone to check? Even if we look, how do we know they're pirates?" Yang Yang waved again and smiled. "Team 2, take your ships and approach them. Ask for help and do this and that like so." The elites all suddenly understood, grinning mischievously. Isn't this just entrapment? You act like you're rich and weak, with no ability to fight back? What a test of human nature. If the other side makes a move, they're definitely pirates. What? You say you're legitimate merchants? Then why are you robbing us? We're just defending ourselves. We're not the ones robbing you. But in the apocalypse, many powerful merchant fleets from other countries double as pirates, preying on others while transporting goods. Someone asked, "What if we run into real merchants who actually help us?" Yang Yang replied, "Then we escort them for a while. Good people deserve good rewards. If they're not pirates, we can protect them." Teams 2 and 3 set out with their fleets. Since it was their first time fighting pirates, they weren't very experienced, so 2 elite teams were sent just in case. They even sent a stealthy elite to tail the action, filming everything on their phone and live streaming the scene. If anything happened, the command team and everyone else sitting in rows with their little stools could offer advice, right? Honestly, everyone was just curious and wanted to watch the action. So, let them watch. Even Jing Shu sat in a corner, chewing on a rare Dada bubblegum that Zhang Lang gave her, occasionally blowing bubbles as she squinted at the big screen. In reality, her mind was already wandering elsewhere. There's no signal at sea, but the ships have their own satellite transmitters, so when the 2 teams arrived at the scene, all the elite squads were glued to the broadcast. Actually, the screen was about 30 seconds behind. How did Jing Shu know? Well, although she claimed not to care about these little ships, she'd secretly sent some mud merfolk to follow along, not to steal anyone's credit, but just to see if there was any junk left behind that she could scavenge. It's like going to the supermarket just to look, not buy. Like when your boyfriend says, "I won't kiss, just hold your hand." Same idea. So, while the hall had only one camera angle, Jing Shu had a full 360-degree view. By now, the members of Teams 2 and 3 had already boarded the other ships. Yang Yang shook his head as he watched. Judging by the ships, they look like merchant vessels, probably American. Pirates wouldn't bother making their ships so fancy, and those 2 armed ships are professionally modified. Pirates usually use off-the-shelf stuff. Let's see what happens next. Some of the elite bodyguards were disappointed. The first group they encountered weren't pirates after all. What a letdown. The screen showed the 5 big ships not far from the 2 small ones. Everyone waited for the results of the negotiations. Just when it seemed like they'd have to go back empty-handed, suddenly, 3 loud booms. The 2 enemy warships fired their cannons at the elite team's ordinary boats. In just one volley, the expensive boats the elite teams had bought were blown to pieces. The enemy, already prepared, steered their big ships over and rammed them. The intention was obvious. These big ships didn't care about the 2 little boats. Wrecking them was no big deal. The captain saw that the approaching group had no weapons and looked innocent and naive, claiming they were out of fuel and offering a ton of food in exchange for fuel. Wow, offering food? In the apocalypse, food is so scarce and you're flaunting it at sea? Clearly these were fat sheep. Time to teach them a lesson. So while the captain served them drinks laced with drugs, he also sent people to raid their supplies. The boats might be junk, but they were loaded with food. Oh, and don't forget, just fire a couple of shots, don't sink the boats. They didn't need the boats, but if the food got wet, it wouldn't be edible. Just as he was thinking this, the little lambs in front of him suddenly grinned mischievously. The captain looked confused. What? Eagle, you got it all on camera? They fired first, right? A voice came over the radio. All recorded. They fired first, blew up both our boats. Let's wrap this up quick before the boats sink. No worries. If the boats sink, we'll just take theirs. But if the boats sink, we won't have bait for next time. With that, the 2 elite teams stopped holding back. Meng Yao, start the illusion. Finish them in one move. Zhang Lan, go outside and stop anyone from escaping. Gazi, you and Dagang, start inventorying the loot. So, while the captain was still confused, the woman in the black cloak suddenly transformed, her clothes ripping as 4 huge, extendable bone arms emerged from her back. She released a hallucinogenic gas. The people on the ship realized something was wrong, but were dazed for a second. Too late to even draw their guns before they collapsed in a stupor. The blaring alarm was useless. The battle was completely one-sided. The crews of the 5 ships were all part-time pirates, and while they were experienced, the power gap was just too big. They didn't even get a chance to fire. For the 2 elite, heavily armed teams, it was like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill chickens. The fighting outside, catching escapees, and taking over all 5 ships took only 30 minutes. The rest of the time, the 2 elite teams and their people were busy counting loot and dividing the spoils, taking over 5 new ships. Wow, their first time doing this kind of job, and both teams were over the moon. The other teams watching the loot distribution on the screen were practically drooling with regret. Of course, all strategic materials had to be handed over, but all the daily necessities and other supplies were incredibly valuable. The main cargo on these merchant ships was electronics, clothes, and daily necessities. Things like discontinued electronics scavenged from corpses. Phones, rice cookers, stainless steel pots, ironware, and all food and fuel were considered strategic materials and had to be handed in. But a whole shipload of clothes stripped from the dead, household goods scavenged from abandoned homes, and all sorts of odds and ends, except for iron bowls and pans, could be divided up. Individually, they weren't worth much, maybe a few virtual coins, but a whole shipload added up to a lot. Someone asked, all this random junk shipped from so far away, can it really be sold? Is it even worth the fuel? Of course. In other countries with so many people dead, this stuff is basically free. Just picked up for nothing, then shipped over once you filled a few boats. In other countries with smaller populations, there's not much demand, so it doesn't fetch a good price. But in China, with its huge population and with things like phones no longer being produced, what do you do when yours breaks? So, over the past few years, the fleet had robbed quite a few other ships, growing from 2 ships to 5, and made a decent profit. On the new big ship, the captain was scolding Zhou Mengyao. Mengyao, you only have that one cloak. Can you not rip it every time you make an entrance with your BGM? Sure, it looks cool, but next time, could you take it off before transforming? The huge bone joints behind Zhou Mengyao swayed as she laughed. Okay, Captain. I just wanted to make a dramatic impact. I'll patch it up later and use it again next time." As they were chatting, a few gunshots rang out. They rushed out to see what was happening. Turns out C-rank shock trooper Zhang Lan was checking inventory in the cargo hold when someone hiding inside suddenly fired at him. Luckily, he reacted quickly and only got shot in the thigh, while the shooter jumped overboard. But jumping into the sea was pointless. An arrow shot through the water, and soon a corpse floated up, only to be devoured by the dominant corpse-eating bugs of the sea, since sharks are extinct. In the blink of an eye, not even bones were left, just a full set of clothes. The crew, true to the post-apocalyptic spirit of pluck every feather, fished out the clothes, checked the pockets, and even found a gun, an extra 10 merit points. Elsewhere, who would have thought someone could hide in such a tiny box? Zhang Lan complained, still shaken. If he hadn't reacted fast, he could have died in a stupid way. It just goes to show. Even the most powerful elites with special abilities are still vulnerable to bullets. The two elite teams searched the entire fleet again, more carefully this time, and only after confirming it was safe did they bring the loot back to the main group. They left with 2 ships and returned with 7, a huge haul. Everyone returned to the fleet in high spirits. The subordinates went to tally up the loot and record merit points, while the elite team members gathered in the ship's meeting room. The injured Zhang Lan was carried in, and Ruan quickly removed the bullet, stitched him up, and used a bit of her special ability to speed up the healing. At this point, Yang looked at the blackboard and summarized. "Everyone saw how this operation went. If you have any thoughts or suggestions, speak up so we can all learn." No one expected a debriefing right after coming back. Someone immediately said, "They were too careless. Even though they outmatched the enemy, they let their guard down at the end." A girl stood up and said, "I think the team should assign roles and have both Plan A and Plan B before acting. After killing the pirates, they should search again to make sure there are no enemies before counting the loot." Yang nodded. "Good, we'll adopt that suggestion." I. The yellow-toothed corpse handler raised his hand and stood up. Their reaction was too slow this time. Such a loss, it pains me. The setup was too basic, but I get it. It was their first time and they didn't think it through. The captain of Team 2 couldn't hold back. "Slow? We've finished the fight in half an hour. Got any better ideas?" The corpse handler replied slowly, "Not better, but let me give you some advice." The two elite teams bristled, but decided to listen. He continued, "Even though we were probing to see if they were pirates, the team should have set up an ambush before the test. Any one of you could have wiped them out. Why were all 10 of you bunched together? If you'd spread out on all 5 ships, as soon as they made a move, you could have taken them out before they even fired a shot." He shook his head. "Look at your ship, blown to bits. How much will repairs cost? And what will you use as bait next time? If it were me, I wouldn't have let them fire even once. Such a waste." Everyone nodded. Why wait for the enemy to make the first move? You could have struck the moment they showed intent. Yang nodded. "You all heard that. Next time, set up first. If there's any sign of trouble, take them out instantly." The two teams, initially unconvinced, now accepted the advice. When it comes to ruthlessness, Old Yellowteeth is the master. Yang glanced around. Everyone was deep in thought about tactics, except Jingshu, who was daydreaming, a slight smile on her lips, almost drooling with satisfaction. Who knows what she was thinking? Yang shook his head helplessly. Jingshu only cared about food and hoarding loot. If she'd gone, there wouldn't be a scrap left. He wondered if Jingshu had gone, what would she have done? So Yang said, "All right, meeting's over. Free time. If you're interested, go check out the loot. Later, everyone write a reflection and action report." Jingshu didn't even react. Her mind was on her mud merfolk. What were they doing? Scavenging, of course. If it were her, she'd have the mud merfolk surround the area first to prevent any escapees, then set up the rest. Setting up only takes a few people, but surrounding the area to prevent escape takes dozens of times more manpower and resources. In ancient times, when officials raided a house, they'd surround it at night with thousands of soldiers, even guarding wells and tunnels, just to prevent anyone from escaping with valuables. That step is crucial, though no one mentioned it. But that's fine. Next time they clear out pirates, she'll make sure to guard the perimeter first. No spoils will go to waste. So, when someone tried to escape in a mini-submarine from the bottom of the ship, the mud merfolk caught them. "Hey, that sub is a nice toy, don't break it. Be careful, everyone." But as soon as the sub dove underwater, it was completely baffled. Huh? The sub was at full power but suddenly couldn't move. "Turn on the lights. What's going on?" The submarine struggled desperately, paddling like a dog in water. But it was as if fate itself had grabbed it by the scruff of the neck. No matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't move. Was it overrun by corpse-eating bugs or tangled in seaweed? But that shouldn't be possible. Nothing should have that much power. What kind of seaweed could do this? So, they turned on the lights to see what was going on. As soon as the lights came on, they saw the seabed was packed with fat, hideous mud merfolk crowding together so tightly that the submarine couldn't budge. The submarine's engines roared at full power, but to the thick-skinned mud merfolk it was just a massage, didn't even make a splash. Some of the merfolk even closed their eyes in enjoyment. "Report. Our submarine has encountered an unexpected, irreversible event. We can't—" The crewman at the controls didn't even finish before he got slapped hard. "Cut the crap! You think I can't see? Just tell me how to get out of this damn place. And what the hell is this place? Why are there monsters under the sea?" "Report. I do have an idea, but—" Before he could finish, he turned and knocked out the captain's younger brother with a heavy slap. At the same time, a few others exchanged glances and in one swift move finished off the captain's brother, along with the sister-in-law he'd brought along. Actually, it was a coincidence. Normally, with things happening so fast, no one would have time to get to the submarine, but these 5 crew members had been inside doing maintenance. Halfway through, the captain's brother and his wife had snuck down to the sub in the cargo hold, planning to do what lovers do. Judging by how familiar they were, this wasn't their first time using the sub as their private hideout. The crew, hiding inside, watched with hungry eyes, hoping to catch a live action movie. After all, opportunities like this were rare. Just as things were about to get interesting, the alarm blared, scaring the captain's brother back to his senses. At that point, not even Stephen Chow's mom with a hairpin could save him. Whether he'd ever recover his manhood was another story. Anyway, chaos broke out, and when they realized the big ship had been taken over, they decided to make a run for it. That's how the earlier scene happened. Now, the world was quiet again. After dealing with the 2, the remaining crew started fiddling with the submarine, preparing to use its weapons. After all, there were a lot of monsters outside, but with a burst of machine gun fire, wouldn't they all be dead? The crew even had time to chat. "I've put up with that guy for so long, always nagging and bossing us around." "Yeah, and now the captain's dead? Why not become pirates ourselves? With this submarine, we could rule the seas. It's got weapons. Just a few torpedoes and we'll be living the good life as pirates for a year or 2. No, I think we should just sell the sub. One big deal, and we could split a mountain of food." "Forget that for now. Let's talk about what weapons to use to get rid of these monsters. If we use torpedoes, we'll blow ourselves up, and we don't have many. I say use the anti-aircraft gun." "That's not good. Bullets are scarce. We can't waste them. Maybe use the electric motor? Wait, why is the sub moving? Are we being pushed? What's going on? Are these monsters dragging us somewhere? Hurry, fire the anti-aircraft gun. Get rid of these things." Just then, a cold voice rang out. "I'm afraid you won't get the chance to use any weapons." "Who? Who's talking? Who's there?" The crew was terrified. In a sealed submarine underwater, hearing a strange voice was like a ghost appearing in your house, utterly chilling. In the dim cabin, a young man with glasses appeared, dripping wet. Before he could finish speaking, another crewman who was quietly reaching for a gun was knocked out with a club. "Wenjun, why are you wasting time talking? Didn't Xiao Wei say villains die from talking too much? Let's get this done. Brother Liang Xing is making Buddha jumps over the wall for our victory feast." Guo Tu, also in a wetsuit and carrying an oxygen tank and a big club, appeared. At the mention of food, even the usually calm Wenjun started drooling. He'd only heard of such dishes before the apocalypse. Who'd have thought he'd get to eat them now? All right, let's hurry up. Boss Jing is waiting for us. Wenjun waved his hand. Why didn't the crew resist while they were talking? Because cautious Wenjun had already used his 36 abdominal-footed bugs to subdue them. He wouldn't risk his own life otherwise. With the help of the big bugs, Guotu stripped the captives of all their clothes, underwear, and shoes to bring back for the villagers, then tossed the bodies out to feed the mud merfolk. He even wiped down the whole sub with a rag. If Jingshu knew how on top of things Guotu was, she'd definitely reward him. When she found out she'd just scored a submarine, she was so happy she couldn't stop grinning. When Tank and the others asked why she was so happy, she just giggled and said nothing. Sorry, I just can't help it. This is even better than winning the lottery, Jingshu told herself, patting her cheeks and reminding herself to stay low-key and not look too silly. By the time they caught up with Jingshu's big ship, Guotu had the submarine sparkling clean. Wenjun had filmed the whole process and was muttering, Xiaowei, see? Catching pirates is actually pretty boring. Just follow the steps. Next time Boss Jing takes you out, you can come too, okay? Guotu clapped his hands. Let's go, Wenjun. Time for the victory feast. Do you think Boss Jing will reward me with a roast chicken leg when she sees this shiny new sub? Just one? You're underestimating Boss Jingshu's money-making skills. Wenjun waved his hand. Of course. Not just one, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. Good thing Jingshu had us come along, or we wouldn't have gotten this windfall. If she'd come herself, it would have drawn too much attention, so we're perfect for this kind of job. But honestly, she's just too good at managing things. Guotu scratched his head. What do you mean? Boss Jing isn't exactly frugal. Look at her, eating and drinking like a landlord, even fattening up Xiaowei. Even in the apocalypse, the richest family wouldn't be this extravagant. First day at sea, and we're having a victory feast with Buddha jumps over the wall. As he spoke, Guotu started drooling. What does that dish even taste like? Wenjun just smiled and shook his head, following Guotu out of the submarine and back to their big ship. He pointed at the submarine being pushed along by a mass of mud merfolk and said, Look, she won't even leave a single crew member behind, and she's so stingy with fuel that she'd rather have the mud merfolk push the sub all the way back. You call that not frugal? Right! That's seriously thrifty. Guotu scratched his head, realizing that after they'd killed the crew, he'd been so busy cleaning the sub that he hadn't noticed it had made its own way back to the main ship. Pretty magical. Guotu remembered a hot topic from before the apocalypse. Maybe this is just how rich people live. Like those who spend hundreds of thousands to ship a supercar somewhere, drive it for a few days, then spend more to ship it back, just to save mileage. I never understood how that's saving anything. Even Wenjun, who thought Guotu was a bit slow, had to admit this made sense. It was just like Boss Jing's style. But while shipping a car takes manpower and resources, the mud merfolk only cost a few corpse-eating bugs per 100 miles underwater. Just then, Jingshu returned from the official ship to Xiaowei's boat, smiling. Spend when you should, save when you can. Eat as well as you can, but save fuel whenever possible. If I have free labor, why wouldn't I use it? I'd have to be crazy. But seriously, Guotu, you got that sub sparkling clean. Tonight at the victory feast, you get an extra bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Wow, thank you, Boss Jing. Come on, let's go eat. Everyone happily headed to the ship's big dining hall. There weren't many people, just Xiaowei's group and some villagers. What a great start. First day in the Middle East, and they'd already scored a submarine. Such good luck. Definitely worth a big feast. The ship's dining hall was huge, with a custom-made table over 3 meters long at the center, piled high with colorful, fragrant, and plentiful dishes. Especially the giant pot of Buddha jumps over the wall in the middle, topped with thick sea cucumbers, dried scallops, jumbo shrimp, abalone, pork skin, and other delicacies. The golden, rich broth was poured over everything, steaming and fragrant, making everyone's mouth water as soon as they walked in. Even Jingshu couldn't help but swallow. She'd never had authentic Buddha jumps over the wall before. This dish was prepared by Chef Liang and his apprentice, who spent a week gathering ingredients and 2 days simmering the broth. When Jingshu bit into the plump, juicy, springy sea cucumber, the special broth and the sea cucumber's texture exploded in her mouth. Pouring a bowl of golden broth over rice, then taking a bite of abalone, so soft and tender, and a mouthful of rice soaked in the rich, savory broth. The taste was absolutely incredible. Jingshu had wanted to say a few words, but as soon as she opened her mouth, all she could think was, "Let's eat first, talk later." So the whole table was soon filled with nothing but the sound of chopsticks and people chewing. Even Guotu and Wenjun, who'd wanted to brag about their achievements, just buried their heads in their bowls, not saying a word. Even Chef Liang, who'd planned to explain the origins and cooking method of Buddha jumps over the wall, couldn't help himself. In nearly 6 years of the apocalypse, he'd never had such complete ingredients. Only with the best ingredients could you make such a perfect dish. For those who'd never tasted it, it was just delicious, unbelievably delicious. But for foodies like Jingshu, she could tell the difference. The sea cucumber was bouncy and flavorful, the pork skin was soft, savory, and chewy, and every bite was bursting with collagen. Xiaowei ate the most, popping one bite after another into her mouth, barely chewing, her face flushed with excitement, all 36 of her abdominal feet waving in joy. After the meal, everyone slumped at the table, sipping the final course, creamy chicken and mushroom soup. Only Xiaowei was still going strong. Chef Liang coughed and asked, "Boss Jing, how's the creamy chicken and mushroom soup?" Jingshu burped, then gave a thumbs up. "When it comes to eating, you're the master, Chef Liang. The soup is rich with cream, fragrant with butter and flour, and every sip is heavenly." Chef Liang nodded in satisfaction. "I'll make more butter roux. If it's hard to cook or store food in the Middle East, we can just add water to this and have instant soup, quick, easy, and delicious. I'll make more flavors too, clam and mushroom chowder, creamy pumpkin soup, creamy mushroom soup, and so on." "Perfect. Make plenty. You're so thoughtful. Start prepping now. Enough for 200 people for 3 days." Jingshu squinted happily as she sipped the creamy mushroom soup. Oh my God, how can soup taste this good? It's even better than what she'd had at Western restaurants or Pizza Hut. Even better than her own attempts. Sometimes you just have to leave things to the professionals. The flavor was on another level. Jingshu, who already loved creamy mushroom soup, was completely hooked. After earning their trust, Chef Liang saw that Boss Jing was in a great mood and brought up something else. "Boss Jing, there's a rare ingredient in the Buddha jumps over the wall, deep-sea fish maw. I brought it from Kaoshan. If we get the chance, we should try to get more. It's an essential ingredient for this dish."